I am Xiao Ruyu, the top internet celebrity in China. Under the packaging of an economic company, it has only been half a year since I became famous, but I have quickly attracted fans with my proud figure, outstanding appearance, and good singing and dancing talents. Now, my fans on Douyin and Douyu combined exceed 100 million. It was a sunny day in early spring. It was almost time to get off work, but there was still a constant flow of people at Yanjingxia Hospital. I entered the neurology campus accompanied by my assistant and bodyguard, causing quite a stir along the way. People watched and screamed, took photos and videos, and discussed a lot. I said to the live camera with a pitiful and aggrieved face, "Brothers, Xiaoyu has had a headache again recently. It lasted for several days. Today, I couldn't stand it anymore and came to the hospital." The live broadcast room was flooded with gifts, and the barrage was full of fans' distress and comfort. In fact, I was laughing in my heart, these poor losers are so easy to cheat. I just said a few words and the gifts kept coming. This live broadcast can easily make hundreds of thousands of dollars. I didn't have an old headache. It was clearly a plastic surgery a year ago that injured the facial nerves. Recently, there was something wrong with the facial muscles, so I used this excuse to seek medical treatment. I soon arrived at the consulting room of Liang Xiaohua, the most famous chief physician in the neurosurgery department. He is a top expert in China, and it is extremely difficult to get an appointment with him, but I think as long as I pay or ask my boyfriend for help, I can get him to see me. In the waiting area, I found that the next person to enter the consulting room with a number was a young man named Yixian, in his early 20s, sunny and handsome, with a calm temperament, giving people the feeling of a boy next door. I thought this was a good target, so I walked up behind him, patted his shoulder, and pretended to be cute and asked, "Little brother, are you here to see a doctor too?" This scene was recorded by the live camera, and the live broadcast room was instantly in turmoil. I was confident that he would definitely recognize me, and even if he didn't, he wouldn't refuse my approach. It would be easy for me to buy his account later, and he might even give it to me for free. However, Yixian's reaction was calm and almost indifferent. He looked at me, shook his head, and just said no. I was stunned. I didn't expect to be treated like this. The fans in the live broadcast room instantly exploded and were furious. All kinds of curses emerged one after another. Some said he was not a man and was not considerate of women, some said he was a country bumpkin and didn't know what was good for him, some believed that he was a scalper who resold expert appointments and wanted to report him, others said they would rush to the hospital to teach him a lesson. I looked down on Yixian in my heart, but I kept smiling to maintain my image. I said to him again, "Little brother, since you are not here to see a doctor, can you sell me your number?" "Well, I will pay 8,000 yuan for it." I thought he would definitely agree. After all, 8,000 yuan is very attractive to a college student, and he would sell it to a beautiful woman like me. But Yixian calmly refused again, "No." I almost flew into a rage, but I held myself back, walked to the side and said to the camera, "Brothers, it seems that Xiaoyu's illness cannot be treated today. Don't get excited first, this is not the fault of the young man just now. After all, that was his account, and it is his freedom to sell it or not." My words, which seemed to be an explanation for him, actually pushed him to the forefront of public opinion. I knew that he was about to be exposed online. At this time, Liang Xiaohua in the consultation room was so excited when he saw that the next person to register was Yixian. He had benefited a lot from exchanging neurological research with Yixian on the internet in recent months. He wanted to worship Yixian as his mentor and make his achievements public, but was rejected by Yixian. He felt that Yixian was as great as a god and could not imagine what kind of epic-making giant Yixian was. When he stood up and prepared to go out to confirm Yixian's identity, Yixian came in with the nurse. After Liang Xiaohua looked at Yixian, he was puzzled and thought that Yixian couldn't be so young. He suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Yixian calmly asked, "What else do you not understand about motor neuron paralysis?" The doctoral assistant beside him was dumbfounded when he heard this. He wondered if this person had a fantasy. He dared to ask Director Liang what he didn't understand. Director Liang was the world's leading authority. But then, Liang Xiaohua bowed to Yixian respectfully at 90 degrees and said, "Teacher, I still don't know most of the 13 basic steps you pointed out to repair motor neuron paralysis. I hope you can give me some advice on the spot." The doctoral assistant was so surprised that his mouth couldn't close. He felt that his outlook on life was about to be overturned. Yi Xian said again, "Okay, take me to your research center and find another paralyzed patient. I will give you a live demonstration." Liang Xiaohuan nodded without hesitation and guided Yi Xian to the research room. I had no idea about the situation on Yi Xian's side. At my instruction, my assistant had launched a human flesh attack on Yi Xian online. Fans in the live broadcast room responded in unison, and a big storm quietly hit. The source of this storm, of course, was the treacherous words Xiao Ruyu said in the live broadcast room. Almost the next moment Yi Xian entered the consultation room. One of Xiao Ruyu's assistants, at Xiao Ruyu's instruction, launched a human flesh attack on Yi Xian on the internet. In a flash, Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans in the live broadcast room responded in unison. This bastard actually dared to bully our Xiaoyu. Today, let him know how powerful our Yu family army is. If anyone knows how to find this garbage, please share with the group. Damn it. No matter who he is, if he dares to make Xiaoyu angry, he must regret it for the rest of his life. Everyone please forward this on WeChat Moments and Douyin. It would be best if this scumbag died socially. Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans quickly took action. Moments, Douyin, Weibo, Tushio, Tieba, forums. They launched an inhumane crusade against Yi Xian on almost all platforms across the entire internet. In just half an hour, they had achieved significant victory. Yi Xian was successfully doxxed. Almost all personal information has been made public. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 21. School, Department of Mathematics, Yanqing University. Home address, Room XX, Building XX, XX Community, Qianlong District, Jiangzhou. Mobile phone, 13x×x×x×x. WeChat, xxxxxxxxxx. QQ, xxxxxxxxxx. As Yi Xian's personal information was fully exposed, Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans immediately started to curse Yi Xian inhumanely and made all kinds of personal attacks. Some people continuously sent Yi Xian text messages, WeChat messages, and QQ messages containing countless abusive words. Some people also organized themselves and frantically reported and pressured the Academic Affairs Department of Yanqing University, trying to get Yi Xian expelled from the school. There are even some people who, under Xiao Ruyu's leading the way, blindly believe that Yi Xian is definitely a scalper who buys and sells expert accounts. As a result, this group of people launched a powerful public opinion offensive, hoping that the relevant departments could arrest Yi Xian and interrogate him strictly. This rubbish scumbag is actually a student of Yanqing University. I seriously suspect that he cheated to get in. Report. This kind of person must be reported. If Yanqing University doesn't expel him, this matter will not end. Screw this dog, it's really bringing shame to us men. If you bully our Xiaoyu, don't expect to have a good life from now on. In Xiao Ruyu's live broadcast room, the crazy fans were very excited and they were determined not to give up until they achieved complete victory. In this way, the situation gradually escalated with Xiao Ruyu's deliberate instigation. The facts are gradually being distorted. Many marketing accounts that received benefits from Xiao Ruyu wrote articles frantically, directly portraying Xiao Ruyu as an innocent victim. And what about Yi Xian? He is a social scum who makes a living by reselling expert appointments and insults women at will. Countless people who did not know the truth were immediately angered and denounced Yi Xian online. Especially those extremely sensitive female boxers, they could not tolerate this, and almost attacked with all their forces to carry out overwhelming public opinion output. Haha, can this be considered a man? He's not a doctor in the first place, and he's not willing to sell his number to Xiao Ruyu. This kind of person should be thrown into a pig cage. The quality of Chinese men is just like that. I didn't have much hope in the first place. Now, sisters, you should finally see the truth, right? People like this should be taken directly to the waste state and made into slaves. Once the female boxers showed up, it seemed like there was no chance of a reversal of the whole situation. After all, the combat effectiveness of this group is extremely strong. Even some rational people originally wanted to say a few words for Yi Xian. But when they saw all the female boxers were eliminated, they all kept silent, fearing that they would suffer the same fate. That's all. About half an hour later, This incident topped the list of hot searches on Weibo and Douyin. The result of all this naturally made Xiao Ruyu extremely satisfied. Not only did he do what he wanted and dealt with Yixian who didn't give him face, but he also made his popularity rise to a higher level. Kill two birds with one stone. She was so happy inside. Of course, Xiao Ruyu, who was still pretending to be innocent in the live broadcast room at this moment, would never know what a terrible disaster her behavior had brought upon herself. In the blink of an eye, it was already a day later. During this day and night, the heat of the Yixian incident has not diminished. On the contrary, it is getting worse. More and more people are paying attention to it. Many Weibo and Douyin influencers have come out to express their own comments and opinions. Such scum is a waste of food if he lives. It is urgent to rectify scalpers. Is this the quality of Yen University students? No wonder a certain celebrity said that Chinese men are not worthy of Chinese women. Judging from this incident, what he said is absolutely right. You can see it. The vast majority of people have been led by success. Especially the female boxers. Moreover, they all made it clear that they would support Xiao Ruyu to the end. It seemed that they would never give up unless Yixian paid the most painful price this time. Yixian naturally knew nothing about this. He has been staying in Liang Xiaohua's research center, equipped with a nerve repair serum that is unprecedented in the human world. China and the nation are fortunate to have a great man like you. Seeing that the nerve repair serum was finally prepared by Yixian, Liang Xiaohua's face was full of emotion. There were faint tears in his eyes. Because, as a witness to the entire configuration process, he deeply understood the hard work and sacrifices Yixian had made during this day and night. Serum preparation should not be interrupted during the process. So throughout the whole day, Yixian couldn't find even a minute of free time to sit down and rest. Even drinking a sip of water is not allowed. Moreover, even slight changes in serum composition may result in vastly different final efficacy. Therefore, during this day, Yixian must maintain 100% absolute concentration. There cannot be any distraction or error. The scariest thing is, one of the steps in serum preparation is to use a microwave gamma instrument to release lytic gamma rays with extremely strong ionizing radiation. This type of molten gamma ray has extraordinary penetrating power and radioactivity. Even if you wear anti-radiation clothing, it can still cause considerable harm to the human body. Once it comes into contact with the human body, there is a high possibility that it will cause tingling all over the body plus bone brittleness plus accelerated cell aging and even eventual cancer. That kind of pain is simply unbearable for a normal person. It is equivalent to using low-concentration sulfuric acid and dripping it on your body continuously. Lasts for more than an hour. But Yixian gritted his teeth and persevered. There were several times when Liang Xiaohua couldn't bear to watch any more and wanted to stop Yixian from continuing the configuration. Yixuandu shook his head firmly and said, "It's okay, it's nothing." In short, this day and night is a double test for any human being, both physically and mentally. Oh no, it's not an exaggeration to say it's a double torture. Liang Xiaohua asked himself, even if he knew how to configure it and tried his best, he would probably inevitably end up in failure in the end. That's why. At this moment, Liang Xiaohua could only admire Yixian. There is no one like him in the country. Have you memorized the configuration principles and steps? Holding the light blue serum in his hand that was enough to change the course of human medical history, Yixian asked with obvious fatigue and bloodshot eyes, a little exhausted. He is really tired. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yixian had a smile on his face at this moment. Because he succeeded. The first nerve repair serum in the human world was born in his hands. For China, where medical development is relatively backward, this serum is undoubtedly of great significance. I remember it clearly, teacher. When Liang Xiaohua replied, his voice was obviously trembling. Breathing was extremely rapid. His eyes radiated a bright light and tears. After all, no one knows better than him the reason for the birth of this nerve repair serum. What a price his teacher Yixian paid. Thinking about this day and night, Yixian suffered pain and torture that could not even be described in words. Liang Xiaohua couldn't express how moved she was. Certainly. The excitement in his heart at this moment was also beyond words. As the world's leading authority on neurology, Liang Xiaohua obviously knew very well what this test tube serum that Yixian had just prepared meant. That is a special serum that can awaken, repair, all motor nerve damage. With it, there will be no more paralysis, ALS, and other diseases related to motor nerve damage in the human world. You're welcome. The value of this achievement alone is at least in the hundreds of billions of US dollars. Once it was made public, Liang Xiaohua couldn't even imagine what kind of shock the human medical community would experience. I'm afraid that 10 Nobel Prizes in medicine are not enough to describe his greatness. Compared to the teacher, I really am not even as good as an elementary school student. Liang Xiaohua became more and more excited the more he thought about it, and he couldn't even express how excited he was. With the teacher here, the development of Chinese medicine no longer needs to rely on other countries. The patients in my country no longer have to lie in bed or wheelchair for the rest of their lives. Liang Xiaohua's series of reactions were naturally within Yixian's expectations. But Yixian remained very calm throughout. Like a god, as calm as an ancient well. He just narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the light blue serum in the test tube, and then said slowly, "This serum can only maintain its efficacy for half an hour at room temperature. If you don't want it to be wasted, find a volunteer to conduct a clinical trial." As soon as Yixian finished speaking, Liang Xiaohua nodded heavily, indicating that he fully agreed with Yixian's point of view. A moment later, Liang Xiaohua thought of a very suitable candidate, and immediately took out his mobile phone and began to contact a volunteer who was recuperating in Xia Hospital. Just over 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, escorted by 4 guards, pushed a wheelchair and entered Liang Xiaohua's research center. Sitting in the wheelchair is a white-haired old man who seems to be severely paralyzed. But even though the white-haired old man couldn't move, but his eyes were still sharp, giving people an extremely strong feeling of toughness. According to Yixian's judgment, the identity of this white-haired old man is definitely not simple. "Meet Mr. Yuan." Liang Xiaohua was the first to step forward and greet him, acting like a junior. The white-haired old man greeted Liang Xiaohua kindly. "Director Liang, you just said that you hope my father can be a volunteer. What kind of volunteer is that?" The middle-aged man pushing the wheelchair from behind asked directly. "My mentor, Mr. Yi, has just developed a special serum." After calming down for a while, Liang Xiaohua said very seriously, "If nothing unexpected happens, as long as the serum is injected, Mr. Yuan will be able to get out of the wheelchair in the future." "What?" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man became so excited that he could hardly control himself. Even the white-haired old man, who seemed to have long since let go of everything, had the strongest expectation in his eyes. For a person who is severely paralyzed all over, what could be better than standing up again? "Mr. Yuan." After a brief pause, Liang Xiaohua squatted in front of the white-haired old man and asked with great concern and seriousness, "Are you willing to give it a try?" "Good." Without any hesitation, the white-haired old man agreed immediately. After getting the white-haired old man's approval, Liang Xiaohua immediately called 2 full-time nurses to inject serum into the white-haired old man. During this time, Liang Xiaohua whispered to Yixian about the origins of Mr. Yuan. Turn out to be. This Mr. Yuan is one of the most important founders of China's nuclear engineering. In order to make China's nuclear engineering the most advanced in the world, he hid in the no man's land for more than 20 years and experienced countless hardships with many scientists. His contribution is so great that it is impossible to describe it in words. Because the projects that Mr. Yuan was working on were too secretive, Mr. Yuan's past was completely unknown to the public. This year, Mr. Yuan suddenly fell seriously ill and became almost completely paralyzed. As a last resort, Mr. Yuan bid farewell to his job and returned to normal society. Soon, the country will make public Yuan's deeds and award him a series of honors including Medal of the Republic and People's Scientist. Such an old hero who dedicated most of his life to the country. How could the motherland bury his great achievements in his life? After listening, Yixian's eyes were suddenly filled with infinite respect for Mr. Yuan. Serve the country and the people all your life. Don't hesitate to be yourself. What a hero. At the same time, he also felt very gratified that the serum he developed could relieve Mr. Yuan from his illness. Once the serum is tested on Elder Yuan, my first system mission will be completed, right? Yi Xian, who was extremely confident in the efficacy of the serum, soon couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I don't know, after completing the task, to what level will my brain development be improved by the system? Just when Yi Xian was looking forward to the mission reward, the serum has just been injected into multiple parts of Mr. Yuan's body. This moment, the heartbeats of everyone present were extremely rapid. Everyone's eyes were staring straight at Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan, who was sitting in a wheelchair, soon felt that countless muscles in his body that had long lost their nerve connections seemed to be awakened. Regained consciousness. Oh no, not just sentient. It's just like when I was young, I can control every muscle with ease. My paralysis, am healed. Feeling the magic of all this, Mr. Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, under everyone's gaze, Mr. Yuan slowly stood up and got out of the wheelchair. Dad. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man in a suit and tie couldn't stop crying. It's done, teacher, it's done. Even though he already knew what would happen, when Liang Xiaohua saw with his own eyes that Mr. Yuan stood up again, he was still uncontrollably excited to the point of being unable to surpass any level. At the same time, he was also more certain of one thing. The special serum developed by Yi Xian will definitely completely change the weak situation of China's medical development. Director Liang. Mr. Yuan, who had been excited for a while because he could move freely again, took a deep breath, calmed down his surging emotions, and asked solemnly. I wonder where your mentor is now. I must thank him in person. The son of Mr. Yuan also said at the first moment. Yes, yes, yes. Our family must thank father very much for helping him stand up again. After listening, Liang Xiaohua nodded, then stretched out his hand and pointed at Yi Xian. Mr. Yuan, this is my mentor, Yi Xian. Liang Xiaohua introduced with great respect, this serum is exactly the masterpiece of the teacher. What? The middle-aged man in the suit was stunned on the spot. After all, Yi Xian looks really too young. He really couldn't believe what kind of genius could be so young that someone like Liang Xiaohua would respectfully call him mentor. He was even able to single-handedly develop a miraculous serum that could completely cure paralysis. All of this made the middle-aged man in a suit feel extremely sci-fi. And after hearing Yi Xian's name, Yuan Lao's body, which had just regained consciousness, trembled suddenly. You are Yi Xian. As if he couldn't wait to confirm something, Yuan Lao looked straight at Yi Xian. 2 years ago, Yi Xian saved our China's secret project number 07 at the Nahe base. Anyone can see it. The look on Mr. Yuan's face, respect. It seemed that Yi Xian was not a young man at all. Rather, he is a scientific predecessor who is even more respected than Mr. Yuan. As Yuan Lao finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately nodded at Mr. Yuan and acknowledged the fact. After getting Yi Xian's affirmative response, Mr. Yuan's breathing was obviously several levels more rapid than before. His eyes were full of respect for Yi Xian. The reason is simple. During his convalescence, he heard about it from an old academician in the National Defense Department who was in charge of nuclear engineering projects. During the 2 years at the Nahe base, a nuclear leak occurred which was completely unknown to the outside world. The situation at that time was extremely dangerous. The nuclear reactor is only one step away from undergoing a critical reaction and eventually detonating the entire Nahe base. All the engineers, experts, professors, and academicians present were almost in despair. Fortunately, Yi Xian arrived at the last moment like a god descending from heaven. Yi Xian, who was burdened with a heavy responsibility, ignored the nuclear radiation dose that was thousands times higher than the upper limit that normal humans could withstand, and the great danger of being killed in a nuclear explosion at any time. He personally entered the reactor and carried out continuous repairs for 39 hours, which finally resolved the accident and saved Nahe, China's most important nuclear engineering base. However, even though Yi Xian was wearing the highest level of radiation protection suit that China could develop at that time, However, the terrible radiation caused by the reactor leak still caused Yixian a lot of physical damage that would be difficult to recover from for the rest of his life. Until today. The number of white blood cells and immune ability in Yixian's body are far lower than those of ordinary people. Very few people know about this matter. There is no doubt that everyone who knows the truth will not be able to help but respect Yixian. Okay. Looking at Yixian, who was standing not far in front of him, he was young but already had a lot of white hair. Old Yuan's eyes gradually became moist. He couldn't help but think of some old friends. That was many years ago, on the deserted Gobi grassland, he followed Mr. Qian, Mr. Deng, and others, and threw himself into the development of China's first anti-aircraft bullet. At that time, Mr. Qian, Mr. Deng, and others were also like Yixian now. Young and promising, extremely handsome. God bless my country. With his eyes becoming more and more moist, Yuan Lao looked at Yixian standing proudly not far away, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Mr. Qian, Mr. Deng, you have successors. Half an hour later. Yixian declined all offers of thanks from Mr. Yuan and eventually left Xia Hospital alone. I took out my cell phone and was about to take a Didi back to school for a good sleep. Yixian was surprised to find that his roommate, teacher, and some relatives and friends had sent him hundreds of messages and missed calls. The contents were roughly the same, all advising Yixian not to return to school or go home in the short term, and to avoid appearing in public places. Otherwise, accidents are bound to happen. I was actually subjected to cyberbullying. Yixian smiled lightly and nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all. Although he could easily determine who was the source of this cyber violence. However, Yixian was too lazy to pay attention to that kind of clown. Right now, he really just wanted to have a good sleep. After waking up, I thought seriously about how to mass-produce the nerve repair serum at the lowest cost. This will enable all people in China suffering from related diseases to be completely cured. At the same time, Xia Hospital. Liang Xiaohua, who also had not slept all night, returned to his consultation room with excitement. I will report the matter of the serum to the General Medical Association immediately. This year's Nobel Prize in Medicine must go to our country. Just as Liang Xiaohua was imagining the future, his doctoral assistant walked up to him and handed him his mobile phone. Director Liang, look. After clicking on the top trending search on Weibo, the doctoral assistant said. If I'm not mistaken, the person mentioned in the hot search list seems to be Mr. you met yesterday. He is being cyberbullied right now. The doctoral assistant's voice fell sharply. Liang Xiaohua's face turned cold instantly. Then, he began to read the articles on Weibo that cyberbullied Yixian. About 10 minutes later. Bang. Liang Xiaohua slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly. Cyberbullying teachers. Who gave these people the courage? Accompanied by countless online discussions, the live TV interview finally kicked off under the attention of the public. Dear audience members, let's welcome National Goddess Xiao Ruyu to our tomorrow's superstar interview. The female host, wearing delicate makeup, completed the opening with experience. Then, under the spotlight, Xiao Ruyu slowly walked into the studio and finally sat down on a sofa. There is no doubt that as soon as Xiao Ruyu appeared on the stage, those crazy fans who had been waiting in front of the screen became extremely excited. The barrage of comments kept coming like a tide. Xiao Ruyu, who had already prepared all the interview speeches, just sat down and pretended to be very reasonable and said, Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Ruyu. I'm very sorry for taking up so many public resources because of a small incident that happened to me. As Xiao Ruyu finished speaking, her crazy fans immediately started to send comments like crazy. Xiao Yu is really a high-quality idol. In order not to occupy too much public resources, she even called on us to stop paying attention to this matter. Our Xiao Yu is really good-tempered. She was bullied by that damned Yixian, but she just said it was a small matter. We can't just swallow this. I won't give up until Yixian kneels down and apologizes. Always support Xiao Yu. Long live the Yu Army. I love Xiao Yu so much. I'm willing to divorce for her. Without a doubt. Xiao Ruyu's extremely hypocritical remarks just now successfully aroused the emotions of the fans. It also makes her image as a good woman more popular. After tonight's interview, Xiao Yu will definitely gain a lot of fans. She may even be promoted to a top-tier celebrity. Next to the studio, Xiao Ruyu's agent couldn't help but let out a smug smile. I have to say, my eye for picking people is really accurate. The CEO of the performing arts company where Xiao Ruyu worked was sitting on the sofa in his office, watching the show with a smug look on his face. From among so many new anchors, I directly picked Xiao Ruyu, a promising talent. Just a little more packaging and it's become the top internet celebrity today. Oh no, after tonight, Xiao Yu is no longer an internet celebrity, but a real star. Obviously. Neither Xiao Ruyu herself, nor her agent, nor the CEO, realized that. There is a terrible earthquake waiting for them. The interview continues. The popularity of this live broadcast program has also been rising. Looking at the data that constantly broke records, the producer of XX Channel's Tomorrow's Superstar interview naturally couldn't stop smiling. After all, such a high number of viewers and heated discussions will surely bring him generous advertising fees. Wow, I didn't expect this internet celebrity to be so popular. With his arms folded across his chest, the producer quickly began to formulate a longer-term plan. It seems that it is necessary to conduct a second or third interview. At the same time, Xiao Ruyu, who was sitting on the sofa, was telling the host what had happened with an innocent and aggrieved look on her face. Certainly. Everything was exaggerated by Xiao Ruyu. Actually, there are some things I have been holding back on. After finishing speaking, Xiao Ruyu added. After I left the Department of Neurology and turned off the live broadcast, Yi Xian came after me and scolded me. It was so nasty that I can't even describe it. Not only did he curse at me, he also wanted to hit me. Fortunately, I brought a few more assistants with me. The scariest thing is that last night, I received a lot of threatening private messages on Weibo. They claimed that I had ruined their business and that they couldn't sell their accounts anymore, so they had to take revenge on me. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments immediately exploded. All of Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans were furious. This Yi Xian is so disgusting. He actually wants to hit a woman. At Yenqing University, come and see, this is the quality of your students. If you don't expel them, I will blackmail you for the rest of my life. I really didn't expect that our Xiao Yu would have to endure so much injustice. Alas, kind people are often bullied. I can't stand it anymore. At Yenqing Police, hurry up and arrest Yi Xian and his gang of scalpers. Don't let me see Yi Xian. If I do, I will beat his face until it is swollen. Sisters, look at this, this is the quality of our Chinese men. They can do nothing but bully us women. We must unite and protest to the end. There were no surprises. Xiao Ruyu's groundless remarks brought the incident to a fever pitch. Public opinion has become even more one-sided. Many big verses began to post articles, expressing their sympathy for Xiao Ruyu's experience and calling for severe crackdowns on scalpers. And those female boxers hated Yi Xian to the extreme. Many people have already started to set up groups to discuss how to make Yi Xian completely socially dead in a short period of time. As for the number of Xiao Ruyu's fans, it naturally skyrocketed. After this incident, my popularity and number of fans will probably be no less than any first-tier female star. While being interviewed, Xiao Ruyu imagined a bright future. After some time, I might be able to legitimately ask my husband to arrange a role for me as the heroine of a big movie. Hee hee, when the time comes, let's see which director can refuse. Obviously. Xiao Ruyu was not worried at all that he would be exposed for lying and deceiving the public in the TV interview. In her opinion, a powerless and poor student like Yi Xian simply has no capital to confront him. She can kill Yi Xian however she wants. Resistance. Not happening. Xiao Ruyu, who thought he had everything under control, had no idea that a terrible storm was about to come. Xieha Hospital. Special treatment area. Without exception, those who are able to live here for recuperation are all old heroes who have dedicated their lives to the country. There are veterans who have won many first-class merits on the battlefield, and engineers who have saved countless resources for the country. There are also scientists like Mr. Yuan who hide their identities, stay in uninhabited bases, and work silently for half their lives. Right now. Old Yuan, who had just been cured of paralysis by Yixian, was constantly exercising his muscles and bones so that his body could recover faster and more completely. Dad, come over here and take a look. This tomorrow's superstar column seems to be talking about Mr. Yishuanya. After accidentally pressing channel XX and watching it casually for a while, the middle-aged man's brows instantly frowned. And as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Mr. Yuan began to pay attention to the live interview program, Tomorrow's Superstar. However, after listening for only half a minute, Mr. Yuan smashed the remote control in his hand and said in extreme anger, "How dare an actor bully Mr. Yi? Give me the phone right now. What is going on?" This scene made the doctoral assistant standing by stunned in place, shocked to the extreme. Because, in his impression, Director Liang has always been a gentle and elegant person. Even when facing the most difficult patients, he can remain patient. It can be said to be a great and kind person. Even if he himself was exposed online, this doctoral student was willing to believe that his director Liang would choose to laugh it off and ignore it. So, he had no idea why Director Liang suddenly changed his good temper and became so furious. How high is the status of Mr. Yi in Director Liang's mind? Could it be that he is really Director Liang's teacher? This is too incredible, isn't it? Without a doubt. The doctoral assistant's heart was already in turmoil. And just as the assistant thought, Liang Xiaohua was indeed extremely angry at this moment. You know, Yixian's position in Liang Xiaohua's heart is not just that of his teacher, but the absolute future leader of the entire Chinese medical community. He is also a national hero whose name will be recorded in history for thousands of years. Not to mention anything else, the nerve repair serum technology developed by Yixian yesterday alone is enough to benefit all of humanity. A sentence. In Liang Xiaohua's opinion, Yixian's achievements are worthy of our remembrance, praise, and respect. Deserves all the glory. Such a person who would have been deified in any era was framed by an internet celebrity and later cursed by thousands of people. How could Liang Xiaohua endure such a twisted situation? Is it true that actors are in power and great men are fading away? Liang Xiaohua, who could no longer bear to see this continue, immediately looked downcast and started making a phone call. Beep, beep. After a few rings, a strong voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's Lao Liang, why did you think of looking for me?" It was none other than Wu Wenzhong, president of the Chinese Medical Association. "Old Wu, there is something I must report to you solemnly." Liang Xiaohua went straight to the point. Feeling Liang Xiaohua's tone, Wu Wenzhong obviously realized that what the other party was about to report was very important, so he immediately replied seriously, "Go ahead, I'm listening." "Old Wu, in the past few months." So Liang Xiaohua told how he accepted Yixian's guidance online and achieved many breakthroughs in academic research. He told Wu Wenzhong everything that happened yesterday. "What did you say?" "The person who instructed you is called Yixian. Do you know that Academician Yixian is the only 9-star academician in the history of our country? He was actually exposed online." After listening to this, Wu Wenzhong's emotions obviously fluctuated violently. Anyone could hear that Wu Wenzhong was as furious as Liang Xiaohua at this moment. 9-star academician. "Teacher, are you a 9-star academician of our Academy of Sciences?" Liang Xiaohua couldn't help but take a breath. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief that were difficult to express in words. Obviously, he didn't know yet that his teacher Yixian had made extraordinary achievements not only in medicine. He is also a groundbreaking scientific genius. He is also the only 9-star academician in China so far. Certainly. After forcibly calming down his inner anger, Wu Wenzhong began to speak. "About 3 years ago, I was ordered to conduct secret research on special targeted drugs for all malignant tumors at the Zhejiang base. However, after more than half a year of research, several of us academicians have put in a lot of effort, but we still have no clue, and we have wasted tens of billions of funds given by the country. At that time, I wanted to jump into the river and commit suicide. But fortunately, Academician Qin showed up. In this way, under the leadership of Academician Qin, we soon achieved groundbreaking research results. It's easy to say, but only a few of us know how much effort the teacher put into this. Let me just say one thing. Halfway through the research, Academician Qin accidentally absorbed a large amount of dimethyl-4 gas due to a malfunction of the experimental equipment. Academician Qin's respiratory system was severely damaged in an instant, and he almost suffered from pulmonary fibrosis. Even a god cannot save him. Thanks to our prompt medical treatment, Academician Qin was able to survive. But during the month of hospitalization, although Academician Qin had to be connected to an oxygen tube and receive an 4 drip all the time, he still sat in front of the computer every day and continued to work on our project. We have advised Academician Qin several times to rest and recuperate first, but Academician Qin said that he cannot stop. The sooner the research succeeds, the sooner those patients suffering from cancer in our country can see hope. After listening to this, Liang Xiaohua fell silent. My eyes gradually became moist. As for Wu Wenzhong, his eyes suddenly became serious after he finished telling the whole story. Then, he said word by word, very forcefully. Lao Liang, don't worry. I will leave Zhejiang base now and return to Yanjing headquarters. In 2 days at most, I will make those who slandered Academician Qin pay the most painful price. I won't let anyone go. In a blink of an eye, it was night. The incident involving Qin that was exposed online became increasingly popular with the secret support of Xiao Ruyu and the agency behind him. From yesterday to now, it has always occupied the first place on the popularity list of several major well-known platforms. It is no exaggeration to say that this has become a hot topic on the entire internet. A well-known domestic TV station, which has always been known for entertainment to death, has very cleverly targeted this incident in order to maximize the audience's attention. They hope to use the popularity brought by this incident to increase the traffic of their station to a higher level. Therefore, they spared no expense and decisively invited the person involved, Xiao Ruyu, to conduct a live interview. Xiao Ruyu was originally one of the top female internet celebrities in China, with a huge number of fans. In addition, there has been a lot of heated discussion on the entire network this day. So, it is not difficult to imagine how excited the internet was when the news that Xiao Ruyu was going to be interviewed by Channel XX came out. Tonight at 8 o'clock, on Channel XX, we, the Yu Family Army, will see you there. Xiao Yu is so famous that she can even go on Channel XX if she wants to. Sisters, the battle is not over yet. While watching the live broadcast, we must continue to work hard. Until Qin is expelled from Yen University. Just expel him. Haha, if he bullies our Xiao Yu, he must be socially dead. That's right. This kind of rubbish must be caught and he must kneel down and apologize to Xiao Yu in public. Mr. Yuan has dedicated himself diligently to the country for decades. He has always been extremely upright in character and cannot tolerate any injustice. So, it is easy to imagine how angry he is at this moment. He was so angry that his whole body started shaking. On the side, Yuan Lao's son also felt intolerable and resentful. Everyone is talking about how peaceful the times are now, but it's all because of people like Mr. Yishuanye and my father who are carrying the burden for us. They worked hard and wrote a glorious chapter for China, bringing peace and prosperity to the people. But what happens in the end? A great man like Mr. Qin is being bullied to such an extent by an internet celebrity. What kind of world is this? Must our hero bleed and cry? Follow closely. After understanding the situation in detail, an old-fashioned mobile phone with a badly worn keyboard came into the hands of Mr. Yuan. This time, the person Yuan Lao wanted to contact was Yang Rongsheng, the Minister of the National Defense Department of China. Yang Rongsheng, a descendant of a military family, is known as the toughest defense minister of our time. At the same time, he is also Mr. Yuan's best friend. Beep, beep. After a few rings, Yang Rongsheng answered Yuan Lao's call. Mr. Yuan, you're not going to tell me again that you want to move to a worse nursing home, are you? If that's the case, I'm dead. Obviously. On weekdays, Mr. Yuan often discussed with Minister Yang about transferring himself from the special sanatorium of Xia Medical to an ordinary sanatorium. This is the patriotic spirit of Mr. Yuan, who is content with poverty. He devoted half his life to the country, but did not seek any honor, rank, or any superior enjoyment. Officer Yang, I want to tell you something very important this time. Mr. Yuan said this in a very serious tone. Feeling the tone of Mr. Yuan, Yang Rongsheng immediately realized that what Mr. Yuan was going to say next must be extraordinary. Then he immediately replied solemnly, Mr. Yuan, please speak. That's all. Old Yuan quickly informed Yang Rongsheng of the fact that Yi Xian had been publicly slandered and framed on live TV, and had even been exposed online by countless people. Wait until Mr. Yuan finishes speaking. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. One could only faintly hear a series of cracking sounds from the fist joints caused by clenching the fist tightly. Without a doubt. At this time, Yang Rongsheng was extremely angry. I was so angry that I couldn't even utter a word. His eyes were filled with flames of anger. Eager to vent. Mr. Yuan, it's my fault that I failed to protect the true hero of our country. After a long silence, Yang Rongsheng said in a trembling voice. Academician Yi Xian has been wronged this time. But please rest assured, I will clear the name of Academician Yi Xian as soon as possible and severely punish all those involved. The words fell. Yang Rongsheng stood up and ordered his assistant with great rage. Find out everything for me within 24 hours. No matter who they are or what level of organization they belong to, do not show me any leniency. Academician Yi Xian has never failed China. How can we let him down even a little bit? Time flies. In a blink of an eye. Xiao Ruyu's live interview program has come to an end amid heated discussions across the internet. There is no suspense at all. This live interview brought another leap in Xiao Ruyu's fame. The number of Douyin fans has exceeded 60 million. This is a number that many top-tier actresses can hardly match. As for Yi Xian, under Xiao Ruyu's smear and slander, everyone felt that he had no chance of turning things around. From then on, social death. Not to mention continuing to study at Yenqing University, even whether I could return to my hometown and farm in peace was a big problem. On all the major platforms nowadays, whether it is Weibo, Douyin, Moments, Tushio, Tieba, forums, etc., people's abuse of Yi Xian can be seen everywhere. Especially Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans and those female boxers. They cursed more fiercely than each other. It seems that if Yi Xian doesn't come out and kneel down to apologize to Xiao Ruyu this time, they will never stop their fight. Men like Yi Xian are just wasting air and food when they are alive. If anyone bullies my Xiaoyu, our Yu family army will punish him no matter how far away he is. Is there anyone who would like to go with me to the gate of Yanda to hold up the banner tomorrow morning? If Yanda doesn't expel Yi Xian this time, I will blackmail this school for the rest of my life. I only care about when Yi Xian will be caught. Make a fuss, make a fuss. Make a big fuss about it, and let more sisters see the quality of Chinese men. When an overwhelming wave of public opinion swept the internet. Inside a luxurious villa. Xiao Ruyu, the behind-the-scenes mastermind of this incident, is now snuggling in the arms of her rich second-generation boyfriend. Certainly. Xiao Ruyu has never made public the fact that she has a boyfriend, and she would definitely not want to reveal it. She knows very well that only by maintaining her image as a single goddess will her loser fans continue to send her gifts. And how arrogant Xiao Ruyu is. It is not difficult to imagine that he, a rich second-generation boyfriend, is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. The fact that Xiao Ruyu can get to where she is today is closely related to the fact that she has this boyfriend. Husband. While hugging her boyfriend's neck, Xiao Ruyu said in a delicate voice. Didn't you say last time that you knew the editor-in-chief of Jingxing newspaper? How about, you ask Jingxing newspaper to speak out and support me? Okay, my dear husband. In China, Jingxing Daily has always been known as the barometer of the entertainment industry. Although it is not an official media, in the minds of many people, it is definitely the #1 media in the domestic entertainment industry. Over the past few years, many major events in the entertainment industry have been closely related to the Beijing Star News. And this time, Xiao Ruyu undoubtedly wanted to use the super media, Jingxing Daily, to put an end to this incident once and for all. It will also pave the way for her to enter the entertainment industry and become a top actress in the future. My dear, this is no problem. Touching Xiao Ruyu's face after plastic surgery, her boyfriend smiled gently, then took out his phone and sent a voice message to one of his WeChat friends. Editor-in-Chiefly, I'm Qin Zitao. You must have heard about the things that happened between these two Tian Xiaoyu. Where's Xiaoyu? She's my girlfriend. So, you understand, right? Just a moment later. That WeChat friend sent an okay hand gesture emoticon. Seeing this expression, Xiao Ruyu and her boyfriend immediately smiled at each other. It seemed as if everything would never be disturbed again. The dust has settled. However, they did not know that a devastating storm that they could not even imagine or withstand was approaching at a rapid speed. Around 10 p.m. With the complete success of the Tomorrow's Superstar program, the heat of the whole incident has reached a new level. And there is no doubt about it. Those crazy fans of Xiao Ryu and some female boxers have been sparing no effort to abuse Yi Xian and expose him online. The curse was extremely vicious. It's hard to describe how awful it is. The number of people attracted to watch the show is increasing. But just when many spectators were preparing to lie down and sleep and continue watching the show tomorrow morning, a bombshell suddenly exploded on the internet. That is, the industry's most prestigious Jingxing newspaper published a theme article on all its channels, including its official website, official WeChat account, official Douyin, VX public account, etc. We always firmly believe that evildoers will be punished. Although in the article, the Jingxing News did not mention Yi Xian's name at all. But anyone with a little reading comprehension ability can easily see that this article is written through analogy to satirize the Yi Xian incident. Its theme is very clear. Young women like Xiao Ruyu, who have self-respect, independence, and self-confidence, are role models worth learning from for many people. However, morally corrupt villains like Yi Xian will eventually not escape the people's scorn and severe punishment of the law. There were no surprises. As soon as this article came out, all of Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans and female boxers had a collective climax. Thumbs up for this conscientious media. Even the Jingxing newspaper is supporting our Xiaoyu. I'm so touched. If the Jingxing newspaper has already been defeated, then the other official media will definitely not be far behind. Humph, let's see whether Yi Xian survives this time. Forward, forward, forward. At Yanqing University, come and take a look. Your school has produced such a scumbag. Are you waiting for the new year instead of expelling him immediately? The influence of Beijing Star News in the industry is so huge. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the barometer of the entertainment industry. Less than half an hour after the Beijing Star News published the article, some big versus on major platforms who had originally planned to wait and see immediately took action. Either write an article or post a short video directly. Like a mad dog, he made up all kinds of malicious stories to attack Yi Xian. He directly criticized Yi Xian harshly. Joke. Even top media like Jingxing Daily has stopped, so how can they continue to wait and see? I think I can gain several thousand followers after I post this short video. You should write faster. The number of hits for Diving Eagle has increased several times by scolding Yi Xian in various ways. No. I have to make it even more cruel and make Yi Xian's evil character even more abominable. I won't sleep tonight. I will live stream all night and curse Yi Xian. I guess I can earn a lot of gifts from Xiao Ruyu's fans. It can be said that many unscrupulous self-media have been caught up in the carnival tonight. Because these people are extremely certain that the end of Jingxing News means that the entire incident has come to an end. And then, as long as you follow the trend and try your best to discredit Yi Xian, you will definitely not go wrong. If the criticism is harsh enough and exciting enough, it can resonate with Xiao Ruyu's fans and some female boxers, and greatly increase his traffic. Why not for them? As for whether what Xiao Ruyu said during the live broadcast was the truth, they are too lazy to verify. So, in just a few hours, countless pictures, Weibo posts, articles, and videos that defamed Yi Xian appeared on major internet platforms. Many bloggers have completely lost their bottom line for the sake of traffic. The rumor was so fabricated that it was simply disgusting. However, these low-level contents, which are obviously maliciously edited through Photoshop, are still able to attract the attention and likes of many people. Even forwarded crazily. Absurd. Inside Xiehe Hospital, when Liang Xiaohua saw the countless contents defaming Yixian on the internet, he instantly became furious and shouted. But after that, Liang Xiaohua said nothing. His eyes are full of determination. Because Liang Xiaohua believed that after this carnival, what would greet Xiao Ruyu and others would only be the most severe raid. Discrediting a teacher who is a national hero. There is only one way to go. The louder you scream now, the more miserable your death will be when the time comes. The night is getting deeper. In a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Yanjing, Yixian, who was extremely tired, just woke up from his sleep. This ordinary 3-bedroom apartment is the home of a highly respected old academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This old academician was actually a student that Yixian had previously taught. Yixian knew very well that he was being exposed online and would definitely not be able to return to school in the short term. No way. He had no choice but to find a place and have a good sleep. Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. Reward for this mission, brain development plus 5%. Current brain development degree, 25%. As soon as he woke up, Yixian heard an electronic sound in his mind. Then, Yixian felt very clearly that his brain seemed to be burning, and countless neurons were rapidly activated. In just a moment, this strange feeling disappeared. And Yixian's heartbeat accelerated wildly at this moment. It almost popped out of my chest. Because he truly felt that after gaining a 5% increase in brain area, his brain power was several levels stronger than before. If we say that Yixian used to be a machine with 100% working efficiency, so now, the efficiency of this machine is almost 200%. A full doubling of the improvement. How terrible! Feeling the terrifying improvement in his brain area, Yixian couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This is only 25% of the brain development. Yixian no longer dared to imagine what earth-shaking changes would occur when his brain development was increased to 100%. Just when Yixian was constantly imagining the future, he was extremely surprised to find that some magical changes seemed to have taken place in his eyes. Could it be that the theory I'm guessing is true? As if he had discovered a new continent, Yixian felt so happy that he couldn't express it in words. Before this, Yixian had specifically studied the only known creature on Earth with a brain development rate of over 20%, the dolphin. He discovered that dolphins have a magical echolocation system. This echolocation system is more powerful than any sonar invented by humans. It can easily detect any object in the water and locate it with extremely high precision. We should follow this fact. Yixian began to conceive a theory. Perhaps, when the human brain development rate exceeds 20%, we will be able to develop some extremely magical abilities just like dolphins. And now, Yixian has verified his guess. Administrative Building No. 1, Yanqing University, in the main conference hall. I believe that everyone has more or less understood what happened online recently regarding Yixian, a student in our school's mathematics department. Sitting on a large mahogany chair, Yan University President Gu Yunbo looked serious and spoke slowly. The reaction from netizens was very strong, and they almost unanimously demanded that our school expel Yixian immediately. Now, let's all share our thoughts, shall we? Speak freely. The words fell. The leaders sitting in the front row looked at each other, and then a middle-aged man began to express his opinion. Principal Gu, teachers, I think our school should and must expel Yixian as soon as possible. There are 3 reasons. First, there is a surge of public opinion online, and it is almost one-sided. If we fail to take action in time, it will be tantamount to standing against the people. Secondly, just last night, the mainstream media Jingxing newspaper publicly commented on this matter. Although this still cannot prove that what Xiao Ruyu said in the TV interview is definitely true, I believe that this should not be groundless. Third, I have consulted Comrade Wang Sheng, the head of the mathematics department of our school. Although Yixian has excellent grades, he often takes leave and is rarely in school. He often does not even come for final exams. I think it is not excessive to expel him given his situation. These words caused many participants to nod their heads. Obviously, they all agree with the point made by the middle-aged man just now. It is imperative to expel Yixian. Gu Yunbo then set his sights on Wang Sheng, the head of the mathematics department. Head Wang, is what Director Zhang just said true? Wang Sheng, who had a Mediterranean hairstyle, nodded immediately. That's right. Since entering school, Yixian has indeed frequently asked for leave, and the time he spends outside is much greater than the time he spends in school. However, this does not affect Yixian's studies. If I remember correctly, whenever Yixian took an exam, he was the first in the department. I think talents like this really shouldn't be fired. Wait until Wang Sheng finished speaking. Director Wang, I know you are eager to recruit talents, but does our Yanda University need such a talent? The middle-aged man immediately retorted. Our mathematics department is already the best in the country. How can losing a top student like him have any impact? Could it be possible that he could win a Fields Medal for our Yanda University? Right now, we should still prioritize maintaining the reputation of our Yanda. That's all. A series of discussions on this issue were sparked in the huge conference hall. However, there is no doubt that the majority of participants support the immediate expulsion of Yixian. No way. It's because the current online public opinion has become so terrifying that even a century-old institution like Yanqing University cannot bear it. So many netizens collectively condemned the incident, and even mainstream media such as Beijing Star News came out to support it. No matter how high the status of Yanqing University is, it will not withstand such tremendous pressure just for Yixian. When the discussion in the conference room was heated, Academician Wang Zhe, who had been with Yixian last night researching new battery technology, came to Yanqing University dragging his slightly tired body. He was originally one of the most famous and prestigious professors at Yanqing University. And the purpose of his coming, of course, was to find a group of suitable assistants for Yixian. After all, researching and developing a new technology inevitably requires hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of experiments. Having a good assistant to help will undoubtedly greatly speed up the research and development progress. Where are Professor Zhao and Professor Lei? Where did they go? When Academician Wang Zhe came to Yanda, he couldn't help but ask this question. Academician Wang. A female office worker immediately responded, several professors should be having a meeting in Administration Building No. 1 right now. Meeting? What kind of meeting? Wang Zhe asked another question out of curiosity. That's right. The female staff member immediately explained, the main purpose of this meeting is to discuss whether to immediately expel Yixian from the Department of Mathematics of our school. Who do you want to fire? After hearing this, Wang Zhe instantly became furious. Yixian from the Department of Mathematics. The female employee was obviously frightened by Wang Zhe's demeanor and replied in a daze, he is everywhere on the internet now. Wait until the female employee tells her what happened in the past 2 days. Then, Wang Zhe, who has always been humble and has never lost his temper, fell directly into a state of uncontrollable rage. These bastards. Wang Zhe, whose eyes were red with anger, cursed loudly as if he was venting his uncontrollable anger. The female employee was completely dumbfounded after hearing this scolding. Because he had never seen Academician Wang Zhe lose his composure like this. You know, Academician Wang Zhe is not only the signature professor of Yanqing University, but also a 5-star academician of the entire China. In the field of energy, Academician Wang Zhe is the absolute authority in the country. Even if you look at the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences, there are few people who can match the status of Academician Wang Zhe. Academician Wang Zhe is famous for his good temper. It has never even heard Academician Wang Zhe say a harsh word to anyone. So, the female employee scratched her head and couldn't understand why Academician Wang Zhe was so furious at this moment. Immediately contact Academician Lin Hui and Academician Sun Guodong and tell them to go to conference room 1 together in 10 minutes. After forcing himself to calm down, Wang Zhe gave instructions. Follow closely. He turned and went straight to the administration building. His eyes were still red and bloodshot because he was too angry. He finally understood why his teacher went to his house to sleep yesterday. It turns out that he was framed by a female internet celebrity. The teacher has silently contributed so much to the country. 10 Nobel Prizes are not enough to describe the teacher's achievements. But what about now? Because of a few words from an actor, he was exposed online and cursed by countless people. Hee hee. What is this? Our heroes, our patriots, are you going to bully them whenever you want? The teacher worked all night last night and didn't even have time to drink a sip of hot water. His body was almost numb from standing. Huang Zhe walked quickly towards the administration building, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Now, our Yanda University is actually going to expel him. Today, I will teach these useless guys a lesson on behalf of the teacher. Without a doubt. Academician Huang Zhe went to the conference hall to clear Yixian's name. What's more, I want to ask for an explanation and justice for Yixian. To be precise, Yixian has realized what a miraculous change has taken place in his eyes. Now, Yixian just needs to concentrate. Then, all matter, energy, life forms, etc. within its field of vision will be transformed into information flows. Then, as Yixian's eyes swept over them, these information flows would be easily interpreted by his memory at an extremely fast speed. For example, in the past, Yixian had a brain development level that surpassed all other humans. But if he wanted to finish reading a book, he had to turn the pages slowly, taking at least an hour. And now, with just a glance, Yixian could easily grasp all the contents of the book. In a sense, Yixian, after his eyes mutated, is like a humanoid supercomputer. As for all forms of content such as text, pictures, videos, etc., they are files stored in the cloud. If Yixian wants to know the information, he only needs to click to download and he can get it instantly. That speed is simply too fast. With this ability, I can master the knowledge of countless subjects in a short period of time. Feeling the magic of his own eyes, Yixian couldn't express how excited he was. Perhaps, in my lifetime, I will be able to witness with my own eyes the moment when our great country of China stands at the top of the world. This is Yixian's dream. It is also the driving force for countless people like Yixian who dedicate themselves to the country, hide their identities, fear no hardship, and overcome all obstacles. In order to realize this lofty dream, Yixian, like Yuan Lao and others, are willing to give everything they have. Even though this road is tortuous and bumpy, it is not easy to walk on. Even, you have to endure misunderstanding and ridicule from countless people. After briefly experiencing the special ability named, Eye of Information, by Yixian, Yixian quickly straightened his spirits and walked out of the bedroom. Then, he saw, not far away, a very small and simple study room which was completely converted from a storage room. There was an old man wearing glasses and with slightly thinning gray hair, who was reading some documents under a lamp. This old man is undoubtedly one of Yixian's students and also the owner of this house. Professor Huang Zhe, a 5-star academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the country's top expert in energy. Teacher, you're awake. Hearing the noise, Professor Huang Zhe immediately stood up respectfully and saluted Yixian. Yixian nodded, and then asked with a little curiosity, why do you look so worried? Could it be that you encountered some difficulties in your research? Teacher, something big has happened. Huang Zhe sighed slightly and said anxiously, just yesterday, a team from Kyoto University in Sakura country perfectly mastered the solid-state aluminum battery technology. Now, the global patent for this technology is in their hands. I'm afraid this year's Nobel Prize in Chemistry will go to their team. From these words, Yixian could clearly feel Huang Zhe's inner worry and unwillingness. Yixian could fully understand this. After all, solid-state aluminum battery technology has always been recognized as being able to lead the next energy era. Many years ago, the global scientific community reached a consensus. Whoever can master this technology first will become the global energy hegemon in the 21st century and reap huge profits. You know. In this era, various types of batteries have already penetrated into thousands of households. Especially in important fields such as mobile phones, automobiles, drones, communications, etc., batteries always occupy an extremely important position. However, traditional lithium batteries, because their electrolytes are liquid, are extremely flammable and volatile, which poses certain safety risks. More importantly, the energy density of traditional lithium batteries is actually very low, with a maximum of only 250 Wh/kg. This results in the lithium batteries installed in mobile phones being barely sufficient for use. But it is inevitable that you need to charge it once a day or even once every half a day. As for supplying electric vehicles and drones, that is bound to be stretched to the limit and even restrict the development of the entire industry. And what about solid-state aluminum batteries? Its electrolyte is solid and does not require the use of lithium-embedded graphite negative electrode. Under ideal conditions, it is possible to exceed 80,000 Wh/kg. In other words, the capacity of solid-state aluminum batteries is about 100 to 500 times that of traditional lithium batteries. What is the concept? The same mobile phone, if using a solid-state aluminum battery, may only need to be charged once a year. The range of electric vehicles will instantly surpass that of combustion vehicles, and even crush them. A sentence. This technological breakthrough means that countless related industries will usher in comprehensive innovation. In this case, just ask. Related companies from all over the world would try every possible means to purchase this technology from the Sakura country. You know. If we don't buy it, it means that we will fall behind in all aspects. When I think about the fact that so many related industries in China in the future will have to be restricted by the Sakura country, and even lose countless profits to the Sakura country. As the top academician in this field in the country, how could Huang Zhe feel good? Mr. Huang, take me to our Chinese Energy Research Center now. With a firm look in his eyes, Yi Xian said seriously. Give me a few more days and a group of reliable assistants, and I will give you a better and more perfect battery technology. As soon as these words came out, Huang Zhe was stunned on the spot, as if he was completely shocked by Yi Xian's words just now. In just a few days, we can develop a battery technology that is better and more perfect than solid-state aluminum batteries. To Huang Zhe, this is simply a fantasy. But for Yi Xian, it was completely different. If it were in the past, it would have been impossible for Yi Xian, who had almost never been involved in the battery industry, to develop a technology that surpasses solid-state aluminum batteries in just a few days. Not to mention anything else, just flipping through books and looking for information would take him at least half a month. But now, things are different. Yi Xian not only has 25% of his brain developed, but he has also opened the eye of information. Just a glance. Yi Xian can easily grasp all the information in all the materials. With such a special ability, Yi Xian will certainly be confident that he can create an unprecedented miracle. No problem, teacher. Although he felt deeply unbelievable, Huang Zhe quickly agreed out of his absolute trust in Yi Xian. So, not long after, Huang Zhe contacted a special car and went to the energy center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences with Yi Xian overnight to start research on new technologies. About half an hour later. If there is anyone in this world who can do this, it must be the teacher. In a laboratory at the China Energy Research Center, Huang Zhe's heart couldn't help but ripple as he looked at Yi Xian's back, who was forgetting everything and devoting himself to his work. There was even more respect in his eyes. Because in his eyes, at this moment, his teacher Yi Xian seemed like a lone hero, overcoming all obstacles and guiding the way forward for countless Chinese people. In a blink of an eye. It's the second day. I have to say. Until now, the popularity of the Yi Xian incident has not shown any signs of abating. The entire internet is discussing this crazily. Especially those female boxers who have almost no rationality at all, they simply want to kill Yi Xian. And because the outside public opinion is too overwhelming. Even a century-old institution like Yanqing University had no choice but to hold a general meeting. There is only one theme for the meeting. Discuss and study whether to expel Yi Xian. About 10 minutes later. Yanda Conference Hall Number 1. The special meeting to study whether to expel Yi Xian immediately has come to an end and entered the final stage of voting by raising hands. The result of the vote was not unexpected by most people. About 70% of the participants believed that Yi Xian should be expelled to set the record straight. Then I declare. Just when Principal Gu Yunbo was about to announce the decision to expel Yi Xian, suddenly, the door of the conference hall was pushed open. Then came a roar like an angry lion. Who dares to fire the teacher? Shocked and shouted. Everyone present was speechless. Each of their eyes was filled with infinite surprise. Even Principal Gu Yunbo, who was usually dignified and steady, was dumbfounded and almost slipped off his seat. The reason is simple. They all saw who the person was. They are the three most prestigious professors at Yenqing University, Wang Zhe, Lin Hui, and Sun Guodong. These three people, without exception, are all 5-star academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Any one of them is a national treasure. Even Gu Yunbo had to be respectful in front of the three of them and dared not show the slightest disrespect. So you can imagine. When these three people appeared together, it brought such a shock to Gu Yunbo and others. That's not all. The most important thing is what Wang Zhe just said: who dares to fire the teacher? These 6 simple words were like a thunderclap, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Everyone was shocked to the point of being almost stunned. Only in the depths of my heart, I screamed wildly. What did Academician Wang say just now? Teacher? Did he mean that Yi Xian is his teacher? Old he, you slapped me and I felt like I was hallucinating. What's going on? Yi Xian is just a student. How could he be Academician Wang's teacher? Oh my God. 3 national treasure-level academicians who are difficult for even CCTV to interview, actually, went out together for Yi Xian. What the hell is going on? There were no surprises. With the arrival of Wang Zhe and the other 2, the huge conference hall suddenly became silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked blankly at Wang Zhe and the other 2 outside the door, who were so furious that their eyes were red with anger, and had no idea what to do. Mr. Huang, Mr. Lin, Mr. Sun, why are you here? After being stunned for a long while, Principal Gu Yunbo finally came to his senses, then immediately stood up and ran over to greet Wang Zhe and the other 2. If we don't come, you guys will make a big mistake. Ignoring Gu Yunbo, Wang Zhe started to lecture him with anger in his eyes. Do you know who Yi Xian is, the person you want to expel? He is the common teacher of the 3 of us, and the only 9-star academician recognized by our Academy of Sciences. A person like the teacher can be regarded as a national treasure in any country in the world. He can enjoy the highest honor and be admired by hundreds of millions of people. Teacher, he should be treated as a national scholar. But what about you? You're actually thinking of firing a teacher just because of a rumor spread by an actor on the internet. If this makes the teacher feel cold, I don't think any of you can bear it. As Wang Zhe finished speaking, all the faculty and staff of Yanda University present were in a state of shock that was 10 times more exaggerated than before. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Yi Xian is not only the teacher of Academician Wang Zhe, but also the teacher of Academicians Lin and Sun. How is this possible? Is there really such a talented person on Earth? 9-star academician. Oh my God, up to now, no one in our country has ever been able to get a title of this level. It seems that Academician Wang is not joking. This can't be true, right? What Academician Wang just mentioned, is it really Yi Xian from our Department of Mathematics? Is Yi Xian a 9-star academician? After a strange silence, the entire conference hall was in an uproar. After all, what Wang Zhe just said was too unbelievable. Anyone who hears this will find it difficult to remain calm for a moment. He is the teacher of 3 national treasure-level academicians and the only 9-star academician in China. Oh my God. Such a national hero is actually Yi Xian, whom we want to expel. What on earth are we doing? 2 years ago, the teacher wanted China to take the lead in room-temperature superconducting technology. While everyone was in shock, Academician Lin Hui added with red eyes, he stayed awake for 67 hours, guarding the neutrino pulse machine all the time. When the experiment was finally completed, the teacher didn't have time to celebrate with us, but fainted in our research center due to severe dehydration and physical exhaustion. 1 year ago, Academician Lin Hui recounted 5 stories of Yi Xian in a row, and everyone present fell silent. The entire conference hall was eerily quiet. No one dared to make a sound. There was only respect in his eyes. That is the highest respect that only belongs to heroes. And when Academician Lin Hui finished speaking, Academician Sun Guodong also said solemnly with grief, 7 months ago, our Academy of Sciences controlled nuclear fusion prototype suddenly suffered a serious malfunction and could disintegrate at any time. It was the teacher who took on the task and worked hard for 28 days in that underground base that never sees the sun, before he finally repaired it. But you don't know what the teacher paid for this. That horrible magnetic field has caused irreversible damage to the teacher's body. The attending doctor once quietly told us that those injuries would most likely make it difficult for the teacher to live past the age of 40. There were no surprises. After Academician Sun Guodong finished speaking, the room remained dead silent. There is only shame and regret left in everyone's heart. Mr. Huang, Mr. Lin, Mr. Sun, could this be a mistake? Student Yixian is just a student at school, how could he be a 9-star academician of our country? The middle-aged man who was previously called Manager Zhang couldn't help but ask. What about students? With a cold snort, Wang Zhe said angrily. The teacher's talents are beyond what you and I can imagine. How could you, the youngsters who enjoy a comfortable life, know that the teacher has not closed his eyes since last night and has not even had time to drink a sip of water? What is this for, teacher? It is only to prevent China from being strangled by other countries in the development of the energy industry, which is crucial to the future. This is the idol that all of us deserve to look up to. For teachers, all of us should treat them as state-owned talents. That's all I have to say. What to do next is up to you. After saying, Huang Zhe and 2 other national treasure-level academicians turned around and left the conference hall. All that was left was the crowd, whose backs felt cold and whose foreheads were covered with sweat, sitting in their seats looking at each other in bewilderment. Half an hour later, Yanqing University released a major statement on the front page of its official website. The title, just 13 words. We will never let heroes bleed and cry. The content of the statement is concise and to the point. To sum it up, it can be summed up in one sentence. No matter how great the external pressure is, Yanqing University will swear to protect Yixian to the end. There were no surprises. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Public opinion from all walks of life was in an uproar, it was like a boiling pot. Especially those analysts who had concluded early on that Yixian would be fired, each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost and simply could not figure out the reason. In a short period of time, the news that Yan University refused to expel Yixian spread like mercury on the ground, spreading across major online platforms. Weibo, Douyin, Tushio, Moments, Tieba, etc., countless people were excited about this. Oh no, it should be said that the sky was boiling with anger. Yanda University actually dared to confront the whole society for a social scum. Haha, this is our China's top-notch university. Pa. My friend is an insider of Yanda University. He told me yesterday that the president of Yanda University is the uncle of this ego. It seems that it is probably true. At what's upstairs? The president of Yan University is actually this ego's uncle. We must report it. Those who agree, please support it. Brothers and sisters of the Yu family army, we must fight to the end. If they want to protect this kind of scum, why don't the teachers at Yanda just die? I've said it before, China's higher education is rotten. Amidst the accusations and abuses, this statement from Yanqing University was instantly pushed to the top of the hot search lists on major platforms. It was so popular that it shot straight to second place. Second only to the Yixian incident. And at the same time, the people from the agency are arranging for Xiao Ryu to meet with a famous domestic director to discuss the female lead for the new drama. Miss Xiao, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. A bald director clinked glasses with Xiao Ryu with a lecherous look in his eyes and then said so. There is no doubt that the two sides have reached an agreement on many issues of cooperation. No way. Xiao Ryu is so popular now that to some extent she is comparable to a first-line female star. Even though the price offered by Xiao Ryu's economic company was 500,000 per episode, many film and television companies were vying for it. Director Zhong, it's a pleasure to work with you. Xiao Ryu immediately greeted him with a smile, and even inadvertently straightened her proud chest, which aroused endless reverie. What a stunner. The bald director known as Director Zhong has already started to fantasize, after the filming starts, I must find an opportunity to use the hidden rules. That's all. After the two parties signed the contract, Xiao Ryu immediately posted the content on Weibo. Actor Xiao Ryu reports, please give me your advice / cute expression sticking out tongue / cute expression sticking out tongue. The picture below is, of course, a photo of him and director Zhong, as well as a beautiful photo that she had her assistant Photoshop countless times. Again, there were no surprises. The news that Xiao Ryu is about to work with director Guo on a film also became a hot topic in a short period of time. In the Weibo comments section, Xiao Ryu's crazy fans left a lot of messages. Wow! Our Xiaoyu has officially entered the entertainment industry. Although the entertainment industry is treacherous, I believe Xiaoyu will be able to keep herself clean and stay out of the mud. Xiaoyu's road to stardom will definitely be smooth, and our Yu family army will always support you. I heard that director Guo is very lustful. No, I have to go to Hengdian to watch over you. Looking at the enthusiastic comments of these crazy fans, Xiao Ryu, who was sitting in the business car, felt more and more like a queen high above everyone else. You are born to enjoy the pursuit of men. What are the brainless fans for? Aren't they here to serve her? It was at this time. The assistant at the side reminded, Sister Yu, Yanjing University issued a statement this morning, and they clearly stated that they would never expel Yixian. Oh. It's better not to fire him. Xiao Ryu, who believed that she had already won the game, raised her lips slightly. We can take this opportunity to continue to raise the heat of the incident. Notify the company immediately and ask them to find more marketing accounts and continue to repost the content crazily. Especially those big versus. If you give them more money, I don't believe they won't be tempted. The words fell. The assistant immediately followed Xiao Ryu's instructions and notified the economic company, intending to create a bigger and bigger public opinion frenzy in a short period of time. Xiao Ryu herself sent a WeChat voice message to her boyfriend Qin Zitao in her sweet voice. Honey, you must have heard about what happened at Yen University, right? I'm really pissed. Well, you know so many celebrities, can you think of a way to get them to forward a few Weibo posts in support of me? It only takes a few seconds after sending successfully. Qin Zitao responded with a voice message, baby, leave this little thing to me. Within 2 hours, I will find 100 celebrities to come and support you. Is that enough? I love you so much, husband. You are the best. Xiao Ryu replied excitedly. That's all. About an hour later. Nearly 100 celebrities came out one after another and reposted the Weibo posts in support of Xiao Ryu and the expulsion of Yixian. Among them, 5 are domestic top-tier traffic stars. They have a large number of fans and supporters, and their appeal is truly amazing. The fact that more than 100 celebrities came together to support the event was an earthquake-level event for the entire internet. In a short period of time, the traffic of major platforms was completely ignited. In addition, there are countless marketing accounts bought by Xiao Ryu's economic company, which are frantically promoting Xiao Ryu and establishing his persona, and even more frantically exporting Yixian and Yanjing University. So, it is not difficult to imagine how exaggerated this incident was hyped up in a short period of time. All major platforms were dominated by the Yixian incident. Today's hot search list. 1. Yixian incident. 2. Xiao Ryu signed a contract to star in the ancient costume palace drama, Palace of Pearls. 3. Statement from Yanqing University. 4. Yixian's information. 5. Review of the interview with Xiao Ryu. 6. Xiao Ryu Douyin. 7. Xiao Ryu was bullied. While the outside world was in turmoil, all kinds of demons and monsters were entering the scene. A top-level meeting of the Chinese Academy of Sciences is quietly taking place. Zhao Shuli, Wang Jie, Yu Dishan. These national treasures who are destined to be recorded forever in textbooks were all present without exception. The reason why these great scientists, who are usually extremely difficult to interview even by official media, are willing to put down their heavy work and come together for the meeting is that. Just for one person. Yixian. The only 9-star academician in the history of China. Lecture Hall No. 1, Yanqing headquarters of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At this moment, hundreds of full-time guards are standing in lines, guarding every door and passage meticulously. No one will have the chance to disturb them. After all, those who are qualified to sit in the lecture hall are all academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Each of them has made a vital contribution to China's scientific undertakings and future development. They are all national treasures. So, it is easy to imagine how high the level of this meeting is. It is even better than some international summits. In the brightly lit lecture hall, more than 800 academician-level scientists have already taken their seats. Only, most of the academicians still don't understand why the Academy of Sciences suddenly convened such a rare and special meeting. You know, the last special thematic meeting of the Academy of Sciences attended by all academicians was more than 50 years ago. Could it be that some academician's laboratory has made a breakthrough in some new super technology recently? The country wants to give him special recognition. Perhaps, our lithography technology has surpassed ASML and become the world's #1. Or perhaps, there has been a new breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. No matter what it is a blessing for our Chinese nation and our people. Yes. In recent years, China has repeatedly made important breakthroughs in science and technology. In many fields, we are no longer subject to the control of others. This is definitely the greatest blessing for our Chinese nation. The highly respected scientists were communicating with each other and they all seemed to be in a very good mood. That's all. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Hong, president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and others slowly walked into the lecture hall. The second special thematic meeting in China's history officially kicked off. It seems like something is wrong. Soon, most of the academicians noticed something was wrong. Originally they thought that it must be the team of some academician that had achieved major scientific research results. This led to the convening of this special thematic meeting. However, they were surprised to find that the expressions of Dean Zhou Hong and others on the big screen were clearly solemn and angry. There was an even more sorrowful look in his eyes. This instantly made the smiles disappear from the faces of the academicians present who were unaware of the inside story. What happened? Could it be that in addition to conquering solid-state aluminum battery technology, Sakura country has also made breakthroughs in more powerful technology? Just when the academicians were at a loss, following a signal from President Zhou Hong, a series of photos immediately appeared on the big screen. Like a slideshow, it is displayed one by one. The first one shows a person who looks very weak, with cracked and white lips, working against time in the laboratory. The second photo shows a man in a heavy anti-radiation suit, working hard to repair a giant machine that looks like it will fall apart at any time, despite the huge underwater pressure. The third picture shows a person holding a piece of chalk and speaking at the podium. The person listening to the lecture was Academician Qin Feng, an absolute authority and national treasure-level expert in the field of strong-field laser physics in China. The fourth one. The fifth one. One photo after another appeared, and all the academicians present had their eyes wide open, their hearts filled with disbelief. Because the photos just shown are all about the fields in which China has made major breakthroughs and even crushed the world in recent years. And the person who appeared in every photo just now was clearly the same person. That is to say, the young man in the photo has participated in all scientific research that has achieved significant results in China in recent years. The most important thing. According to the photos, all the 5-star and 6-star academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences have heard his lectures. How could a young man be the teacher of all the 5-star and 6-star academicians in China? This is really shocking. Even these academicians who were used to big scenes found it extremely unbelievable at this moment. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? My country, China, has produced such a genius. Even Academician Nie Zhenhua listened to his lectures obediently. This is too. The entire lecture hall was instantly in uproar. Every academician felt sincerely unbelievable. And just at this moment, Dean Zhou Hong slowly stood up from the podium, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then he began to introduce himself solemnly without a script. Next, I would like to introduce to you the person in the photo. His name is Yi Xian. He is very young, but he is already a 9-star academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As Dean Zhou Hong finished speaking, in the entire lecture hall, all the academicians who were unaware of the inside story were stunned and fell into a brief silence. After the silence, there were exclamations in the lecture hall. 9-star academician. Did I hear that correctly? In the history of our country, there has never been a 9-star academician. What on earth is going on? Even if you develop the world's most advanced photolithography technology, it is impossible to get the title of 9-star academician. It seemed as if this scene had been expected. Dean Zhou Hong's expression remained unchanged throughout the whole process, and he soon raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet again. Follow closely. He raised his eyes, and with an absolutely respectful tone, he began to talk about Yi Xian's great contribution to the development of science in China in recent years. 3 years ago, Zhou Hong talked about every matter, no matter how big or small, for 3 hours before he finished. Wait until Zhou Hong finished speaking. There was no longer any questioning voice in the lecture hall. All that's left is absolute admiration. Many academicians even shed heroic tears for Yi Xian. Indeed. Over the years, Yi Xian has contributed so much to the development of China and the welfare of its people. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian almost lost half of his life. I actually didn't know this name until today. An old academician said with tears in his eyes, "President Zhou, you really should have made Yi Xian's contribution known to the world earlier." Zhou Hong gave the following explanation. On the one hand, we don't make Mr. Yi Xian's achievements public because Mr. Yi Xian once specifically asked us to keep his identity secret. On the other hand, we are also afraid that those foreign forces will try every means to harm Mr. Yi Xian. I think everyone can understand, right? After listening, a number of academicians nodded in agreement. How could they not understand that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? But suddenly, Zhou Hong's expression became extremely angry and sad. He paused for a moment, then said in a firm tone, "Our Academy of Sciences has decided that starting today, we will thoroughly publicize Mr. Yi Xian's achievements so that Mr. Yi Xian can enjoy all the glory he deserves." After looking around the entire lecture hall, Zhou Hong's expression became more solemn and angry. It's like there's a raging fire inside me, and I have no way to vent it. Then he forced himself to calm down, and then said in a deep voice, "I know that everyone is very curious about why we suddenly held this meeting and why we want to make Mr. Yi Xian's achievements public. It's very simple. In recent days, Mr. Yi Xian has been subjected to extremely crazy online exposure and criticism because he did not give way to an internet celebrity." Just as Zhou Hong finished speaking, on the giant projection screen in the lecture hall, there were countless screenshots of Yi Xian being exposed online, being wildly cursed by Xiao Ryu's brainless fans, being condemned in articles by marketing accounts, and being criticized in videos by Big Versus. One picture after another, every academician present felt a shocking and strong feeling of grief and indignation. There was obvious heartache and indignation in everyone's eyes. The eyes of many academicians were already red. A pair of palms had unconsciously clenched because of excessive anger. There were even some academicians with upright character who slammed the table and stood up. Without a doubt, everyone present here could not tolerate such a thing happening. The only 9-star academician of our Academy of Sciences was bullied because of an actor. What a bastard world this is. I finally understand why Dean Zhou looked so unhappy today. It turns out that something so chilling happened. No wonder we were asked to come here for this meeting. I now feel that this meeting is absolutely necessary. My income is 10 or 100 times lower than those of celebrities and internet celebrities, but I can tolerate it. But I can never tolerate something like this. For a moment, all the academicians in the lecture hall were outraged by Yi Xian's experience. As many academicians have said, they don't care that their income is much lower than that of some celebrities and internet celebrities. Even if you work for your entire life, you may not earn as much as a celebrity earns in one day. Many people work diligently, hardworkingly, and incorruptibly throughout their lives, just for the country to become more prosperous. But they really couldn't bear it that a national hero like Yi Xian had to suffer such a fate because of a few one-sided words from an internet celebrity. In their minds, Yi Xian is definitely the backbone of the nation, worthy of respect and love from hundreds of millions of people. It is worthy of the protection of the entire country and the highest level of honor. But what about now? A small actor dared to openly bully Academician Yi Xian. This is intolerable. I understand everyone's feelings and feel the same way. Looking around, Zhou Hong then said very seriously, please rest assured, our Academy of Sciences will definitely give Academician Qin the best explanation for this matter. So I propose that, starting today, all of Academician Qin's achievements be made public to the entire country and even the world, and all the honors that Academician Qin deserves be restored. At the same time, we will organize a century-level ceremony for Academician Qin, officially announcing that Academician Qin is the only 9-star academician in our country so far. As for those who exposed Academician Qin online. When he said this, Zhou Hong's tone became extremely cold. He only paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I propose that all members of our Academy of Sciences immediately write a joint letter to the highest level, demanding justice for Academician Qin. The words fell. More than 800 academicians present responded. That's just what it should be. Academician Qin deserves a lifetime of glory. I never want to see heroes bleed and cry again. I suggest that this matter be handled with lightning speed, and those who spread rumors about Academician Qin should not be given any room to escape. So, more than 800 academicians of the Academy of Sciences began to sign their names on a joint letter. A joint letter. Just for Qin. This is the true treatment of a national hero. Anyone can easily imagine how important this joint letter is. It is also easy to imagine what kind of thundering crushing will greet Xiao Ruyu and others when this joint letter reaches the ears of heaven. Shortly after the joint letter was signed, an emergency contact text message from the China Energy Research Center was suddenly sent to Huang Zhe's mobile phone. As soon as Huang Zhe saw this text message, he stood up and almost dropped his phone on the ground because of his shaking hands. And in his eyes, tears were instantly visible. What's wrong, Mr. Huang? Seeing that something important seemed to have happened to Huang Zhe, Academician Zhou Hong frowned slightly and couldn't help asking. Teacher, he. Huang Zhe had tears in his eyes and was hesitant to speak. Finally, he handed the phone to Zhou Hong's desk with trembling hands. Zhou Hong and others took a closer look. The following text was written on the message. During the experiment, Academician Qin was unfortunately hit by a neutron beam on his right knee due to equipment failure, resulting in serious injuries. He has now been sent to Xie Hospital for emergency treatment. For a while, Zhou Hong and others fell into collective silence. No one said another word. Only faint sobbing sounds could be heard coming from the podium. Fellow academicians. After a long time, Zhou Hong took a deep breath, then stood up and said loudly. Our Academician Qin has been working since last night and has not even had time to drink a sip of hot water, but, unfortunately he was seriously injured during the experiment. Academician Huang and I are going to Xie Hospital to visit him immediately. Is there anyone willing to go with us? As soon as these words came out, all the academicians present, without exception, expressed their desire to go to Xie Hospital together to visit Qin, whose right knee was seriously injured. And at the same time, in a 5-star hotel in Yanjing, Xiao Ruyu, who was doing a live broadcast to show her cuteness and solicit gifts from fans, suddenly received a message from one of her crazy fans. Xiao Ruyu's fan is a security guard at Xie Hospital. Although his monthly salary was only 8,000 yuan, 7,000 yuan would be used to buy gifts for Xiao Ruyu. So, among Xiao Ruyu's fans, this security guard is a well-known person. And this security guard just stated with great confidence in the barrage. Just now, Qin was sent to the orthopedic department of their Xie Hospital. For a while, the crazy fans in Xiao Ruyu's live broadcast room all had a collective climax. The whole world is celebrating, and everyone is happy. I can guarantee that it must have been done by one of our brothers from the Yu family army. Good injury, wonderful injury. This kind of scumbag should have his bones broken more times. After Xiao Yu goes off the air, is there anyone willing to go with me to the orthopedic department of Xie Hospital to give Yigo a proper visit? The news that Qin was injured and hospitalized soon caused cheers among Xiao Ruyu's fans. It seemed as if their battle had achieved a crucial victory. The security guard who was a crazy fan even took photos and videos and posted them on his Moments, Weibo, and Douyin short video. So, one person tells 10 people tell 100 people. This incident quickly went viral on major online platforms, attracting the attention of countless people. Certainly. There is no doubt that most people believe that Yixian was definitely beaten into the hospital by a brave fan of Xiao Ruyu. Serves you right. This kind of scum deserves a beating. I don't know which big guy did this, I want to give him a thumbs up. I heard that Ego broke his leg. That's great. Why don't you just break Ego's hands and feet? Men like him should be thrown into the garbage dump and buried. Countless people are posting their comments online. Or, gloat over someone else's misfortune. Or, just have a blast. In short, Yixian, who was exposed online and became the target of public criticism, once again became the focus of heated discussion. After hearing the news, Xiao Ruyu almost couldn't hide the smile on her face. Now you know what will happen if you offend me, right? You're just a piece of trash, go to hell as soon as possible. Sneering in his heart, Xiao Ruyu felt indescribably happy. But she is particularly good at acting, but on the surface she pretends to be a very saintly person. She quickly turned to the camera and said to her fans with a kind look. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. We, the Yu family army, must not hurt others at any time. As soon as these words came out, those crazy fans in the live broadcast room were instantly moved by Xiao Ruyu's kindness. All kinds of gifts were given out like crazy all of a sudden. The comments were even more overwhelming. Our Xiao Yu is just too soft-hearted. Even at this time, she is still advising us not to be impulsive and not to hurt Ego. No problem, I will always protect the best Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, I'm waiting for your TV series to start airing. Good people are often bullied. Our Xiao Yu was bullied by Ego just because she was too kind. Anyway, I have only one idea. Whoever bullies Xiao Yu will be punished. Looking at these comments and gifts, Xiao Ruyu naturally felt indescribably proud. These losers are so easy to fool. While she was secretly delighted, she secretly sent a WeChat message to her boyfriend Qin Zitao. The content of WeChat is very simple. She hoped that Qin Zitao could use some of his social connections to expel Yixian from the hospital. It would be best to find a few more people to give Yixian a good beating. In this way, not only can she vent her anger better, but she can also stir up the heat of the incident. It's like killing two birds with one stone. I'm such a marketing genius. Xiao Ruyu secretly praised herself. Only she was not worthy at all. There was a huge thunderstorm hanging in the sky above her head. Once it comes, it will be her death. Xiehe Hospital, Orthopedics Campus. When the news came out that Yixian had injured his right knee, Liang Xiaohua, Yuan Lao and others all rushed over to visit as soon as possible. At the same time, they also notified the Chinese Medical Association and the National Defense Department respectively. There were no surprises. The Chinese Medical Association directly ordered the best orthopedic surgeons in Yanjing and even in the country to rush to Xia Hospital to perform surgery on Yixian. There is only one principle. At all costs, Yixian's right knee must be restored to its original state. Moreover, we need to arrange the best wards, the best nurses, and the best meals. Everything must be carried out according to the highest standards. Anyone who is careless in the treatment of Yixian will have his medical license revoked and will never be re-employed. The National Defense Department immediately dispatched hundreds of guards to guard the ward where Yixian was located 24 hours a day. Make sure no one can disturb Yixian in the slightest. Not to mention the harm. In this regard, Minister Yang Rongxing also issued a death order. If protection is inadequate, the person will be dismissed and investigated immediately. As the news of Yixian's injury and hospitalization spread like wildfire on the internet, media personnel of all sizes, including some self-media workers, immediately poured into Xia Hospital like a swarm of fish. After all, the Yixian incident is so popular now, those media personnel who are eager to create chaos in the world, of course, want to attract more traffic to themselves by reporting on Yixian's injury. Hurry up, keep up with me. I must take a first-hand video this time. I don't know which brave man did this, but he is truly a great benefactor to us self-media workers. I wonder if there will be any fans of Xiao Ruyu who will beat up Yixian again in the ward later. If so, that would be great. Yi Xian finally showed up. I was waiting to pay him to be interviewed by me and talk about his mental journey over the past few days. Wow, this topic will definitely increase my followers by hundreds of thousands. At least several hundred media workers rushed to the orthopedic hospital as quickly as possible, afraid that I would be half a step slower. However, when they came to 100 meters away from the orthopedic hospital, they were extremely surprised to find that the entire orthopedic hospital was under strict control. No outsider is allowed to take even a single step inside. What was most unbelievable to them was that the people carrying out the control tasks were not the security guards of Xia Hospital. Instead, they are hundreds of full-time guards from the National Defense Department who are armed with live ammunition and full of righteousness. Every guard has a heroic demeanor, which makes people feel infinitely safe. This simply stunned every media worker present. The reason is simple. They had never seen such high standards of control. Surprisingly, hundreds of full-time guards were dispatched at once. Last month, a head of government from another country visited China, and the National Defense Department only sent more than 10 guards. And now, hundreds. No one could imagine what kind of existence could make the National Defense Department pay so much attention to it. Which important official from our country is staying in the ward? Just when the media workers were confused but also shocked by what was happening before their eyes, a deputy director-level doctor knocked on the door of the office of the director of Xia Hospital. His name is Yao Yuan. It was Xiao Ruyu's boyfriend Qin Zitao who used some social connections and money to specially find a lobbyist. As for his mission, it is very simple. Persuade the director of Xia Hospital to kick out Yi Xian, who is currently hospitalized. Yao Yuan is naturally full of confidence for such a task. The reason is simple. Yao Yuan knew very well what was the hot topic on the internet in recent days. In his perception, Yi Xian has long been the target of public criticism and the object of everyone's curse. Want to turn over? Absolutely not. Even mainstream media like Jingxing Daily has gone bankrupt, so Yi Xian is doomed to face social death soon. So, Yao Yuan was extremely confident that as long as he reported the situation to the dean, he could accomplish his task directly. It's Southwest easy to drive Yi Xian away. Just saying a few words can earn you 100,000 yuan. It's so cool to do business with young Master Qin. Yao Yuan muttered happily in his heart, then quickly straightened his expression and said slowly, "Dean Lin, I just heard that our orthopedic department has admitted a patient named Yi Xian. You may not know what kind of person this Yi Xian is. Well, you can go to Weibo, Moments, or Douyin and take a look. Almost everyone is cursing Yi Xian. They are simply scum, villains, and social parasites. If our hospital admitted such a person who was reviled by the entire internet, I'm afraid public opinion would be very, very unfavorable to us. Therefore, I solemnly suggest to you that you immediately expel Yi Xian from the hospital and let him fend for himself." Because he was too confident, Yao Yuan kept talking to himself about the speech he had prepared long ago. He spoke with great enthusiasm, his face beaming with joy and his whole attention focused. So much so that he didn't even notice when he mentioned the word Yi Xian. Dean Lin Zhenhua, who was sitting opposite him, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. The rage in his eyes seemed as if fire could burst out at any moment. Others may not know Yi Xian's identity yet. But as the director of the Association Hospital and one of the vice presidents of the Chinese Medical Association, how could Lin Zhenhua not know? He is the only 9-star academician in the history of China. The true backbone of the country. A national hero who deserves all the efforts of the entire nation to protect. So, when Lin Zhenhua heard Yao Yuan's proposal, he became furious. His first reaction and action was to pick up the teacup at hand and smash it directly into Yao Yuan's face. Bang! Because he hit her too hard, the cup shattered on Yao Yuan's face. Not only did Yao Yuan's face get scratched by the broken glass, but he was also splashed with water. It was extremely embarrassing. This blow obviously stunned Yao Yuan. What's wrong, Dean Lin?" Feeling the fierce anger in Lin Zhenhua's eyes, Yao Yuan suddenly had a very ominous premonition. "What's wrong? You've been fired." Lin Zhenhua was too lazy to say any more nonsense to Yao Yuan, and said coldly, Pack up and get out of here." After saying this, Lin Zhenhua showed no mercy at all and directly ordered the security guard at the door to take Yao Yuan away and throw him out of Xia Hospital. Why on earth? Yao Yuan, who was kicked out of Xia Hospital, was completely confused. Just because he proposed to expel Yi Xian, he, a deputy director, was fired. Moreover, he was fired immediately without any room for maneuver. What on earth is going on? Obviously, Yao Yuan had no idea how serious a mistake he had just made. Now, he just wants to keep his position as deputy director. After all, for Yao Yuan, the position of deputy director of Xia Hospital is a real golden signboard. With this sign, he doesn't know how much extra benefits he can get in a year. So, he calmed himself down and started calling the president of the Chinese Medical Association to file a complaint against Lin Zhenhua. "Hello, is this President Wu? I'm Yao Yuan from Xia Hospital, and I want to report a situation to you." Soon, Yao Yuan informed President Wu Wenzhong of the Chinese Medical Association of what had just happened in detail. Certainly. What he focused on describing was that Lin Zhenhua hit him in the face with a water cup without asking for any reason, and made the decision to expel him directly without going through any organizational procedures. Just when Yao Yuan naively thought that President Wu would definitely do justice for him. On the other end of the phone, a more indifferent voice came. "Deputy Director Yao Yuan, right? On behalf of the Chinese Medical Association, I solemnly inform you that your medical license, Yao Yuan, has been revoked. From today on, you are not allowed to participate in any medical-related activities or engage in any medical-related work. Also, we will immediately send someone to investigate your income." After listening, Yao Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He really couldn't understand why this was happening. He just accepted some benefits from others and proposed to expel Yi Xian, but was directly fired. Now, after making a phone call to complain, even his medical license was revoked. The most frightening thing is that he might be imprisoned for accepting bribes. "President Wu, can you tell me why this is happening?" Yao Yuan, who was in deep despair, was almost going crazy at this moment. "Why? You'll soon find out." After such an indifferent voice, the only sound on the other end of the phone was the beep, beep sound of hanging up. At the same time, outside the orthopedic campus of Xia Hospital, the media workers who had wanted to take good photos or videos of Yi Xian to catch some attention and earn some traffic were all beating their chests and feeling distressed because they were unable to enter the strictly controlled hospital area. "I'll stay here and guard it. I don't believe that Yi Xian won't come out. I don't know which important person has been admitted to the orthopedic hospital, but he has been assigned such high-level security. Yi Xian's luck is really good. He actually met an important person who also came to the hospital. Who says it's not true? If it was any other time, I guarantee that his other leg would also be broken by one of Xiao Ryu's fans." The media workers were bored and talked to each other to kill time. What is beyond doubt is that they did not connect Yi Xian with the important figure they were talking about. No way. According to the information that has been revealed, Yi Xian is just an ordinary student at Yenqing University. Just when these media workers were chatting endlessly, dozens of the highest standard coaster official vehicles drove into the orthopedic hospital area one after another. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded and shocked. Because they all know very well that a coaster business car of this specification is simply not something that ordinary people can use. Even if you are worth 10 billion, you are not qualified. But what about now? Dozens of them appeared one after another. Just ask yourself, who would not be horrified to the extreme? Oh, I'm not dazzled, am I? Can anyone tell me what level of important person lives in this hospital? Surprisingly, he can attract so many people of such high status to visit together. Oh my God. I really learned a lot today. I have to post this on Weibo right away. I've definitely had an eye-opener today. If I post this to my friends, it'll probably go viral. For a moment, many media workers were amazed. It was as if I had seen the most spectacular scene in my lifetime. Most of them, including patients and caregivers already in Xia Hospital, took out their mobile phones, cameras, etc. and started taking pictures frantically. No way. The scene before our eyes was too shocking for any ordinary person. Whoever sees it will never forget it. It may even become the biggest topic of conversation at drinking parties in their lives. He would tell everyone he met, "You may not believe it, but that year I was at Xia Hospital and saw dozens of top-of-the-line coasters up close. Under the warm sunshine." Everyone present held their breath, and their eyes never left the coaster official cars. Because everyone really wanted to know which big shots would get out of the car next. That's all. Under the gazes of countless people, the automatic doors of one coaster business car after another opened. Then, one by one, armed guards, protecting more than 800 academicians of the Academy of Sciences, walked out of the cars one after another and entered everyone's sight. It's Academician Sun Guodong, this year's recipient of the Medal of the Republic. That guy over there looks to be Academician Lu Shuping. Time magazine once said that he is a world-class aerodynamicist who is worth 8 divisions. Oh my god. Academician Hong Feiyun is here too. He's a scientific giant that even CCTV News can't interview. I'm not seeing things. That's last year's Nobel Prize winner in physics, Academician Wang Xusheng. What? Even Academician Qin Tianhai is here. If I remember correctly, he is the highest-ranking 6-star academician in China. Even his student has become an academician now. With his status and position, he would actually come to visit others in person. When many academicians got off the car one by one, the crowd immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. No one can remain calm. Because everyone knows it very well. Every person they just saw, without exception, was the kind of person who could be written into textbooks. If you just move your feet, the entire Chinese scientific community will be shaken. Every one of them is an academician of our Chinese Academy of Sciences. In the completely excited crowd, there was a reporter who, looking at the group photo of the Chinese Academy of Sciences that he had just found on his mobile phone, finally uttered such a wild cry. As soon as these words came out, immediately, it was like a bolt of thunder, causing everyone's mind to buzz. Because no one could imagine what kind of person would be hospitalized and attract more than 800 academicians to visit him. They dare not even dream of such treatment. Amid countless exclamations and the burning gazes of witnesses, all the academicians of the Academy of Sciences, headed by President Zhou Hong, finally arrived at the first checkpoint deployed by the professional guards of the National Defense Department. "We are here to visit Mr. Yixian." Dean Zhou Hong immediately stated his purpose. Although this sentence is only a dozen words. However, there was no suspense at all. As soon as these words were spoken, all the onlookers present fell into deathly silence. The scene that was originally like an explosion suddenly became eerily silent. Almost every media worker opened their mouths wide at this moment. The eyes widened into round shapes. It was as if I had heard the most incredible news in my lifetime. A few seconds later, they were still all stunned, as if struck by lightning. No way. The shock they received from Dean Zhou Hong's words just now was too great. It was so intense that they simply couldn't digest it all at once. "Come in." Those full-time guards obviously recognized Academician Zhou Hong and others at the first time, so they let them pass. By the time most of the academicians had entered the campus, the onlookers gradually came to their senses. "Someone come and slap me. I think I just had an auditory hallucination. What did Dean Zhou Hong just say? They are here to visit Yixian. Isn't this a bit of a joke? Am I dreaming? Or do we have the same name?" Although they have come to their senses, many people still have a blank mind. They screamed in shock and began to swallow their saliva desperately to ease the shock in their hearts that felt like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of full-time guards provide strict protection. More than 800 academicians came to visit together. And this person is actually Yixian, who has been wildly exposed online in the past few days. Everything was completely beyond the limits of their cognition. They even dared not to imagine how terrifying Yixian's identity was. But there was one thing they were all absolutely certain of. That is, this time, even gods cannot save Xiao Ruyu. At the same time, In one of the most confidential places in Yanjing, inside a solemn and majestic office, there was an old man who was reviewing the documents at hand very carefully. The attentive secretary beside him soon noticed that tears had welled up in the old man's eyes. There was a hint of anger in his expression that he rarely had in normal times. What the old man was reading was the joint letter just written by more than 800 academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. In addition, 18 organizations, including the Chinese Medical Association, submitted petitions one after another hoping to publicize Yixian's achievements and restore Yixian's reputation. After reading all these documents, the old man's eyes shone, and then he picked up the pen at hand and wrote a paragraph of approval. "We are ashamed of our countrymen." Obviously. After seeing this approval document, the secretary already knew what he had to do next. About half an hour later, in a lecture hall, important Chinese officials arrived one by one. What kind of big thing happened? Secretary Qin actually called me personally and asked me to come to a meeting. Everyone present felt a little confused at the moment. It is no wonder that these important officials feel so surprised at this moment. Because these important officials are all the top leaders of major functional departments in China. Some are in charge of radio and television, some are in charge of the internet, some are in charge of media, and some are in charge of film and television. In short, anyone who had any connection with propaganda and public opinion work was present without exception. Before this emergency meeting actually began, they chatted with each other. Obviously, they were all discussing fiercely what kind of major event had occurred. It actually caused Secretary Qin to call them personally and ask them to come to the meeting within half an hour. That's Secretary Qin. Needless to say who he represents. There is no need to think too much about the importance of this meeting. No matter what happens, after this meeting, I'm afraid our country of China will be shaken. Each and every important official was extremely confident in his heart. Finally, less than a minute after all the important officials arrived, Secretary Qin walked into the lecture hall. Swish. The projection screen at the front of the lecture hall suddenly lit up at this moment. 6 eye-catching characters appeared on the screen. "We are ashamed of our countrymen." Seeing such a meeting theme, every important person present frowned unconsciously. Because from these few words, they can fully understand the seriousness of the situation. It can even be assumed that they committed serious negligence in their work. Secretary Qin didn't say much. He simply raised his eyes and scanned each of the important officials one by one before he spoke. "Now, let me introduce someone to you. His name is Yixian. 3 years ago, China's 6th-generation aircraft development lagged behind significantly. I think everyone knows the reason. The strongest engine in China at that time had a thrust-to-weight ratio of less than 0.13, which was almost twice as low as the 0.27 record set by the world's most advanced F-32. Once a war breaks out, such a gap will be difficult to make up. At that time, all the academicians of the 2 academies in China were helpless. Foreign media even made wild claims, saying that China would never be able to catch up to this gap in 20 years. Just when we were helpless against such ridicule, a man appeared. His name is Yixian, and he is the only 9-star academician in the history of our country. Just like that, after working for 7 full days and nights in the dark underground research base, Academician Yixian finally completed a design drawing that can produce an engine with a thrust-to-weight ratio of more than 0.3. It was with that blueprint that China began to possess a true 6th-generation aircraft. Secretary Qin told story after story with great affection. Almost all of Yixian's contributions to China in many aspects over the past 3 years were recounted in detail. Energy, food, medicine, power. In each of these fields where China has made major breakthroughs in recent years, Yixian has made great contributions. It would even be frank to say that it is because of Yixian's existence that China has been able to achieve such a huge breakthrough in recent years. Yixian's achievements are so great that there is no way to describe them. According to the evaluation of many academicians, if a patriot like Yixian lived in ancient times, he would have been deified directly. The important officials were all sweating profusely after listening to this. Some were so nervous that their clothes on their backs got wet. The reason is simple. They knew something about the recent Yixian incident on the internet. However, they never expected that Yixian was reviled by countless people. He actually made a huge contribution to China in obscurity. He is also the only 9-star academician in the history of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Such a person should have enjoyed the highest honor. However, because of a few slanderous words from an actor, he suffered endless criticism and online exposure. Such an incident occurred. In a sense, it can be said that it was a serious dereliction of duty on their part. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. I finally understand why Secretary Qin called them over so anxiously and held such an emergency meeting. Such a hero, such a national figure, was actually exposed online. I, as the person in charge of the internet, am truly guilty. If I remember correctly, Xiao Ruyu publicly slandered Yixian and defamed our countrymen in a TV interview yesterday. As the person in charge of radio and television, I failed to supervise properly. Even if you fire me, I won't complain at all. We are truly unworthy of our countrymen. Every important official present was extremely angry about Yixian's experience and lowered their heads in shame. See this scene. Secretary Qin didn't say anything else, because he knew very clearly that everyone present would make the most correct choice next. After a brief silence, Secretary Qin glanced around again, and then ended this emergency meeting with one last sentence. Don't let the heroes bleed and shed tears. Anyone can feel it. When Secretary Qin said this, a tremendous anger burst out from his eyes. Yes. Yes. All the important officials present stood up immediately and made the most serious response. Less than 10 minutes after the emergency meeting ended, Xiao Ruyu, who is still live streaming, is still in crazy money-making mode. The popularity of the live broadcast room has always remained high. She called him brother all the time, which attracted countless crazy fans to give him gifts. The popularity of the barrage is also extremely high. Xiaoyu is so beautiful today, I love her so much. Can anyone tell me how Yigo is doing? How many legs are broken? Brothers and sisters of the Yu family army, our battle is not over yet. We must find a way to get Yixian expelled from Yen University. When will Xiaoyu's Palace of Pearls start filming? I want to be an extra. But at this moment, extremely suddenly, Xiao Ruyu's live broadcast room was directly banned. Oh no, it's not a ban at all, but a permanent cancellation of this live broadcast room. No matter how those crazy fans of Xiao Ruyu entered the room number or the 3 words Xiao Ruyu, the search results were always empty. What's going on? Xiao Ruyu, who was happily receiving gifts, was suddenly stunned. Her first reaction, of course, was that there was a system failure and it would be fixed after a while. So, she quickly took out her cell phone and prepared to send a notification to her fan group, asking those losers who sent her gifts every day to be patient. However, before he had typed a few words, Xiao Ruyu was extremely surprised to find that several of his fan groups had all been banned. There is not even a way to unblock it. That is to say, all of her groups have been permanently blocked. What's going on? Such a sudden situation really surprised Xiao Ruyu. Even a little scared. An extremely ominous premonition began to emerge in her heart. It must be an illusion, an illusion. Comforting himself in this way in his heart, the next moment, Xiao Ruyu opened his Weibo. Fortunately, Weibo has not been blocked yet. That's what I said, it must be an accident. Xiao Ruyu was so surprised that she quickly typed and posted on Weibo. There should be a minor glitch in the system. I will contact Douyu to fix it as soon as possible. Please wait patiently for me to come back /Momoda emoji. As soon as this Weibo post came out, those homeless Xiao Ruyu fans immediately came over and kept commenting. Douyu's system is rubbish. I can't even watch Xiaoyu dance right now. Xiaoyu, what's going on with the fan group? We didn't violate any rules, why was it banned? At upper, me too, all the Xiaoyu fan groups I joined were blocked. I'll always love you, Xiaoyu. I'll wait for you to come back. Penguin is causing trouble, right? They actually dared to block our Yu family army group. After seeing these comments, Xiao Ruyu's nervous mood was instantly relieved a lot. And when she was about to reply to a few comments and tell everyone to be patient, a pop-up window popped up on her phone screen. Your Weibo account has been permanently banned and cannot be lifted. Then, all of Xiao Ruyu's Weibo content was instantly cleared. Even all private message chat records, avatars, and authentication information are no exception. This means, from now on, no one will be able to find any trace of Xiao Ruyu on Weibo. It can be said that it was completely deleted. What on earth is going on? Xiao Ruyu's breathing became increasingly rapid and he was almost going crazy. As an internet celebrity who makes a living by fans and traffic, she has absolutely no way of accepting such a thing happening. You know, both her Weibo and her fan base were built by her and her economic company at great cost. Not to mention her live broadcast room. That is her most important tool for making money. And now, all of this is gone. When Xiao Ruyu thought of this, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. Me, I still have Douyin. In the midst of extreme fear, Xiao Ruyu suddenly remembered that he also had a Douyin account with over 70 million fans. It was as if he had found a life-saving straw. Xiao Ruyu immediately opened the Douyin app with trembling hands. But as soon as she clicked on it, before the opening ad was even finished, another dialog box popped up on her phone screen. Your account is suspected of serious violations. The official has permanently banned it and cleared the account. When Xiao Ruyu clicked on the personal interface, she saw the same devastating scene. The Douyin account that she had worked so hard to build up with the help of her economic team has been completely blocked. All videos, clear. All fans, clear. What made Xiao Ruyu feel most desperate was, now, she doesn't even have the permission to repost a video. All of this undoubtedly shows that Douyin officials have been subjected to the most severe punishment by her. The highest level of ban. This also means that from now on, Xiao Ruyu will never be able to make even $1 through Douyin. Hey, what on earth happened? Xiao Ruyu, who was so puzzled that he was almost going crazy, started calling his agent with trembling hands. But I called several times in a row, but the agent didn't answer. In desperation, Xiao Ruyu had no choice but to call her boyfriend Qin Zitao. Hey, husband, I don't know what happened. The live broadcast room, Douyin, and Weibo are all blocked. Woo. As soon as the call was connected, Xiao Ruyu began to complain to Qin Zitao in an extremely aggrieved tone. Qin Zitao, who was playing golf on the golf course, comforted him generously. All blocked. Impossible. Even if it's true, it's okay. Don't you know how powerful your husband is? With me here, there's no problem that can't be solved. I'm going to find out what's going on right now. I know the Douyu CEO, so I'll just ask him what's going on. Hearing these words, Xiao Ruyu's heart, which had been so nervous that it was about to collapse, finally calmed down a little. After all, in her opinion, Qin Zitao is very powerful and can easily help her solve any problem. Thank you, husband. I'm waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruyu couldn't help but complain. I don't know where my agent is. After such a big thing happened, you actually disappeared with me. Just wait. Once Zitao has sorted out the issue, I will change my agency right away. After complaining like this, Xiao Ruyu lay down on the sofa and began to think seriously about who he had offended. Surprisingly, with such great power, he could block almost all of her sources of income in a short period of time. But Xiao Ruyu obviously doesn't know that this is just the beginning. Defaming a patriot like Yi Xian. The price to be paid is not as simple as banning some accounts. Shortly after Xiao Ruyu's Douyin, Weibo, live broadcast room, fan group, etc. were blocked one after another. The issue immediately became a hot topic on all major platforms. It became a hot topic in a short time. After all, nothing like this has ever happened before. It seems that all online platforms have joined hands to implement a comprehensive ban on one target. Never seen before, never heard of before. Even those artists with a bad record have not been treated as Xiao Ruyu is now. Surprisingly, it was banned so thoroughly. This naturally made those homeless Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans completely confused. They had no way of accepting this fact, so they began to roam around various platforms, asking various questions, trying to find all possible reasons. Finally, after the unremitting efforts of these brainless fans, they finally found some possible truths. Turn out to be. About 20 minutes ago, someone filmed a large number of law enforcement officers entering the headquarters of many internet platforms, including Penguin Group, Douyu Group, Douyin Group, etc. It was after the arrival of these law enforcement officers that Xiao Ruyu was banned from the entire internet. For a while, the discussion about who did Xiao Ruyu offend instantly ignited the topic and went straight to the top 3 hot searches. What no one knows yet is that at this moment, the boss of the agency where Xiao currently works has been completely shocked by what he saw. Right now, on the 18th floor of a large office building. The decoration here is extremely luxurious, even the floor is made of mahogany. Anyone who comes here can tell at a glance that this must be the headquarters of a large company. In all likelihood, it is a listed group with a very high reputation. And this is the most famous and most profitable agency in the entertainment industry, Wantu Entertainment. With a market value of 89 billion yuan, it has countless well-known celebrities, artists, and internet celebrities under its command, including the popular young actor Lei Chuseng, the sweet actress Zheng Ling, the singing and dancing King Jia Hang. Also, Xiao Ruyu, who has been extremely popular recently and may be promoted to a first-line star. He was able to create one of the best economic companies in the country and made many top male and female stars famous. Wei Lijun, the CEO of Wantu Entertainment Group, is extremely powerful in terms of his abilities, connections, and methods. It can be said that he has connections in all walks of life, including politics and business. However, Wei Lijun, who usually has great connections and is able to get along with everyone, now looks pale and is frightened out of his wits. The reason is simple. Just now, a military troop of 100 men suddenly arrived and directly blocked all entrances and exits of his company's headquarters. All staff were ordered to leave their workstations and not move without permission. To this, Wei Lijun, who was flirting with his female secretary in the office, was naturally furious. Just as he rushed out of the office and was about to question the person in charge why his company was closed down for no reason, he saw a special mark on the shoulder of one of them. That is a dragon totem. Ordinary people may not know what this dragon totem means. But how could Wei Lijun, a person who has been in various top circles for many years, not know? That is the logo of the War Dragon Army. The War Dragon Army, recognized as the best army in China. Known as the Guardian Army of China. Even though the War Dragon Army has always consisted of only a few hundred people, no one has ever dared to doubt their fighting power. Even if we look at the entire world, the War Dragon Army is definitely one of the 5 strongest armies in the world. Every member of the War Dragon Army, without exception, is an elite among the elites. And every time the War Dragon Army is dispatched, it must be carrying out a special mission issued by the National Defense Department. So, when Wei Lijun realized that his company was sealed up by the Zhanlong military group, he realized instantly that he had inadvertently caused a horrible disaster. No matter what connections he used, he couldn't save himself. Oh my, who on earth did I offend? In less than half a second, Wei Lijun turned pale and his whole body began to tremble with fear. But even a desperate dog will jump over the wall. Wei Lijun was certainly unwilling to accept that his life would be ruined like this. So, he swallowed hard, mustered up his courage, and asked the leader of the Dragon Army, "Can you tell me, what mistake have we made?" The leader of the Zhanlong army only glanced at Wei Lijun indifferently, and then asked calmly, "Xiao Ruyu is an internet celebrity under your company, right?" "Yes, it is." Wei Lijun nodded in horror. "That's right." The leader immediately ordered, "Take them all away and interrogate them strictly." "You, how dare you slander a 9-star academician? Then you must pay the price." As soon as the words fell, everyone present, including Wei Lijun, was captured by the Zhanlong army. Wantu Entertainment no longer exists since then. Xiao Ruyu, slandering a 9-star academician. As he was being taken away, Wei Lijun was completely stunned, and he kept screaming in his heart. Could it be that Could it be that Yi Xian, he, is the 9-star academician? No. If I knew Yi Xian was a 9-star academician, I wouldn't dare say a bad word about him even if I had 100 guts. It's all Xiao Ruyu's fault, that blind bitch, she killed me. At the same time, Xiehe Hospital, within the orthopedic campus. A young nurse, who had just finished all her work, was on duty when she asked her colleagues around her with a strong sense of gossip. Sister Wang, Sister Lu, Sister Zhao, do you know who is in operating room 7? I just took a sneak peek, my god, Yang Rongsheng, Academician Wang Zhe, Mr. Yuan, Vice President Zhang Kanyang. These big shots, they are all standing guard at the door of the operating room. It seems that even if they have to wait for days and nights, they will continue to wait. Honestly, I can't imagine what kind of person can be treated like this. The words fell. Immediately, a nurse who was obviously much older joined the discussion. I'm curious too. You may not know yet, but we have already deployed hundreds of special-grade full-time guards outside our campus. There's more inside. Do you know what this concept is? Someone of our dean's status and position is not qualified to have even one special-grade full-time guard of this level. So, just think about it, how important is that person in the operating room? Soon, another female nurse spoke up. I have something to tell you. I just heard from the head nurse that within half an hour, Secretary Qin has called 3 times to inquire about the patient's surgery. Who does Secretary Qin represent? Do I need to introduce myself? Except for Secretary Qin, the phone calls from the contact office have never stopped. They were all sent personally by the top leaders of some of our important departments. Our hospital has received so many important people over the years, but there has never been a situation like today. Several nurses on duty were chatting, when suddenly, a new nurse came over and joined the discussion. Big news, big news. As soon as the nurse arrived, she said in an extremely shocked tone. Just now, more than 800 academicians of our Academy of Sciences have all arrived. As soon as these words came out, all the nurses couldn't help but gasp. They really couldn't imagine what kind of scene that was. 800 academicians. Each one of them is a national treasure. This lineup has already exceeded the limits of the nurses' imagination. The nurses became more and more excited as they talked, and finally, they couldn't help but want to go to the operating room to take a look. But when they arrived at the 3rd floor where the operating room was located, the scene before them shocked them so much that they were almost stunned. I saw that the huge corridor outside the operating room was already packed with people. All the big shots whom they had only heard of and seen on the news stood there with nervous faces, waiting anxiously. Isn't this too crazy? Every nurse present couldn't help swallowing, thinking that what they saw could only appear in a dream. More than 800 academicians, all the senior officials of the Medical Association, and leaders of the National Defense Department. These people are truly the pillars of the country. Even the director of their Xiehe hospital finds it difficult to see one of them. But what about now? All these people put down their work and rushed here as quickly as possible. Just to wait for one person to complete the operation successfully. The nurses were at a loss for words to describe this astonishing scene. I wonder if I have a chance to become the nurse of that person inside. I really want to know what kind of hero is worthy of such attention from Minister Yang and others. You. Stop dreaming. The head nurse has already said that the nursing work of the person inside can only be done by her and a few deputy head nurses. Honestly, if my boyfriend was that person in there, I would probably pass out from happiness. You little girl, you just can't change your dreaming habit. After several nurses chatted in low voices for a while, the surgery in progress indicator light on the operating room door finally dimmed. This moment, everyone in the corridor couldn't help but hold their breath. No one dares to speak again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of the operating room. Those nurses were no exception. However, compared with Yang Rongsheng and others, they had more expectations in their hearts. No way. These gossipy young nurses really want to see with their own eyes what kind of person can attract so many pillars of the country to come and visit. That's all. About half a minute later, the door of the operating room slowly opened. Several of the best orthopedic surgeons in China pushed a wheelchair together and came into everyone's sight. And the person in the wheelchair was Yixian. I have to say, when those orthopedic doctors saw the important people standing outside the door with anxious expressions, for a moment, they all fell into a brief daze. Even though they had developed the habit of remaining calm in the face of emergencies over the years, the scene before them still shocked them to the extreme. Joke. The entire huge corridor was filled with national treasures that would only appear in the news. Who has ever seen such a lineup? Who wouldn't be stunned by the shock? What is the identity of this patient? Several doctors couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity. Certainly. As soon as they came to their senses, they said to everyone, the operation was very successful. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to walk again after a few months of recuperation. After hearing this, Yang Rongsheng, Wang Zhe and others finally felt relieved. Salute. The next moment, Yang Rongsheng gave an order. The leaders of the National Defense Department present, including old heroes like Yuan Lao and the full-time guards, all saluted Yixian. People like Academician Wang Zhe bowed to Yixian with full respect, as if they were paying homage to their own teacher. In everyone's eyes, there were still faint glimmers of tears and respect. This scene. The doctors pushing the wheelchairs behind Yixian widened their eyes. It was as if I had seen the most shocking scene in my life. These respected pillars of the country not only stood guard at the door, but also saluted a young man at this moment. This is something they dare not even imagine in their dreams. Sister Wang, pinch my face. I feel like I'm hallucinating. Like the doctors, the young nurses also had their eyes as big as bells, with expressions full of disbelief. What kind of earth-shattering identity does this young man, who looks even younger than us, have? They were so stunned that they seemed to have forgotten the words and could only sigh wildly in their hearts. Sitting on the wheelchair, Yixian's expression seemed a little painful. No way. What he suffered in the laboratory was a puncture in his right knee. Even though he has become accustomed to fighting the disease over the years. However, the severe pain after the operation still forced him to grit his teeth and endure it. In addition, before he was injured, Yixian had been fighting in the laboratory for a whole night, and he was mentally exhausted. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yixian looked a little haggard at this moment. Everyone, you're welcome. Seeing so many people greeting him, Yixian, who has always been low-key, also felt a little flattered. Yixian tried hard to cheer himself up, and soon his gaze fell on Huang Zhe. Mr. Huang. Yixian said very seriously, after a series of experiments yesterday, I have an idea for the technology to surpass solid-state aluminum batteries. Given some time, I'm confident that I can develop it successfully. Hearing this, Huang Zhe was instantly overjoyed. He always believed in Yixian's words. Since Yixian said he was sure, he believes that it won't be long before a new battery technology that can surpass solid-state aluminum battery technology will be available. By then, China will no longer be constrained by others in countless industries. But, although he was extremely ecstatic, Wang Zhe still shook his head at this moment. Then, he said very seriously, Teacher, there is no rush for research and development. In the next few months, the most important thing is to recover from your injury. Yang Rongsheng, Wang Lao, Liang Xiaohua, and others also spoke up at this time, persuading Yixian to put down his work for the time being and rest and recuperate. Academician Yi, you have paid enough over the years. No matter what you say this time, you must take care of your health first. Teacher, it won't be a big deal if we put the research and development work on hold for a while. How can we bear to see you working with an injury, Academician Yixian? Just when everyone was trying hard to persuade Yixian to take good care of his injuries. On major online platforms such as Weibo, Tushio, and Douyin, countless rumors began to spread wildly. Breaking news just happened, Wangtu Entertainment was shut down, and the chairman Wei Lijun has been taken under control. The well-known internet celebrity Xiao Ryu is suspected to have been banned by the entire internet. Tomorrow's Superstars program is announced to be permanently suspended. The person in charge of Jingxing newspaper has been taken away. Each piece of news shocked countless eyes. You can say that. Through this information, anyone with a little bit of common sense can guess that the official media should have breaking news soon. This is beyond doubt. So many big news happened in such a short period of time that it caused an uproar in public opinion. Well, those major media outlets are bound to come out and inform the public of the reasons. So, for a time, countless people flocked to major voice-over platforms such as Douyin, WeChat public accounts, etc. Almost everyone is waiting for an official response. Certainly. Inevitably, some of Xiao Ruyu's brainless fans would rush to the comment section and start cursing. I just want to ask you one question: why did Douyu block Xiaoyu's live broadcast room? Give us the Yu family army a reasonable explanation as to why Xiaoyu was banned from the entire internet. What did Xiaoyu do wrong? Where did she violate the rules? That Yixian must have some powerful backer. He is bullying our Xiaoyu, right? Is that what you are talking about? Brothers and sisters, we must fight to the end for Xiaoyu. The fighting power of some of Xiao Ruyu's crazy fans is still extremely fierce. But no matter how much they struggle, the media did not give any response from beginning to end. It seems that we are too lazy to pay attention to these people who have lost their basic sanity. And just when countless people were scratching their heads, unable to figure out why this was happening. On this day, around 5:22 p.m., the media simultaneously released the same message. At 1800 hours, a special news announcement. In the media industry, there has always been a saying that, the shorter the words, the bigger the news. So, there was no surprise at all. The news of these 11 words was pushed crazily by all platforms. Platforms with extremely high traffic such as Douyin, Weibo, and Tushio directly set up a special topic at the first opportunity and set it as the only hot search today. So, the popularity is so high that it can almost be said to be soaring into the sky. I've learned a lot this time. Top news. Am I reading this right? That's the highest level of news. I'm not going to have dinner today, and I'm not going to pick up girls. I'm just going to sit at home and watch the news. Ah. Today is such a rare day. Is there any insider who can tell me what the top breaking news is at 6 o'clock? I can't wait to see it. Countless comments, like an overwhelming tidal wave, flooded the comment section. At the same time, Qin Zitao just had sex with a young peripheral model in the hotel. Finally, he remembered that he had just promised Xiao Ruyu that he would contact the Douyu boss and help Xiao Ruyu unban her live broadcast room. This little bitch is so annoying. I'll let her go after I play with her for a while longer. Qin Zitao pouted his lips in indifference, then took out his mobile phone and called the Douyu CEO. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I have something to trouble you. Tell me, what's going on? You're not attracted to one of our anchors, are you? The Douyu CEO replied jokingly, and it was obvious that he had a very good relationship with Qin Zitao. Can you help me check if Xiao Ruyu's live broadcast room has been blocked? If so, can you unblock her? Qin Zitao directly stated his request. Qin Zitao, who knew almost nothing about what was happening in the outside world, naively thought that, with his relationship with the Douyu CEO, asking the Douyu CEO to do such a small favor would be absolutely easy and effortless. However, after hearing Qin Zitao's request, the Douyu CEO fell silent. What's wrong? You are the president of Douyu. Is it difficult to do such a small favor? Qin Zitao couldn't help feeling a little confused and asked repeatedly. A little help? Qin Zitao, are you having a seizure in your head? After a while of silence, the Douyu CEO suddenly seemed to lose control of his emotions and started to curse. I'm telling you, after helping you with this little favor, the Douyu that I work so hard to run will be ruined immediately. You actually said it was just a small favor. Don't call me anymore. I don't want a friend as stupid as you. Also, you should be Xiao Ruyu's boyfriend, right? You must have helped him do a lot of things in the past few days. I'll give you a piece of advice. Eat more of whatever you like. You may not have the chance again in the future. Beep, beep, beep. The call was immediately hung up. Qin Zitao was completely confused. What does it mean to eat more of what you like? These past 2 days, I was just helping Xiao Ryu to deal with Yixian. How could something go wrong? Qin Zitao insisted on not believing it. Then, He immediately opened his phone and started checking the news. Qin Zitao came across news such as, Wantu Entertainment was closed down. Qin Zitao's expression became more and more ugly. The whole body began to tremble unconsciously. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already 17:57 in the evening. There are only 3 minutes left as announced. Right now. Almost 90% of internet users are waiting for the announcement of that top news. Because so many people came at once, the servers of countless platforms were on the verge of collapse. 3 minutes left, almost there, almost there. Is there any insider who knows what this top news is? Weibo's server seems to be unable to support it. It keeps getting stuck. It's similar over at Douyin. The server can't handle so many people online at the same time. Can you please calm down? This is something that only happens once in a century, so it's normal for the servers to be overwhelmed. Amid the eager anticipation of countless people, 1800 hours finally arrived. Although major platforms have tried every possible means and paid the highest price to call on more servers to carry the astonishing traffic. However, the sudden influx of countless people still caused their servers to almost be paralyzed and collapse. To put it bluntly, the heat generated by the 9 major official media outlets speaking out at the same time has created the highest record in the history of all platforms. Even those hardcore gamers who usually pay little attention to the news and only play games online were motivated by the people around them to pay attention to this matter. That is top news that 9 official media outlets will release simultaneously. A once-in-a-century event. Who would want to miss it? So, it is not difficult to imagine that the number of people watching the 9 major official media reporting on this top news is definitely in the billions. Finally, amid public anticipation, 9 major official media outlets published a commentary article simultaneously at 1800 hours on all channels including Weibo, major short video platforms, Tushio, official websites, etc. Title: As a 9-star academician, why would he give up his position to you, an internet celebrity? As for the content of the article, it obviously focused on introducing Yixian's identity, and then used extremely sharp words to explain in detail how Xiao Ryu had framed Yixian in the past few days, how he had created public opinion, how he had distorted the facts, and so on. At last. 7 questions in a row. As a 9-star academician, why should he give up his position to you, an internet celebrity? Is it true that our great China must let its heroes shed blood and tears? Is it true that actors are in power and great men are gradually fading away? When this article came out, it was like thunder from the sky, shocking the whole world. Countless people in front of the screen were stunned at this moment. After a brief moment of stagnation, countless people exclaimed in an unprecedented way. Yi Xian, he is the 9-star academician of our Hua country. You asked me what the rank of a 9-star academician is. You know Academician Qin Feng, right? He is such a highly respected senior, but he is only a 6-star academician. What does a 9-star academician represent? Do I need to describe it to you? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? In the history of our Chinese nation, there has never been a 9-star academician. Are you kidding? Would the 9 major official media outlets joke with us? A 1-star academician can already be called a national treasure, so what is a 9-star academician? They can basically be considered the patron saint of our country. That is to say, Xiao Ryu and his gang have been slandering the patron saint of our China these days. No wonder. No wonder Xiao Ryu was banned so thoroughly, no wonder Wantu Entertainment was directly closed down. They even dared to slander the patron saint of our China, aren't they courting death? Amidst endless shock and endless heated discussions, the 9 official media finally released the truly top-notch news. Xinhua News Agency, 3 days later at 10:10, Yixian was officially awarded the title of 9-star academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Yangshi News, 3 days later at 10:10, Yixian was officially awarded the title of 9-star academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Renmin Daily, 3 days later at 10:10, Yixian was officially awarded the title of 9-star academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Reference News, 3 days later at 10:10, Yixian was officially awarded the title of 9-star academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Renmin.net, 3 days later at 10:10, Yi Xian was officially awarded the title of 9-star Academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Qiushi newspaper, 3 days later at 10:10, Yi Xian was officially awarded the title of 9-star Academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Voice of China TV, 3 days later at 10:10, Yi Xian was officially awarded the title of 9-star Academician and the highest medal of the Republic. Workers' Radio, 3 days later at 10:10, Yi Xian was officially awarded the title of 9-star Academician and the highest medal of the Republic. China News, 3 days later at 10:10, Yi Xian was officially awarded the title of 9-star Academician and the highest medal of the Republic. There were no surprises. When such a piece of top news appeared before people's eyes, countless people were shocked to the point of being unable to breathe. Oh my God! We will soon be able to witness with our own eyes the birth of the only 9-star Academician in history. A special grand ceremony. There seem to be only 3 grand ceremonies of this level in the history of our country, right? Can you find the key point? The key point is the Supreme Medal of the Republic. This medal represents the highest honor of our country. I can't even imagine what kind of contribution can be exchanged for the highest medal of the Republic. I've been eating melons for several days. Now I just want to say one thing: those people who support Xiao Ryu are going to be in trouble this time. Xiao Ryu must be regretting his decision now, right? How dare you attack our Chinese 9-star Academician and recipient of the highest medal of the Republic? This is tantamount to seeking death. Certainly. Amidst countless exclamations, it is inevitable that some people will raise questions. Especially those stubborn fans of Xiao Ryu and the female boxers. They are all making a final counterattack, even trying to change the direction of public opinion. You said he was a 9-star Academician, right? Don't you see how old Yigo is? Do you believe that he is a 9-star Academician in his 20s? I strongly suspect there is something fishy going on here. I have never seen an Academician who is 20 years old, let alone a 9-star Academician. If you have the guts, please announce what kind of contribution Yigo has made to deserve the title of 9-star Academician. Otherwise, I have every reason to suspect that there is some unspeakable secret behind this. What the above person said is right. Brothers of the Yu family army, stand up. Without a doubt. This group of people, who have basically no rationality at all, firmly do not believe that Yi Xian is a 9-star Academician and intend to support Xiao Ryu to the end. To this end, they continued to organize people and even spent a lot of money to find some internet water armies far away from home, planning to cut off the source of funds at night. But after an hour of careful preparation, they finally gathered a group of mob. But they were devastated to find that their plan had been completely shattered. Because at the beginning of today's news broadcast, the 2 solemn hosts said solemnly in their national voices, "Hello, audience friends. Today's program is very special because we are only going to report the deeds of one person. His name is Yi Xian." After hearing such an opening speech, many people were dumbfounded. Oh my God. The entire news broadcast was monopolized by Yi Xian alone. Have any of you ever seen a news broadcast like this? This is crazy. My grandfather has watched the news for decades, and he said that there has never been a situation like this. Even when the previous top news happened, it was no exception. Who has the live link for the news broadcast? I want to go watch it. Without any surprise, countless people came to the TV and began to watch this unprecedented news broadcast that was only for one person. In recent years, among the young people in China, few actually pay attention to the news broadcast programs every day. But there is no doubt that Newslink has always been the most influential program in the country. Its ratings are extremely stable. But today, when the news broadcast just started, the general manager was surprised to find that the number of their online viewers had increased tenfold compared to yesterday. Moreover, this number is still rising at an alarming rate. 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. The ratings curve also soared all the way, directly crushing all the programs in the same time period. Crush it until not even a slag is left. Hey, it's only been on the air for 49 seconds and it's already broken our historical record. Seeing the news broadcast causing such a viewing frenzy, the middle-aged bald person in charge was so ecstatic that he almost burst into tears. Okay. This is the influence that a 9-star academician from China should have. I have to say. The scene before his eyes was what the general manager had dreamed of happening. Now that his dream has come true, he can hardly suppress his excitement. You know. In recent years, a large number of young people in China have become extremely adoring of various stars, internet celebrities, etc., to the point where they know them all like the back of their hands. When talking about your dreams with others, you often say that you want to be a star or an internet celebrity. As for those scientists who work silently and devote their lives to the country, they have no intention of paying attention to them at all. In fact, I have never even heard of any of these names. As for income, it is even more different. For some celebrities, just participating in a variety show or attending an event is equivalent to a scientist's 10 years or even more work. They can get whatever they want. It is no exaggeration to say that actors are in power. The Yixian incident a few days ago is solid evidence. A sentence. Compared with those celebrities and internet celebrities, scientists seem to be forgotten in the corner. Every time I think of this situation, the person in charge felt extremely depressed in his heart. He has always felt that it is unfair for those scientists who have devoted their lives silently, and for those inspectors, doctors, soldiers, and other builders of the motherland who have been working day and night on the front lines. Could it be that those true pillars of the country are only worthy of living in poverty and obscurity? He has also called on young people countless times not to indulge in chasing stars. But such calls have always fallen on deaf ears. As time went by, he had no choice but to give up. But today, he was really touched. All the emotions in my heart were finally expressed. Because he discovered that there really were so many people who were willing to listen to the story of the Chinese 9-star academician. Young people have been passionate since ancient times, but it's just not time for them to awaken. His eyes shifted. The general manager's eyes, sparkling with tears, saw the live broadcast camera not far away. In front of the live camera, the two hosts were telling Yixian's story with deep affection. In July 2018, the mountain poor soil rice planting technology that our country focused on researching hit a bottleneck. The 80,000 mu mountain poor soil rice research base built with a 300 billion yuan investment is about to be abandoned. More than 100 members of the Academy of Engineering and agricultural experts could not come up with any solution to the problem. It was Academician Yixian who came in person and conducted research in a remote base for 3 months, which saved the entire project. At the same time, it also made our country the first country in the world to master the technology of growing rice in poor mountain soils. During those 3 months, Academician Yixian had to climb mountains and cross ridges every day, traveling 10 kilometers back and forth on rugged mountain trails. But he never complained, and always went to the fields every day to inspect the growth of each rice seedling and record it as key research data. It's summer now, and the heat is already unbearable. The base is located in the mountains and is even hotter. The temperature at noon can easily exceed 40 degrees Celsius. So, during those 3 months, Academician Yixian often suffered from heat stroke, and there were endless mosquitoes to swat when he slept at night. But even in such harsh conditions, Academician Yixian never complained. He took heat stroke medicine every day, braved the scorching sun, went out to collect data, and studied all possible breakthroughs. In fact, Academician Yixian could have just sat comfortably in an air-conditioned room and directed others remotely, but he always insisted on doing it himself. People often advise Academician Yixian not to work so hard. But Academician Yixian always said, "You can't grow good rice in a computer. I won't feel at ease unless I go and see it myself." It was thanks to Academician Yixian's full commitment that 3 months later, our country's mountain poor soil rice planting technology finally achieved a breakthrough. According to the Ministry of Agriculture, in the next 5 years, 470 million mu of poor mountain land will be successfully transformed and can be used to grow rice. This area will account for a quarter of our total cultivated land, and the final increase in grain output is expected to reach 400 billion gene. This means that in 5 years, our country will be able to achieve complete grain independence and no longer rely on imports. The two announcers reported one story after another about Yixian with deep emotion. Countless viewers who were watching the show were moved and felt infinite respect for Yixian. Some older comrades, in particular, were moved to tears and could hardly control themselves. Because These old comrades have experienced too many days of not having enough food and being looked down upon by foreigners. Only those who have experienced it can understand the bitterness, suffering, and sadness. And now, China has many great men like Yi Xian, and they have finally waited for the arrival of a prosperous era. Where is Academician Yi Xian? Old man, I want to go see him. Qianqian, what did you say? Academician Yi Xian has been scolded online these days. Who did it? I'll beat him to death. I really want to chop off my hand. I actually liked a comment by Yi Xian a few days ago. Yi Xian deserves the highest medal of the Republic. We are the ones who let Academician Yi Xian down. We should all apologize to Academician Yi Xian. What Renmin Daily said is right. Why should I, a 9-star academician of China, give way to a playboy like Xiao Ruyu? There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is obvious that people like Academician Yi Xian are carrying the burden for us. In front of the TV, countless men, women, young and old were listening to Yi Xian's story and expressing their comments. Every deed of Yi Xian is like thunder, resounding in people's hearts. You can say that. From now on, no one dares to question. Is Yi Xian qualified to become the only 9-star academician in the history of China? Is he worthy of the highest medal of the Republic? There was only one thought left in people's minds: they hoped to witness with their own eyes the special ceremony that belonged only to Yi Xian in 3 days. After all, according to the most simple understanding of many ordinary people, Yi Xian's achievements, if they were in ancient times, would be enough to make him a god. Thousands of years, eternal glory. I'm afraid that only the word national hero can be used to describe Yi Xian. That's all. With the affectionate reporting of the 2 announcers, the originally fixed duration of half an hour was soon exceeded. However, today's show doesn't seem to be ending at all. The audience didn't want it to end like this. So, the show goes on and on. In the end, the 2 announcers spoke for a full hour and a half, completely breaking the historical record for length, before they finally recounted Yi Xian's achievements in recent years in great detail. After saying that, the 2 announcers concluded, celebrities are dazzling, and internet celebrities are indeed eye-catching. But this is absolutely not a reason for us to bury the heroes or let the country's heroes feel disheartened. I think many people in front of the TV have never experienced what it's like to be hungry, or even to be oppressed by foreign enemies. Please remember, this is not because we have any blessing from heaven, but because we have heroes like Academician Yi Xian who are carrying the burden for us. In the sound of melodious and beautiful music, this episode of the program has come to an end. There is no doubt that after this episode, public opinion on all major platforms completely exploded. Where are those people who previously slandered Academician Yi Xian? Get out here. Kneel down and apologize to Academician Yi Xian. That Xiao Ruyu actually slandered Academician Yi Xian. He should be arrested and locked up for 10 or 8 years. I scared my dog eyes. I'm an idiot, I'm a moron. I actually helped a bitch like Xiao Ruyu in Academician Yi Xian a few days ago. Is there anyone lining up to apologize to Academician Yi Xian? I sincerely apologize to the public for forwarding Yi Xian's post a few days ago. I am willing to bear any punishment. When I think about the fact that I was one of the people who scolded Academician Yi Xian a few days ago, I feel like I am nothing. Is it over to ban Xiao Ruyu online? The authorities should have further actions, right? It would be great if we could arrange for Academician Yi Xian to do a live broadcast. I'll give him a month's salary to apologize to him. Those who had followed the crowd and slandered Yi Xian before, blamed themselves and apologized. Those who had not defamed Yi Xian began to frantically call on the authorities to immediately launch a serious rectification storm. As for those big versus marketing accounts and celebrities who were once bought by Huangtu Entertainment Group and frantically discredited Yi Xian, they were obviously trembling in fear. Even though, without exception, they have deleted their previous Weibo posts, statements, etc. as soon as possible. They also took the initiative to issue a series of apology statements and promised to make various donations to the disaster area. Right now. China Entertainment Administration. In a solemn and majestic office, a staff member who looked extremely capable was reporting the situation to a middle-aged man. Director Zhao, according to our investigation, there are 6,892 celebrities involved in defaming Academician Yi Xian. Among them, there are 2,580 marketing accounts, 2,114 well-known bloggers on various online platforms, 1,049 internet celebrities with more than 10,000 followers, and 126 celebrities with a certain degree of popularity. Wait until the subordinates finish their report. The middle-aged man immediately looked absolutely cold, and then gave instructions calmly. Don't tolerate any of them. Ban them all. Hearing this, the subordinate was stunned on the spot. After all, such severe punishment is enough to cause a huge earthquake in the entire entertainment industry. The chain reaction it causes is bound to have a wide range of impacts and extremely far-reaching consequences. So, the subordinate couldn't help but ask, "Director Zhao, isn't it too harsh to ban everyone? For some people, can we consider giving them a chance to repent?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man said, "When they were paid to discredit Academician Qin, did they ever give Academician Qin a chance?" Snort. "Since they dare to slander and defame our Chinese 9-star academician, we must teach these people a lesson." The words fell. The subordinate nodded heavily. "Yes, Director Zhao, I will do it right away. There is no doubt about it." With the issuance of this instruction, those celebrities who had taken advantage of Xiao Ruyu, Qin Zitao, and Huangtu Entertainment and frantically slandered Yi Xian on the internet are about to face a devastating disaster. Yanjing. In a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel, Xiao Ruyu's face turned pale and he was shivering as he scrolled through his phone, reading the comments online. Obviously, at this moment, Xiao Ruyu already knew what a terrible mistake he had made and what a terrible disaster he had caused. "You are a 9-star academician of our country, why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Ruyu was so devastated that he could be said to be regretting his decision to the very end. And she also knew very clearly what her future fate would be. But she was unwilling to give up, but still held on to the last glimmer of hope. With trembling hands, she quickly dialed her boyfriend Qin Zitao's cell phone. Just when Xiao Ruyu was hoping that her powerful and wealthy boyfriend could find a way to help her get through the disaster, what she heard was a crazy roar from Qin Zitao. "You stinky bitch, you still have the nerve to call me. Do you know what kind of horrible disaster I brought upon our family because of helping you He Yeshuan get exposed? 19 banks have announced that they will completely cut off loans to our real estate group. More than 100 suppliers have made it clear that they will no longer cooperate with us in any form. More than half of the company's senior executives have resigned. My father is at home right now, waiting to beat me to death with a belt. It's my great misfortune to have met you. You blind bitch, get out of here." Beep, beep, beep. After listening to Qin Zitao's series of roars, Xiao Ruyu seemed to be completely dumbfounded, with his eyes completely empty and absent-minded. Half an hour later, the bald director, Director Zhong, who had just invited Xiao Ruyu to play the leading female role in his new drama 2 days ago, was now leaning on the big leather chair in his office with a look of despair on his face. The reason is simple. Just now, the State Administration of Culture and Entertainment of China has sent a formal ban with extremely harsh wording. The content of the ban can be summed up in one sentence: his new drama, The Palace of Pearls, is not allowed to start filming for any reason. Deadline, permanent. That's not all. His director's license has also been revoked. From now on, he is not allowed to get involved in the domestic entertainment industry in any way. I am so fucking blind. Director Zhong, who was usually arrogant and domineering, had completely lost his former spirit in his eyes. He just kept cursing in his heart. How could they choose a fool like Xiao Ruyu as the heroine? She is capable of doing such a stupid thing as slandering a 9-star academician. How much water must have gone into this brain? Stupid woman, you've ruined me. Just when Director Zhong was filled with grief and indignation and greeted all 18 generations of Xiao Ruyu's ancestors, a manager of his entertainment company kicked open his office door. Then, this supervisor, who usually bowed and scraped to Director Zhong and tried his best to please him, glanced at Director Zhong coldly and then ordered, "Give me 10 minutes to pack up and get out of the company immediately." You blind thing. Do you know that because you chose Xiao Ruyu as the heroine, a company as large as ours, which is a listed company, now has to face a long period of suspension of business for rectification? Go away. This night was destined to be extremely restless. There is no need for any explicit instructions from superiors. Several giant internet platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, Tushio, and Penguin began to spontaneously impose the most severe ban on all accounts involved in slandering Yixian. The overall idea is just one. Any account that has deliberately slandered Yixian will be permanently blocked. No matter how much attention that account has, how many fans it has, or how much profit it can earn for the platform, it will be permanently blocked without any leniency. The entertainment industry is also in mourning today. You know. On that day, there were hundreds of celebrities who received various benefits and posted articles to support Xiao Ruyu, including several top domestic stars. So, anyone can imagine how anxious they were that night. Sister Hong, please tell me quickly, what should we do next? Even Huangtu Entertainment and Jingxing newspaper have been shut down. Are we soon to be shut down too? No way. I just became famous and I haven't made enough money yet. I absolutely can't let it fade away like this. I must issue a statement saying that my account was hacked and it was the hacker who posted the Weibo post supporting Xiao Ruyu. That damned Xiao Ruyu, it's fine that she framed our Chinese 9-star academician for her own death, but now she wants to drag us to be buried with her. If I see her, I will kill her. I've only slept with a dozen female fans, and my road to stardom has just begun. I can't just sit there and wait for death. How about we create a group and discuss to see if there is any chance of redemption? These hundreds of stars are now as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and they hate Xiao Ruyu, the scourge, to the core. In order to protect themselves, they quickly formed a group and brought everyone together. After some discussion, they finally came up with a plan. First of all, I would like to publicly apologize to Academician Qin. Then, they paid for a 300-show concert tour together within 3 years and donated all the proceeds. At last, they are jointly shooting a TV series about Academician Qin, and they are willing to participate in it for free and unconditionally. But when such a plan came to the desk of Director Zhao of the China National Administration of Culture, Sports and Entertainment, Director Zhao just glanced at it coldly and threw it directly into the trash can. Follow closely. He solemnly admonished each of his subordinates present. With Academician Yixian's achievements, he should have enjoyed the highest honor in our country. But it was because of these people's instigation that Academician Qin had to endure an unjust accusation for several days. We are so ashamed of Academician Qin. It is our negligence that caused our heroes to shed blood and tears. What we have to do now is to do everything we can to make up for the mistakes we made. Compared with Academician Qin, these little over 100 celebrities are nothing. For Academician Qin, I don't care even if the entire entertainment industry is destroyed. You guys, do you understand? Shortly after Director Zhao finished speaking, the latest entertainment restriction order is released. Without exception, those more than 100 stars were banned from performing, singing, and participating in any form of entertainment activities for life. No matter who comes to plead, it's useless. You can say that. As soon as this entertainment restriction order came out, hundreds of stars in the group suddenly saw darkness before their eyes. All I see is despair. All they can do is regret. He hated himself for helping Xiao Ruyu to build momentum and participate in smearing Yixian just for a little bit of profit. Chow's Xiao Ruyu. Why did you insist on dragging me down with you to be buried? This time, I have been badly hurt by that bitch Xiao Ruyu. 9-star academician. How dare Xiao Ruyu slander such a person? I really don't know what kind of pig brain she has. For a moment, the newly formed group of stars was filled with curses against Xiao Ruyu. What is beyond doubt is that this night is destined to belong to Yixian. Even the latest entertainment restriction order, a major event that banned hundreds of celebrities, could hardly shake Yixian's popularity. On the hot search lists of major platforms, the top dozens are all related to Yixian. Douyin Hot Search List. 1. 9-star academician. 2. Yixian, the peerless national hero. 3. News broadcast Yixian. 4. The story of Academician Qin. 5. When will the grand ceremony be held? 6. Academician Yixian's achievements. 7. Is Academician Qin married? 8. Which hospital does Academician Qin work in? You can say that. The online discussion about Qin has reached a fever pitch. And just on that night, the clock hand had just passed 12 hours. Many people were surprised to find that the official websites of 18 functional departments, including the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Chinese Medical Association, the Chinese National Defense Department, the Chinese Media Agency, the Chinese Ministry of Agriculture, etc., have all been changed. All content on the website is cleared. All that was left was a photo of Qian's back while he was working, and 4 words shining with brilliant golden light. A peerless national hero. It's so shocking that it takes your breath away. Apparently, this has never happened even once in China's history. After all, each of the official websites of the 18 functional departments is of great importance and far-reaching impact. There won't be any changes easily. But this time, they still changed it. The change is so thorough, so decisive. And all of this is just for Qin. Obviously, this is the official statement to everyone. Qin is the well-deserved pillar of China. It deserves to be praised for thousands of years and brought great glory. For a patriot like Qin, the government is willing to pay as much as it can, and it is only natural. As the news of the centralized changes to the official websites of 18 functional departments spread like wildfire on the internet, countless people instantly lost their sleepiness and felt deeply encouraged. This is the attitude we should have towards our countrymen. Then, countless people began to see countless comments with pictures on their WeChat moments, Douyin, Weibo, Tuxiao, and other social platforms. 18 functional departments changed their official websites to Qin at the same time. This is simply invincible. No. I feel like I'm about to cry. This is called a card face. I just want to say good job. People like Academician Qin should be treated as national heroes. I am now looking forward to the grand ceremony in 3 days. This is the star we should chase. Please forward this to the fans of those banned stars. I heard that some people are blaming Qin for the fact that half of the celebrities in the entertainment industry were banned. Haha. God bless our country to have such a great man. In less than a few minutes, the news that 18 functional departments changed their official websites for Qin spread throughout China. As for those crazy fans and female boxers of Xiaoryu, they have long since scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, and no longer have the aggressive, fighting power they had before. Even if there are a few who refuse to give up, they will often be attacked by a large number of netizens immediately after posting comments about He Qin. He was scolded so badly that he was unrecognizable. Certainly. The internet is not a lawless place, and the authorities are not vegetarians either. All those crazy fans and female boxers of Xiaoryu who were still trying to slander Qin were arrested without exception. Defaming the country's heroes? How could the authorities let it go so easily? And the next day, a shocking scene that made it hard to breathe happened again. Early in the morning, people found that Yanjing Xiehe Hospital was packed with people. After learning about Qin's deeds, countless people rushed to Yanjing overnight just to visit Qin, who was recuperating in Xiehe Hospital. Even if you can't meet Qin in person, you should still send him a bouquet of flowers, some fruits, or nutritional supplements to express your respect. There are too many people like this. So much so that early in the morning, the huge Xiehe Hospital was already packed with people. Judging from the situation, there will be no less than 10,000 people. Moreover, this number is still soaring at an alarming rate. Traffic nearby was on the verge of collapse. You can imagine. How many people came to visit Qin? See this scene. Tears immediately welled up in Yuan Lao's eyes. Because he saw hope. The hope for China to stand at the top of the world from now on. The 9 major official media outlets also reported this grand event as soon as possible. 9 major official media outlets even published an article on their front page today. This is the star we want to chase. As for netizens on various platforms, they were also excited. The owners of the fruit and flower shops near Xiehe Hospital are probably going to make a fortune today, right? I can chase a star like Qin for my whole life. Is there anyone in Anyang who would like to go visit Academician Qin? Let's go together. Brother upstairs, don't go. There are already enough people. I heard that all the roads to Xia Hospital have been blocked. My grandfather is over 80 years old this year. He insisted on taking me to Xia this morning. I beg you to give me some advice on how to get into Academician Qian's ward. I am at the scene, and I can tell you responsibly that the campus where Academician Qian is located is inaccessible now. Yes, yes, yes. I heard it yesterday. Academician Qian is now under the highest level of protection. I heard that Academician Qian is still unmarried. Do you think I can marry him? I saw more and more people flocking to Xia Hospital, wanting to visit Yixian who was in the hospital. Lin Zhenhua, the director of Xia Hospital, had only an indescribable feeling of happy worry in his heart. Of course he was particularly touched by this. But if you leave it alone. According to his judgment, his entire hospital would be completely packed before noon. If someone comes and wants to have surgery, the doctors can't even walk. So, with such a happy worry, Lin Zhenhua came to Yixian's bedside and suggested to Yixian, "Academician Yi, why don't you post a short video or start a live broadcast? There are so many people visiting you now. If you don't show up in public, our entire hospital may collapse at any time." Yixian, who had been holding a computer in his bed since he got up, conceiving and researching new technologies, frowned slightly when he heard this. "A lot of people came to visit me." Then Yixian signaled to a nurse beside him to open the curtains, and he looked up immediately. There were huge crowds of people downstairs. Look around. Until the end of the site, there are still people. Moreover, almost every one of them held a bouquet of flowers and looked at the hospital building where Yixian was with eyes full of respect. "It seems, there is a little bit more." Yixian said this to Lin Zhenhua with some apology. Then he pondered for a while, and finally agreed to Lin Zhenhua's suggestion. A short video was posted online, calling on everyone to leave Xia Hospital as soon as possible to avoid affecting the normal working order of Xia Hospital and causing serious traffic paralysis. So soon, Yixian registered his first Douyin account in such a helpless way. Less than half a minute passed after Yixian submitted his real name authentication information. A staff member from Douyin's official review department looked at the certification information that appeared on the computer and his eyes instantly widened. My heart was beating wildly. The right hand holding the mouse began to tremble uncontrollably, for fear that he had clicked the wrong button. "Mo Xiaobei, what are you staring at?" the supervisor at the side asked with a frown. "Master, Director, please come over here and take a look." The auditor named Mo Xiaobei swallowed his saliva, his mind going blank. Because what she saw was Yixian's real name authentication information. That's Yixian, the only 9-star academician in history. Recipient of the Supreme Order of the Republic. 9 major official media outlets spoke out for him at the same time. 18 powerful departments simultaneously changed their official websites for him. When a person like this applies for real name authentication, who can remain calm? Is there another bug? As he spoke, the supervisor stood up and came behind Mo Xiaobei. This is. When the supervisor saw Yixian's personal identity information appearing on the screen, his breathing suddenly stopped. The whole person was stunned on the spot. It was as if it had just been struck by lightning. "Supervisor, I clicked approved." Seeing that her supervisor didn't respond for a long time, Mo Xiaobei couldn't help but ask, "Well?" The supervisor nodded blankly, and then seemed to come to his senses and shuddered all over. "I must inform Director Shui about this matter immediately." "Oh no, I want to report it directly to the chairman." Thinking of this, the supervisor disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the supervisor has realized how serious this matter is. Academician Qian has joined their Douyin platform. Anyone with a little bit of common sense can imagine what this means to Douyin. There was no suspense at all when the Douyin executives learned that Yixian came in person to apply for account certification. They immediately called an emergency board meeting. The content of the meeting was very simple. Protect Yixian's account at all costs. Give Yixian the greatest authority in traffic. And it took less than 10 minutes after this emergency meeting ended. Countless people who were using Douyin entered an account page at the same time in an extremely weird way. This account page has 0 videos, 0 followers, 0 likes, all the data is 0. Even the avatars are the system's default avatars. However, after seeing such an account, countless people chose to click to follow immediately. The reason is simple. The nickname of this account is Yixian. Next to it is a shining V certification logo. Below that is the certification information provided by Douyin officials, 9-star academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, recipient of the highest medal of the Republic. As for the personal information column, it was filled with a message typed by Yixian himself: I accept everyone's kindness, but please don't come to visit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Such an account was swiped by people. The direct result was that Douyin's server was about to be unable to bear the load in less than half a minute. The reason is simple. As the news of Yixian joining Douyin came out, the entire internet was in an uproar. Countless people came here just to pay attention to Yixian. Ah. Yixian is here in Douyin. Attention, attention, attention. Isn't this too crazy? In just 1 minute, the number of fans has exceeded 10 million. Oh my god. 10 million fans in 1 minute. All I can say is this is horrible. I just told my grandfather about this. Guess what he said? He also wants to register Douyin to follow Yixian. I was so moved that I almost cried. This is the kind of star that is worth chasing after for a lifetime. I'm writing this as a testimony. If Academician Yixian starts a live broadcast, I'll give him a gift worth 3 months' salary. Academician Yixian is using the Douyin to persuade us not to rush to Xia Hospital, right? I noticed that, too. To be honest, so many people flocked to Xia Hospital, causing traffic to be paralyzed. This is indeed a bit inappropriate. Be station kitty, come and watch. As the news of Yixian joining Douyin came out, the entire internet was instantly in an uproar. And the number of Yixian's Douyin fans is also soaring at an astonishing speed that exceeds the historical record by many times. It took less than 15 minutes. The number of Yixian's fans has already crushed everyone on the entire internet, including all the hottest stars and internet celebrities with large numbers of fans. The most terrifying thing is that this number is still skyrocketing at a crazy speed. There is no sign of slowing down at all. I didn't even post a video, but I became the #1 person on the internet. A blogger who specializes in short videos couldn't help but record a new video and exclaimed, I can only say, this is a fucking miracle. A miracle that belongs only to our China. I'm willing to be a fan of a national hero like Yixian for the rest of my life. No more talking. I'm going to open a second account to continue following Academician Yixian. And just when the entire network was crazily supporting Yixian, thousands of miles away in the country of cherry blossoms, Kyoto University held a global press conference and announced a major event. At present, the solid-state aluminum battery that Kyoto University has just successfully developed has successfully completed mass production experiments. This means that the global energy industry is about to undergo a radical transformation. The lithium batteries of the past will definitely be completely replaced by solid-state aluminum batteries within 3 years. To put it bluntly, this global press conference can also be considered an investment promotion conference. Almost all large energy-related companies or groups in the world have sent senior personnel, ready to sign the first batch of patent purchase agreements with Kyoto University in the country of cherry blossoms at all costs, including Huawei, Xiaomi, DJI, BYD. No way. Mobile communications, unmanned vehicles, electric vehicles, etc., these fields are all closely related to batteries. If we cannot keep up with this change, it means that China will lag behind in these areas in the future. This is a scene that no one wants to see. However, shortly after this global press conference that shocked the world ended, a piece of news that made countless people feel disheartened and angry was reported back to the country. That is, Kyoto University in the land of Sakura refused to sign the first batch of patent purchase agreements with all Chinese companies. Oh no, not a rejection. Instead, they openly proposed that Chinese companies must be purchased at a price 50 times higher than the market price. If you are not willing to pay this price, then sorry, you just have to wait for the second batch, which will be available in who knows how many years. Such practices undoubtedly made many Chinese business representatives extremely angry. But they really had no choice. After all, everyone knows that if we can't keep up with this wave of energy transformation, they will all decline rapidly in their respective fields. Who can accept that years of hard work have gone down the drain? Xiehe Hospital. The ward where Yixian is. When Yixian learned through the news what happened at the Global Press Conference of Kyoto University in Sakura Country, his expression was particularly calm. But there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Then, ignoring the nurse's objections and the stabbing pain in his right knee, Yixian got up from the bed and limped towards the door. Obviously, he wanted to leave the ward as soon as possible and return to his job. Because, as a Chinese man, he could not tolerate Chinese companies being treated so unfairly and being helpless. What is even more intolerable is that China's energy industry will be controlled by others and have the vast majority of profits exploited from it. Academician Yixian, you can't go out no matter what. Your wound is still far from healed. Director Hong has repeatedly warned you that you must stay in bed for at least half a month before you can get out of bed. I'm not kidding, Academician Yixian. You may end up lame for life if you do this. Seeing that Yixian insisted on getting out of bed, a group of nurses rushed over and tried their best to stop him. Just as these nurses said, judging from Yixian's current recovery progress, if he is forced to be discharged from the hospital and continue to go back to develop new technologies that surpass Sakura Country solid-state aluminum batteries, so his already serious right knee injury will definitely get worse. It is even possible that the injury to his right leg may become irreversible and he may become a cripple for life. Think of these situations. Just ask, how could the nurses let Yixian leave like this? No matter what, we must stop Yixian. All of you get out of the way. Yixian, who was blocked at every turn, said anxiously, didn't you read the news? The situation is very serious for us. If it's a few days later, our Chinese companies will be forced to sign contracts with Sakura Country, and then everything will be too late. As long as I can save the country, it doesn't matter if I break a leg. Hearing such words, although the nurses were still trying their best to stop Yixian from leaving the ward, they were all deeply touched. His expression was full of respect for Yixian. And in their hearts, an extremely strong thought arose. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the years are peaceful. It is precisely because of the silent contributions of patriots like Yixian. This is the hero that is truly worthy of our admiration. The Sakura Country raised the price by an astonishing 50 times and sold the patent license for solid-state aluminum batteries to relevant Chinese companies. There was no doubt that this caused an uproar in domestic public opinion. Countless Chinese people feel extremely angry about this. Almost all the comments online reveal a strong sense of reluctance and helplessness. Damn Sakura Country, it's too much of a bully. We are angry, protesting, and cursing here, but what can we do? The patent is in their hands, and we can only let them do whatever they want. If you buy, it means that more than 90% of the profits from industries like mobile phones and drones will be taken away by Sakura Country. If you don't buy, it will be even worse. The related industries will completely lose their competitiveness, and at least tens of thousands of companies will go bankrupt within 3 years. Who the hell can tell me, what can we do to get out of this predicament now? Just accept your fate. We are destined to lose miserably in this round. In 3 days, it will be the deadline for us to sign the purchase agreement with Sakura Country. Under the current circumstances, we have no choice but to sign it. In other words, our high-tech industries will have to work for Sakura Country in the future. What the hell is this? You can say that. This incident has touched the hearts of countless Chinese people. Just ask. Who would like to see their own country being oppressed like this? It seems that all they can do is grit their teeth and swallow the patent license that is 50 times the premium. In the future related industries, most of the profits of at least tens of thousands of companies will be snatched away by the Sakura Country. Think about this. I don't know how many people feel endless depression in their hearts. The most important thing. The signing deadline 3 days later is the day when China will hold a special ceremony for Yixian and award him the title of 9-star academician and the highest medal of the Republic. On a day like this, such a humiliating agreement with the Sakura country. This is tantamount to a slap in the face of the entire Chinese scientific community. No passionate Chinese can accept such humiliation. Right now. In a conference room of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, many academicians are discussing how to deal with the current dilemma. It is obvious that all the academicians present here have worried faces at this moment. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall was also extremely depressing. Often everyone was silent for a long time, with no one speaking. No way. Under the current dire situation, they are really helpless. It seems that we can only watch many Chinese companies being exploited by the Sakura country from now on. What to do? After a long sigh, an old academician spoke up to break the silence in the meeting. We can't sign such an agreement with Sakura country on the day of Academician Xian's awarding ceremony, right? As soon as these words came out, almost every academician present had a frown on his face. There was a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Just when Dean Zhou Hong was in a dilemma, one of his secretaries came to him quickly and whispered, "Dean Zhou, Academician Xian, he." What happened to Academician Xian? Upon hearing that it was about Xian, Dean Zhou Hong immediately asked with great concern. Academician Xian, leaning on a cane, forcibly left the ward. The secretary replied very seriously. Academician Xian said that he would do everything he could to develop a technology that surpasses solid-state aluminum batteries for China within 3 days. What? Zhou Hong stood up suddenly, his expression full of worry. I'm not worried about whether Xian can develop new technology in just 3 days. Instead, Zhou Hong knew very well that given Xian's current physical condition, if he was forcibly discharged from the hospital, the consequences could be extremely serious. If the injury worsens, it is possible that I will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Zhou Hong felt extremely sad. How can we let Academician Xian go? Zhou Hong said angrily. Do you know how serious Academician Xian's knee injury is? It was pierced through. What if Academician Xian becomes lame for life because of this? At the same time, Xia Hospital, top floor of the orthopedic department. A helicopter from the National Defense Department is slowly descending. This movement naturally attracted the attention of the old heroes in the special sanatorium, including Mr. Yuan. What's going on? Thinking that was the ward where Xian was, old Yuan immediately asked the assistant beside him. Mr. Yuan. The assistant, who already knew the inside story, said with tears in his eyes, after hearing the news from Sakura country, Academician Xian insisted on leaving the hospital to continue his research. We really can't stop it. After listening to the assistant's words, Mr. Yuan was silent. At this moment, many tearful memories emerged in his mind. In those days, it was equivalent to an uninhabited area, with a frost-free period of only 240 days a year and a plateau Gobi at an altitude of more than 3,200 meters. The scientists of the older generation, such as Qian Lao and Deng Lao, ate sand-stuffed buns, drank bitter alkaline water, ate soy sauce soup, and used abacus to calculate. The extremely bitter life and the heavy and complicated workload wear down the body of every scientist. But even under such extremely difficult conditions, Mr. Qian, Mr. Deng, and others still built China's first atomic bomb. It came out of nowhere and shocked the world. And now, in the mind of Mr. Yuan, what Xian did was exactly the same thing as what Mr. Qian, Mr. Deng, and others did back then. Looking at Xian leaning on a crutch and boarding the helicopter, it seemed as if Mr. Yuan saw those old friends. Mr. Qian, Mr. Deng, you really have successors. As he said this with great emotion, old Yuan straightened his body, then raised his right hand and saluted solemnly in the direction of Xian. Next to Mr. Yuan, his assistant also followed Mr. Yuan and saluted Xian with the most respectful military salute. It's not just Mr. Yuan and his assistants. In the entire special sanatorium, all the old heroes with glorious military achievements learned that Xian insisted on leaving the ward and returning to work. Without exception, they all did the same thing towards Xian in silence. Despite his illness, Xian forced himself to leave the ward and continue his research on new technology. Although not many people knew about it at the beginning, it eventually spread. As the news spread across the internet, Countless people felt sorry for Yixian. What are the people at Xiehe Hospital doing? Academician Yixian has only been hospitalized for 1 day, and they are releasing him. If Academician Yixian's right knee injury worsens, who will be responsible? I heard from Dr. Yixian's attending physician that, given Academician Yixian's current recovery, if he is discharged from the hospital, there is at least a 60% chance that he will suffer from lifelong lameness. What? Lameness? Which son of a bitch let Academician Yixian out with such a serious sequelae? If that's the case, I would rather all of our Chinese-related industries go bankrupt than see Academician Yixian become lame. On the top floor. Academician Yixian has fought so hard for our country, who would want to see him continue to be seriously injured? Pray for Academician Yixian. The peace and stability we enjoy now is because there are patriots like Mr. Yixian who carry the burden for us. You can say that. The vast majority of people express the same attitude. It is better for China to lag behind in many energy-related industries in the future, or even go bankrupt. I also don't want to see Academician Yixian suffer any more grievances or pain. You are a peerless talent. We will never let you down. While people were getting excited, a video from the land of cherry blossoms instantly caused an uproar in public opinion in China. Countless people were extremely angry. I was so angry that my whole body was shaking. It was a video of a team of experts from Sakura country who had developed solid-state aluminum battery technology, holding a banquet to celebrate while being interviewed in a smug manner. The video is only 5 minutes and 10 seconds long. However, every passionate Chinese man who watched the entire video had an urge to hit someone. The video content is generally. Reporter, Professor Ito, I heard that the licensing price you offered to China was 50 times higher than that of other countries. Do you think this is a bit too high? Ito Nan, high. I don't think it's high at all. Speaking of which, I am still very kind. At least I left 0.1% of the profit for them. Reporter, China's science and technology has developed very rapidly in recent years. What do you think about this? Ito Minami, I think they are just average. Don't forget that since the new century, our country of Sakura has won 89 Nobel Prizes. And what about China? Only a fraction of ours. So I really don't know what qualifications China has to be considered by the outside world as having rapid technological development. Reporter, by the way, I just got the news that there is a 9-star academician named Yixian in China who has been engaged in the research and development of new battery technology. What do you think about this? Ito Nan, I think this is a complete waste of time. I can say responsibly that China will not be able to develop technology comparable to our solid-state aluminum battery within 20 years. Oh no, 20 years seems to be a bit too high of an estimate for them, it will probably take at least 50 years. Reporter, but, I heard that Yixian is very powerful. He is the only 9-star academician in the history of China. Come, let me show you an introduction to Yixian. Ito Nan, ha 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 ha. A young man in his 20s actually became a 9-star academician in China. I am dying of laughter just thinking about it. The most important thing is that there is no research related to batteries in his resume. A layman actually wants to compete with us. In Chinese terms, this is simply a foolish dream. Such a video was reposted crazily by major media in China. There is no doubt that every Chinese subtitle in the video deeply hurts the hearts of all Chinese people. People are so angry about Ito Minami's arrogant shouting and domineering attitude in the video. Any Chinese man with blood in his veins would feel irrepressible frustration. Angry. Depressed. That aluminum battery patent, why are we signing it? Yes. I would rather shut down the whole company than sign it. I absolutely cannot accept that we would sign such a contract on the same day as Academician Yixian's award ceremony. Everyone, please be rational. Have you thought about the consequences of not signing? The price is too high for us to bear. If we really don't sign, within 3 years, our companies like DJI, BYD, and Huawei may all fall behind, suffer huge losses, and go bankrupt. Academician Yixian is still working hard. Maybe, Academician Yixian can really develop new technology that surpasses solid-state aluminum batteries. Impossible. It's only 3 days. Even if Academician Yixian is so strong, I'm afraid he can't save the situation this time. I believe in Academician Qin. I also believe in Academician Qin. Qin himself knew nothing about these discussions in the outside world. At this moment, he refused the support of all the academicians around him, and walked into the China Energy Research Center at a very fast speed with the help of crutches. Even though every step he took, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right knee. But he still stood up straight and ran all the way like a lone hero. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The entire laboratory was extremely quiet, with only the slight sound of Qin's pen rubbing against the paper, and the extremely rapid breathing of every academician present. Although it was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain, my head was in severe overuse of brain power and it felt like it was being pricked by thousands of needles every moment. But Qin always gritted his teeth and persisted. Even though he had a splitting headache and his lips turned pale. Even though his body was getting weaker and weaker, so weak that even holding the paintbrush seemed particularly difficult. In the huge laboratory, as Qin's face grew paler, it seemed that he might faint from exhaustion at any time. Every academician feels sad in their hearts. Teacher, please take a rest. Academician Qin, no matter what you say, we can't continue like this. I have studied battery chemistry for more than 50 years, but now I can't even help a little. I feel ashamed of the country's training. Although all the academicians couldn't bear to watch it any longer, they repeatedly advised Qin to take a break. But Qin flatly refused every time. Because Qin knew very well that under the current circumstances, he could not fall down no matter what. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to complete the design, research and development and manufacturing of the entire tritium battery within 3 days. Seeing that Qin's will was extremely firm, he had no intention of resting at all. The academicians could only sigh and give up helplessly. At the same time, I feel even more distressed for a patriot like Qin. You know, it has been 10 hours and Qin has never rested for even a moment, not even enough to drink a sip of water. Original. Qin's physical condition is very unsatisfactory. Over the past 3 years, Qin has worked hard for his country's scientific research countless times. He fought with his own body, and he didn't know what terrible state it had become after being corroded. According to the doctor, although Qin is only in his early 20s, his physique is not as good as that of many people in their 50s or 60s. In addition, Qin's right knee had just undergone surgery. Just ask. How could they bear to watch Academician Qin, whom they respected the most, gritting his teeth and fighting for his life in such a weak condition? Fight for them. Fight for the dignity of China's scientific community. Fight for the future of the entire China and the entire nation. Just as Qin was working hard to write the design drawings of the tritium battery, a very popular post appeared on a well-known forum in the land of Sakura. The title translates to, "How do you evaluate the fact that Academician Qin of China is researching new battery technology?" The post quickly attracted a large number of responses from netizens in the land of Sakura. And those replies were obviously very unfriendly. I heard that China wants to overtake others. That's a good dream. Unfortunately, the reality will make them realize the gap in the end. Our Professor Ito Minami and his team spent 13 years of research before they mastered the solid-state aluminum battery technology. With China's level, it would probably take at least 30 years. I think China is just bluffing. Their purpose is to bargain with us. Then we should do them a favor and lower the price to 49 times. Hey, can someone tell the Chinese people to stop daydreaming? If they do this again, I'll die of laughter. If they can figure it out, I'll perform a live broadcast of my cesarean section. Oh no, I'll commit suicide by swallowing feces. Such a post quickly attracted the attention and anger of countless people in China. Original. If a post like this that slanders China appears on the forum of Sakura country, no one will care. It's become commonplace. However, the situation this time is very different from the past. The difference is that people found that many of the haters' replies were actually, in simplified Chinese. You family army assemble. Finally, there is a place where we can speak freely. This is the breath of democracy. Can't you see it? This is just a show by Qin. Still researching new technology. I just laughed. With Yixian's IQ, can he compare with Professor Ito Minami? Professor Ito Minami is 100% likely to become this year's Nobel Prize winner. Can Yixian compare with him? Don't worry, it's impossible for Yigo to research it. Is there any man from Sakura country who wants to marry me? I don't need a dowry. That bastard Yixian caused my Tao Tao to be banned. He deserves to die 100 times. He still wants to research new technology. I curse that his whole family will die tomorrow. Without a doubt. The vast majority of these replies and comments came from those crazy fans of Xiao Ryu who have become homeless recently, those orphan fans who are dissatisfied with their idol being banned, and those female boxers who boast every day about how excellent foreign men are and how local men are trash. And anyone who sees them can tell that they are definitely not old and their education level is relatively low. Almost all of these people's original social media accounts have been banned by major domestic platforms. There is not even a chance to survive. So, for a while, their twisted psychology could not be vented. So, they looked for another way out and went overseas. In their opinion. This time, they were completely free from any restrictions. You can slander Yixian however you want. Their remarks were captured and sent back to China. Without any suspense, it instantly aroused the anger of countless Chinese people. There is really something wrong with our education. Academician Yixian almost broke his legs for us. But these people are actually slandering our countrymen like this. This is intolerable. Is there anyone who can check who these stupid bastards are? If there are any in our town, I will go to their house and give them a few slaps in the face. If Academician Yixian and others saw these comments, how painful it would be. Investigate strictly. Investigate strictly. Investigate strictly. These inhumane people think they can do whatever they want by going to overseas forums, right? Over the years, our most lovable soldiers, our firefighters, our scientists, have they received even 1/10 of the attention that those celebrities have received? I am an elementary school teacher. During class, I asked my students what their dreams were. The result? Most people said they wanted to be a star or an internet celebrity. No one cares about the general's grave, but everyone knows the actor's family affairs. How sad. Teacher. Academician Yixian. Seeing this scene, all the academicians present felt very sad. Because they all knew very well why Yixian was in such a hurry, working so hard, and racing against time. 3 more days. If China cannot develop new technologies that surpass solid-state aluminum batteries, then, countless Chinese companies would be forced to sign an agreement with the Sakura country that was obviously at a 50-fold premium. From now on, the Sakura country can easily grab 99% of the profits from China's related industries like a super blood-sucking worm. That's not all. Those companies are destined to be strangled by the Sakura country to some extent. Yixian, who is fully aware of the pros and cons, simply cannot accept that his motherland will suffer the same difficulties as before. And watching Yixian walking quickly with crutches, completely ignoring his right knee injury. Each academician, in addition to feeling sad, also felt deeply guilty. Academician Yixian has already given so much to us, but now, he is required to continue his research with such a serious injury. I. Halfway through his speech, the academician realized he couldn't continue, and his expression was full of bitterness. Everyone cheer up. Looking at Yixian's back as he walked forward like a lone hero, Wang Zhe's eyes suddenly revealed a strong determination. The teacher has fought hard, so why shouldn't we fight too? After saying, Wang Zhe followed Yixian without hesitation. One by one, academicians followed suit. It seemed that they had all been infected by Yixian's spiritual power. At this moment, everyone's eyes are filled with fighting spirit. Fight for the motherland. I would rather die than hesitate. After entering the research center, Yixian didn't even bother to drink a sip of water and threw himself into his work. His first step was obviously to draw up an extremely complex design for the new technology. I have to say, if it was Yixian with 20% brain development, then there would be really no hope for him to develop a technology that surpasses solid-state aluminum batteries in just 3 days. After all, in the past, Yi Xian had almost no research in this field. He has to start from scratch. But now, I have those magical eyes that can interpret all information instantly. Yi Xian asked himself, to accomplish this thing that was considered a pipe dream by the outside world, it was by no means hopeless. Relying on the magical ability brought by this 25% brain development, Yi Xian quickly read through all the papers and related materials on battery research that the Academy of Sciences could find, and fully understood them. Yi Xian's terrifying intelligence of 25% brain development was fully displayed. Then, Yi Xian fell into the deepest level of thinking. Think about the basic principles of new technologies, think about the manufacturing solutions of new technologies. Thinking about how batteries made with new technologies can have a higher capacity than solid-state aluminum batteries. Thinking about how new technologies can be mass-produced and sold at low prices. Finally, after thinking for a full 7 hours, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian's expression revealed fatigue and weakness that anyone could easily see. At this moment, his forehead was covered with sweat. His face was extremely pale. The whole person's spirit and energy looked as if he might run out of energy at any moment. Obviously. After 7 hours of continuous high load and rapid brain operation, Yi Xian was seriously exhausted and could hardly continue. But, after gritting his teeth and shaking his head vigorously, Yi Xian still chose to force himself to hold on. Because he knew that the current situation did not allow him to waste any time. So, under the concerned and worried gaze of many academicians such as Huang Zhe, Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then began to concentrate on drawing the first blueprint of the new technology, despite the strong feeling of weakness and the constant pain in his right knee. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Although Yi Xian had some difficulty in drawing each stroke, the whole drawing process could be considered quite smooth. Soon, Huang Zhe and several other academicians gathered around and immediately set their eyes on the drawings. The first line of the drawing clearly read, "Original design of tritium battery." What? It's actually tritium battery. Mr. Yi Xian, are you going to design a tritium battery for China that can surpass solid-state aluminum batteries? How is this possible? If we can really develop such a technology, it would be equivalent to achieving the legendary cold fusion to a certain extent. Great! If this technology can be realized, 10 solid-state aluminum batteries combined cannot match it. But is this really possible? You can say that. When the academicians saw the first line of words on the drawing, their hearts began to pound uncontrollably. Almost, it's about to jump out of my chest. The reason is simple. As the absolute authorities in the industry, they all know very well what it means once China possesses true tritium batteries. This means that China will dominate the world's energy industry without any surprise. All solid-state aluminum batteries will become unwanted rubbish. That's a tritium battery. It has always been hailed as the most perfect battery form. Theoretically, tritium batteries are extremely stable and can withstand temperatures ranging from -50 degrees Celsius to around 150 degrees Celsius. Its compression and shock resistance are also among the best of all types of batteries. The average lifespan is incredibly long, reaching an astonishing 20 years. Its safety, needless to say. Simply applying a layer of metal on the surface can shield the beta rays released by the tritium battery, making it almost impossible for them to cause any harm to the human body. As for the capacity, under the condition of equal volume, the total energy generated by the fusion reaction of tritium is at least 100 times that of solid aluminum. The most important point is, the cost of tritium batteries is not high. A large amount of tritium can be extracted from seawater. Its comprehensive cost may not be able to easily crush solid-state aluminum batteries, but it is not difficult to be on par with the lithium batteries currently on the market. To some extent. Once the research on tritium batteries is successful, it means that mankind has, to some extent, entered the cold fusion era that the entire scientific community has long dreamed of. China will also become the dominant force in the world's energy industry because of its absolute patent for tritium batteries. This is an unprecedented heavenly achievement. Teacher, Academician Yi Xian, can you really do it? The gazes of the academicians were extremely heated. After those comments and replies that defamed Yixian on overseas forums caused countless Chinese people to become furious. It only took less than 20 minutes. Yanjing. A confidential place that is heavily guarded. Secretary Qin began to hold a red phone and gave the most serious instructions to all the functional departments. Our academician Yixian is almost fighting to the last bit of strength in the laboratory. Looking at Academician Yixian in the video, who is so weak that he may run out of energy at any time, my heart is bleeding. But what about these people? They went to overseas forums to slander our national warriors. Have you ever thought about how heartbroken Academician Yixian would be if they saw this? We are so ashamed of our country's heroes. After a while of silence, Secretary Qin, who was usually known for his calmness, seemed to be unable to control his emotions, and his tone suddenly increased several times. Now, check for me. Check to the end. No matter what means you use, find these little beasts for me one by one. Remember it for me. It is heroes like Academician Yixian who work hard, endure hardships, and even sacrifice their lives to ensure that our country is safe and secure and that our world is stable. No matter what, we must not allow anyone to stab them in the back. After Secretary Qin finished speaking, the heads of the functional departments on the other end of the phone all replied in the most serious tone. Secretary Qin, please rest assured. We swear to our death that our Chinese heroes will never shed blood again. After ending the call, all major functional departments of China immediately launched a comprehensive and thorough investigation covering the entire country without any blind spots. The overall policy is just one. No matter what means are used to discredit Academician Yixian, they must be eradicated. Don't leave anyone behind. The heads of every functional department have issued a death order. No one is allowed to take a vacation. Even if we have to stay up all night, we must find out those slanderers one by one. Then impose the most severe punishment. Never tolerate anyone. In this way, only then can we give a satisfactory explanation to the passionate Chinese men who have their country in their hearts, to those who have selflessly contributed to the prosperity of the motherland, and to Academician Yixian himself. At the same time that major functional departments began to conduct thorough investigations, the major official media have released tweets one after another. Who is the cutest person? This is intolerable. What else can we not tolerate? Protecting every hero. Patriotic moral education is more important than Mount Tai. A heart full of passion, but what I get in return is a chill. The countrymen must not be let down. Every tweet makes people angry and sad, with a mixture of emotions in their hearts. Angry at those ungrateful bastards. I feel sad for national heroes like Academician Yixian. Academician Yixian and others are fighting hard at the front for us, giving their all. But there is actually a group of bad apples who are smearing them behind their backs. Who wouldn't feel sad? Who wouldn't be angry? So, with the release of tweets one after another and the actions of official departments, breakthrough progress has been made. The entire network began to discuss this matter. Good job. The General Administration of Culture and Entertainment has issued a first-level decree. From now on, Channel XX is not allowed to broadcast any entertainment variety shows. The probation period is 3 years. We should have done this a long time ago. If we continue to indulge in entertainment to death like this, our next generation will probably only remember those celebrities and internet celebrities, but won't even know the names of Mr. Deng and Mr. Qian. Just now our Yangqing public account released a tweet saying that a college student in Hongshan district was one of the participants in the smear campaign against Academician Yixian on an overseas forum. He has now been ordered to drop out of school and expelled from the university. Moreover, he is not allowed to apply for any public institution in the future. At upstairs, Yangqing functional departments did a great job this time. Thumbs up. The people of Chaoyang sent a congratulatory message. The Ministry of Education has just issued a major decree. From now on, the subject of ideology and morality will be included in the college entrance examination, and the score must be no less than that of Chinese, mathematics, and English. If it were up to me, we should take all those scum who defamed Academician Yixian to the border. Let them experience how difficult it is for our soldiers. Under the common attention of countless Chinese people, the thorough investigation went particularly smoothly. Even if those smearers are commenting and responding on overseas forums. It seems like there's no way to start. But with the concerted efforts of the technical staff, they had nowhere to hide and could not escape. Less than 36 hours. Those who defamed Yi Xian in overseas forums were all caught, without exception. The worst case was a star who had quite good popularity before being banned and could barely be called a young and handsome star. This young hunk, who is actually already 29 years old, was very unwilling to be banned because of the Yi Xian incident, as he lost a lot of opportunities to make money and sleep with fans. So, he then began to use his influence to organize those crazy fans who were still willing to support him, and went to overseas platforms to form a group to discredit Yi Xian. Moreover, he himself plans to immigrate to the land of cherry blossoms, trying to continue to be a star in the land of cherry blossoms and continue to make money from fans. The ending of this little fresh meat was naturally extremely miserable. Compared with Xiao Ruyu, she is even better. After all, the official departments have already planned to fulfill his wish and revoke his nationality after he is released from prison. It is late at night. Since Yi Xian's special medal awarding ceremony will be held tomorrow, many Chinese people go to bed early. I hope to get up earlier and witness with countless Chinese people that Yi Xian becomes the first 9-star academician in the history of China. He also received the highest medal of the Republic, which is unprecedented in the history of China. At this moment, the lights in the China Energy Research Center are bright, as if it were daytime. All the academicians lost all desire to sleep. Even though many of them have been working for more than 40 hours in a row. The reason is simple. Yesterday, Yi Xian used up his last bit of strength and successfully completed the design drawings of the tritium battery. All the academicians worked together, according to the perfect blueprint drawn by Yi Xian, and mobilized all resources to start manufacturing the first tritium battery in human history. And now, what they are about to complete is the final step of palladium ion implantation. As the button is pressed, the injection machine starts at full load. Call out. In an instant, a beautiful silver light wave appeared before the eyes of all the academicians. Follow closely. This silver light wave, like a laser, was instantly injected into a rectangular block in the center of the laboratory. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The next moment after the silver light wave was successfully injected, the rectangle burst out with an extremely dazzling light blue light. We succeeded. Feeling the beautiful blue light, all the academicians present were so excited that they could not control themselves. There were also many people who cried with joy. At this moment, Yi Xian finally revealed a rare smile. Follow closely. He had already reached his physical limit and finally couldn't hold on any longer, falling unconscious to the ground. The 10-mile Chang'an Avenue is decorated with splendor. Just for one person. This is the state gift. And above Chang'an Avenue, an aerial photography helicopter from Yangsher has been hovering for a long time. With melodious background music. The two hosts were inside the cabin, using their natural, national voices to warm up for the upcoming special ceremony. Chang'an Avenue was first built in the Ming Dynasty, symbolizing long-term peace and stability. Looking back at Chang'an Avenue, it records the rise and fall of a country, as well as the sorrow, struggle, and joy it once had. It also records our great journey of fighting bloody battles to gain liberation, overcoming obstacles to create a great road, and forging ahead into a new era. Although it was just a warm-up, these inspiring sounds still made countless people excited. Even the older generation audience members burst into tears after hearing this. No. I feel like I'm going to cry. I won't go to the Canyon 5 Black today. I'll just stay in front of the TV and watch the live broadcast. This hasn't even started yet. Douyin's Yangsher live broadcast room has already exceeded 500 million views. It's so crazy. This card is simply invincible. This is a battle only for the National Day military parade. My grandpa got up at 5 o'clock this morning and stayed in front of the TV waiting to watch the grand ceremony. He didn't even make breakfast for grandma. Now I just want to say one thing, Academician Yi Xian is awesome, Huaguo is awesome. No matter how grand the ceremony is, we, Academician Yi Xian, are worthy of it. This is the star that our entire country should follow. Does anyone know how Academician Yi Xian is doing now? Don't blame me for swearing. I just want to say that this is the treatment our 9-star academicians deserve. The whole network is hotly discussing and the whole network is boiling. The land of cherry blossoms thousands of miles away. Many of the keyboard warriors in Sakura country who were also watching the live broadcast and waiting to see Yixian make a fool of himself no longer knew what to say at this moment. Because the scenes they saw during the live broadcast deeply shocked them. They were so shocked that they almost suffocated. The 10-mile-long street was filled with people from all walks of life holding flowers. There is also a solemn military formation that stretches as far as the eye can see, with each soldier standing like a dragon. Just ask. Have they ever seen such a spectacular scene? Certainly. I was shocked inside, but those keyboard warriors in Sakura country were obviously unwilling to give in. All kinds of taunting barrages kept coming. Haha. What's the point of making it so grand? You're not going to sign a licensing agreement with us today. We are the real winners. They know how to put on these fancy scenes. If we are willing, we can easily surpass them. Our Sakura country is the strongest in Asia. I heard that Yixian is only in his 20s. At this age, he can become their 9-star academician. Then you can imagine that our country has no talents at all. Yes, yes. How can they compare to our Sakura country? Our Professor Minami Ito can definitely break the record for the fastest Nobel Prize winner this year. And seeing that more and more Sakura countrymen are beginning to pay attention to the live broadcast of this special grand ceremony in China, Professor Ito Minami thought that he must take advantage of this opportunity to enhance his presence. Then he quickly posted a tweet. If this Yixian is a 9-star academician, then when I go to China, I must at least be a 10-star academician. Just wait and see, within 3 months, my solid-state aluminum battery technology will be able to occupy the entire Chinese market. And this Yixian, even if he studies for a lifetime, will never be able to develop technology that surpasses mine. Such a tweet naturally satisfied the twisted psychology of many keyboard warriors in the land of Sakura. So, in a short period of time, Professor Minami Ito received a lot of likes and attention. The number of fans is also increasing rapidly. Despite this number of fans, it is not even a fraction of Yixian's. But it is enough for Professor Ito Minami to get some good news. And at the same time, countless media flocked to Yixian's hometown, Qianlong District, Jiangzhou City, early in the morning. The entire community where Yixian's family lived was almost completely surrounded by people. As for Yixian's doorstep, there is no need to say more. The corridor was crowded with reporters who came to interview. I can't even move. Countless shots converged. In Yixian's ordinary home, the leader of Jiangzhou City was excitedly saying to Yixian's parents, "You have given the people a good son. We in Jiangzhou are proud of Yixian. We in China are also proud of Yixian. Just now, our city has decided to build a square for Yixian, and the main road in the city center will also be named Yixian Avenue." Listening to the words of this top leader, I watched the awarding ceremony on TV, which was so grand that it could not be described in words. Yixian's parents were so excited that they almost cried out loud. In fact, to this day, this ordinary working-class couple still cannot believe that their son has accomplished countless great achievements for the country in silence. It is even more difficult to imagine that their son, at such a young age, is already the only 9-star academician in the history of China. Captain Zhou, are you really not lying to me? Is my son really that powerful? Just when Yixian's father still couldn't believe all this. More than 10 kilometers away, the principal of Yixian's former alma mater, Jiangzhou No. 2 Middle School, had just finished interviewing at least hundreds of media outlets. In the interview, the principal, who was pregnant and a little bald, said in high spirits, "Jiangzhou No. 2 Middle School will erect a giant statue at the school gate for Yixian, the most outstanding alumnus in history. Every year from now on, he will arrange for all the teachers and students of Jiangzhou No. 2 Middle School to focus on studying and discussing the spirit of Yixian." After the interview, the big-bellied principal immediately instructed the secretary beside him. "We have to raise the score line of No. 2 Middle School this year, by 30 points first. We are the alma mater of Academician Yixian. How can No. 1 Middle School compare with us?" At the same moment, A beautiful reporter from Yangshi is interviewing Yixian's retired elementary school teacher. Teacher Kai, I wonder what impression you had of Academician Yixian when you were in elementary school? The beautiful reporter asked. I remember it very clearly. Mr. Kai, the head teacher of Yixian Primary School, who mainly teaches Chinese, immediately started talking. I still remember that year, when I attended the first class, I saw at a glance that this little Yixian would not be an ordinary person in the future. In fact, Yixian had already reached the limit of his physical endurance. He was already extremely weak, and he had been enduring for 3 days and nights in a row. What's more, he has to endure the heart-wrenching pain from his right knee all the time. Able to hold on until the last moment before falling down. It's absolutely a miracle. I've worn out my golden armor through 100 battles in the yellow sand, and I will never return until I have conquered Lolan. Yixian relied on his amazing willpower to hold on until now. Just to see the birth of tritium battery with my own eyes. If not for this, even if he died, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Teacher. Academician Yixian. Quick. Arrange a helicopter immediately. Academician Yixian must not have any problems. Absolutely not. Seeing Yixian fall down and fall into coma. The faces of the academicians who were originally clapping their hands in celebration all changed dramatically, and they immediately rushed towards Yixian. As for that tritium battery, it is enough to intoxicate anyone and even change the entire course of human history. No one is interested in the scene anymore. Because, in their minds, no matter how important the tritium battery is, it is far inferior to Yixian alone. The word patriot is as heavy as Mount Tai and as bright as the sun and the moon. How can it be compared to any mere ordinary thing? And watching Yixian fall into coma with a peaceful smile on his face, the academicians fell into collective silence. Each of their eyes was filled with tears. It seemed that I might not be able to hold it back at any time and burst into tears. Men don't shed tears easily. It just hasn't reached the point of being sad. Because they know better than anyone how much effort Yixian has put in during these 3 days. 3 full days and nights. In order to catch up with the progress, Yixian did not rest for even a quarter of an hour. Despite being so weak and seriously injured, he still held on and helped the Chinese Academy of Sciences complete the development of tritium batteries. There is such a national hero. How could they not be moved and shed tears? This is the achievement of Academician Yixian alone. Do you have any objections? Of course not. Academician Yixian, nothing must happen to you. The teacher's body has been tortured countless times, and now, it's us who are so ashamed of the teacher. Where is the ambulance helicopter? Notify Xiehe and immediately organize the best medical team. Make sure Academician Yixian is not in any trouble. Old Ma, don't hold it in. Cry. It's not shameful to cry for a hero like Academician Yixian. At this point, the emotions of the academicians could no longer be controlled. Half an hour later, the news that Yixian was rushed to Xiehe Hospital for emergency treatment late at night because of a severe coma directly became a hot topic. Get the news. Countless Chinese people who have not yet fallen asleep feel sad and worried. They spent the whole night frantically checking Weibo, Douyin, etc., waiting for the latest news. It's impossible to fall asleep. Confirmed. Academician Yixian was hospitalized in a coma because he was extremely weak after working for 3 consecutive days and nights. In less than 10 hours, Academician Yixian's special medal awarding ceremony will begin. Shouldn't it have any impact? I just went to Xiehe, and guess what? According to a nurse, even our most beloved boss rushed over to visit Yixian. You want to visit Academician Yixian? Who wouldn't want to? But don't you think about the level of protection Academician Yixian has now? Even if you are an academician, you probably have to wait in line. Academician Yixian fought for us until his last breath, we should treat him with state courtesy. With such a great man, China will surely be revived. Finally, it's no longer just a celebrity who's on the hot search list because of a scratch. Pray for Academician Yixian. Stars like this are truly worth chasing after for a lifetime. Just when countless Chinese people were worried about Academician Yixian, After hearing the news, many unscrupulous media and keyboard warriors in Sakura country began to mock overnight. This Yixian is really good at acting. I would feel sorry for his acting skills if I don't give him an Oscar. In my opinion, they just couldn't figure it out, so they pretended to be unconscious to gain sympathy from the public. Besides, if we act this way, we can postpone the date of that special ceremony. After all, tomorrow is the deadline for signing the contract with the Chinese company. They still have to save some face. Haha, he's in a deep coma, as if China could really come up with some research results. Everyone, please pay attention to the live broadcast from China at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to see how they end it. I doubt that Yixian really dares to appear on camera tomorrow. Without a doubt. In the minds of these people, there is absolutely no possibility that Yixian could have achieved any substantial research results in these 3 days. So, they naturally thought that Yixian was just acting. Since there are no research results, I can only win everyone's sympathy. Professor Ito Minami tweeted as soon as he heard the news. I've said it before. Even if China is given another 30 years, it won't be able to develop any new technology. Some of you fools think too highly of Yixian. Chinese 9-star academician. Haha, what value can this have? Can he win the Nobel Prize? Oh, by the way, speaking of the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Prize Committee has notified me to book a flight in advance. See you in Ruei in 3 months. As soon as this tweet came out, it attracted a large number of responses from keyboard warriors in the land of Sakura. Each of them was extremely sarcastic and claimed that they would form a group to watch the live broadcast and watch Yixian's awarding ceremony tomorrow. Let's see how Yixian is going to act. Professor Ito Minami even picked out several extremely sarcastic comments and pinned them to the top, and replied to them one by one. I will watch the live broadcast with you tomorrow. The night passes. The golden sunshine shines on the land of China. Infinite light. This is a day destined to go down in history. The second special grand ceremony in the history of China will be held today. Early in the morning. 10 miles of Chang'an Street, traffic control has been completed. No vehicles are allowed to pass. On the left and right sides of Chang'an Street, there was already a row of soldiers of Renmin soldiers standing proudly. Under the sun. They are heroic and immovable as mountains. Such a shocking event. In the past, we could only see it during the National Day military parade, which was only held once every 10 years. But today, they are only here for Yixian. He is a patriot. Treat them with state courtesy. Chang'an Avenue. At this moment, there are only 10 minutes left before Yixian's awarding ceremony officially begins. And at this moment, all television channels in China, including major satellite and local stations, switch their live signals to the live broadcast of Yixian's awarding ceremony. No TV station is excluded. After all, the General Administration of Broadcasting and Television issued a death order long ago, prohibiting anyone from broadcasting any entertainment content or advertisements during the awarding ceremony of Academician Yixian. Then, that TV station no longer has any need to exist. Same. All online platforms, including Douyu, Douyin, Huya, etc., also suspended all entertainment live broadcasts at the same time. No matter how big a star or how popular you are as an internet celebrity, you will be forced to stop broadcasting. No room for negotiation. Anyone who dares to complain or express his dissatisfaction publicly. Sorry, you will be banned forever. King of Heaven, I came to plead for mercy, but you wouldn't let me go. Just now, the homepages of major websites such as Penguin, Bilibili, and iQIYI have all changed. Only Academician Yixian's photo, his life achievements, and the live broadcast channel of the awarding ceremony are left. All Fantasy Westward Journey servers have just entered maintenance mode. LOL and pesticides also stopped. You may not believe this, but an website I often visit just had a temporary maintenance for the first time. I can only say that this is really fucking touching. Can you believe this? In the LOL forums, there are almost no abusive posts today. Instead, everyone agrees that the server shutdown is a good idea and should make way for Academician Yixian's award ceremony. Under normal circumstances, if he dared to shut down the server, the players would probably scold Penguin and his gang so much that they wouldn't even recognize their mothers. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I've really never seen anything like this in my life. But having said that, for Academician Qin, no matter how much I do, it's worth it. I just got the news that Yenjing University has decided to suspend all classes. All teachers and students must watch the awarding ceremony. At upstairs, it's the same at Yangtze Experimental Middle School. To be honest, the ratings of this awards ceremony can easily surpass the Spring Festival Gala, right? We should have done this a long time ago. I really don't know what the point of promoting those popular stars and internet celebrities was in the past. Our soldiers, our blue friends, our scientific researchers, are the ones who should truly become the idols that everyone pays attention to. One after another, the popular large platforms gave way to Yixian's awarding ceremony without hesitation. Countless people across the internet were excited about it. After all, such an amazing scene has never happened before. Many people don't even dare to think about it in their dreams. Everything has given way to Yixian alone. Well done. Well done. That's just what it should be. Academician Qin, it's worth it for us to do this. It is a blessing for China to have such a great man. On a certain viewing stand, when old heroes like Old Yuan learned that the entire Chinese network was making way for Yixian's awarding ceremony, many people's eyes were already wet. Even tears fell. The hero is old, but their patriotism has always been burning. These old heroes never expected to receive any preferential treatment from the country or any great honor. They have been concerned about the country and the people all their lives, and their only wish is that China can become more and more prosperous. Over the years, they have seen countless times that a large number of young people in China can accurately tell the birth dates of some celebrities and internet celebrities. He even knows what celebrities and internet celebrities like to eat and do. But they can't even name the heroes who dedicated their entire lives or even gave their lives for the country. So sad. They simply don't know how heartbroken they are about the current situation. Whenever I think about it, I can't sleep all night. So, at this moment, when these old heroes learned that the entire network was making way for Yixian alone, it's hard to describe how moved they were in their hearts. Because they saw hope. If so, in the future, everyone will regard national heroes like Yixian as idols. Why should we worry about the revival of our great Chinese nation? Why worry about not being able to stand on top of the world? When Yixian's awarding ceremony was about to officially begin, the popularity of the live broadcast discussion area in Sakura Country also reached its peak. Various barrages emerge in endlessly. Am I seeing things? 1.3 billion views. This is just one of the live streaming channels. These Chinese people are completely crazy. The awarding ceremony for an academician is hundreds of times more grand than the coronation of the Queen of the British Empire. Look at the viewing platform. There are so many high-ranking foreign officials. The opening ceremony of the Olympics that we managed to hold a few years ago seemed to be far inferior to this ceremony. Haha. What's the point of having a grand ceremony? In the end, their company still has to sign a patent licensing agreement with us. From now on, we can just sit back and collect money, and make a fortune from them. You're right. These Chinese people are born to work for us. At Kyoto University Ito Minami, please update your Twitter as soon as the Chinese companies sign contracts with us. You can say that. Although Yixian's special awarding ceremony has not actually begun yet, it has already shocked most of the keyboard warriors in Sakura Country. Certainly. Keyboard warriors are keyboard warriors after all. No matter how shocked or jealous you are inside, you can always find reasons to be stubborn. In particular, they firmly believe that their Sakura Country possesses the world's most advanced solid-state aluminum battery technology, and is destined to easily make countless Chinese companies bow to them. These Chinese people just like to entertain themselves. Seeing Yixian's awarding ceremony, which was so grand that it could not be described in words, was about to begin, Ito Nan sneered in his heart while feeling jealous. If you have the ability, let Yixian compete with me for this year's Nobel Prize. Obviously. Ito Minami has not yet realized that his dream of winning the Nobel Prize will soon be completely shattered. Under the attention of hundreds of millions of people. 10 a.m. sharp. On Chang'an Avenue in Yanjing, Yixian's medal awarding ceremony finally kicked off amid cheers that resounded through the sky. At this moment, countless broadcast cameras in the sky and on the ground were all locked on the western section of Chang'an Avenue. There, a special car, the only one of its kind in the country, was slowly starting up. Special car around. The guards, dressed in white suits, golden sashes on their chests and black riding boots, were driving white motorcycles in unison in a V formation, escorting the special car forward slowly. It is the state guest guard that is rarely deployed. This is recognized as the highest honor in China. Only the country's heroes. Only then can you deserve such courtesy. It's spectacular. This seems to be our state guest guard, right? I heard that we only go out occasionally when the head of a superpower comes to visit. No, it's different from the past. There were only 28 riders before, but this time there are 56. The entire state guest escort team is out. No one has ever enjoyed such a courtesy. I want to cry. Seeing all this on the live broadcast screen, many people got excited and clenched their fists. Countless people had tears in their eyes after watching this. And as that special car moved forward under the escort of the state guest guard, it entered the sight of the spectators and the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army on Chang'an Avenue. On the aerial helicopter, the two hosts are listening to the soulful and moving symphony music in the background. With their beautiful voices like poems and paintings, they spoke touching words. Decades ago, China was devastated, poor and weak. Our soldiers can only wear straw sandals, hold spears, and fight bloody battles with the enemy. In just a few decades, we have become the world's second largest economy. We have our own aircraft carriers and our own stealth fighters. Watching the shocking live broadcast images and listening to the affectionate narrations of the two hosts. In front of the TV, mobile phone, computer, big screen. Countless audiences fell completely silent. The whole of China fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, staring at the special car in the live broadcast. My heart is full of respect. On the gorgeously decorated Chang'an Avenue. As the special car slowly drove by. Row after row of Renmin soldiers, as still as mountains, looked towards the special car with their most determined eyes. Then. Let's all raise our hands and salute. Even though the special car has already passed by. They never put down their hands. And as the live camera advances. People soon saw that the person sitting in the special car was the only protagonist of the day, Academician Yixian. Yixian still looked a little weak. Obviously. He has not yet fully recovered from the severe coma he suffered last night. In addition, Yixian's right knee injury not only did not improve, but worsened. So. When Yixian appeared in front of the camera, countless people could no longer hold back their emotions. I heard from the people at Xiehe Hospital that Academician Yixian's right knee is unlikely to recover normally. In other words, our Academician Yixian will never be able to walk like a normal person again. We really feel ashamed of our countrymen. This is the pride of our country. The star that deserves our admiration the most. Academician Yixian, this is how you should live your life with honor. We strongly suggest that Academician Yixian be included in our textbooks. I just hope Academician Yixian can live a long life. Countless comments, like a rolling tide, were refreshed in the major live broadcast rooms. Nobody knows. How many passionate men are quietly wiping the corners of their eyes while typing these barrage words? No one knows either. How many elderly people sitting in front of the TV broke down in tears completely uncontrollably? The camera turns. People soon saw that there was no one else in the special car except Yixian. On each seat, there is a black and white photo and a bouquet of flowers as white as snow. A few seconds later, the broadcast camera completely focused on the first photo. The person who appeared in the photo was a dying old man with an oxygen mask on his face and various medical tubes inserted into his body. The old man was not lying on the hospital bed, but sitting in front of the computer, organizing work materials. What a shocking and tragic scene this is. At this moment, both hosts seemed a little choked up. But soon, the two hosts began to narrate with great affection. He is an academician of our Academy of Engineering and a researcher at a certain base of the General Armament Department, Lin Juanda. In the early 1990s, Academician Lin Juanda. As a nuclear scientist, Academician Lin Juanda has lived in hiding in the remote desert for decades and has made great contributions to building a peace shield for a great country. In the last few days of Academician Lin Juanda's life, his abdomen was swollen like a drum, he was severely hypoxic, his breathing and heart rate were twice as fast as usual, he was more tired than most of us after running a 100-meter sprint. However, Academician Lin Juanda smiled and said to the nurses, "Don't worry, I don't feel any pain when I work." In the last 3 days of his life, the 75-year-old scientist was racing against time with death. He ignored the strong opposition from doctors and nurses, and the pain that was beyond the limit of what ordinary people could endure, and resolutely came to the computer to organize his work materials, correct scientific research papers, and convene the project team members to instruct on subsequent scientific research tasks. But he forgot to leave a last message to his family. After listening to this story, the people in front of the live broadcast screen were quieter than before. On a certain viewing stand, old heroes like Mr. Yuan had their entire handkerchief soaked with tears. The camera moves again. This time, a young and handsome pilot appeared in people's sight, ready to soar into the blue sky at any time. His name is Wang Wei. The two hosts continued to introduce affectionately. April 1st, XX, was an ordinary and beautiful weekend. But our NC's territorial airspace are not peaceful. That day, a reconnaissance plane from the United States illegally intruded. Finally, Wang Wei is not ready to give in anymore. He bit the opponent tightly, and finally, with the will to die, he and his fighter plane number 81192 collided with it. That day, there were no umbrellas in the fireball over the NC. Later, a saying began to spread in the flight academy where martyr Wang Wei studied. If the machine guns run out of bullets, and the target enemy still poses a threat to the motherland and the people, then you and your phone are the last bullet. Wait until the two hosts finish telling Wang Wei's story. In front of the TV, countless people had red eyes and tears streaming down their faces. Men don't shed tears easily. It's just not time to be sad yet. The comments in the major live broadcast rooms were like a storm. Calling 81192, this is the Chinese aircraft carrier, please return. Calling 81192, this is China's 6th-generation stealth fighter base, please return. 81192, please return. Our motherland has become stronger, we are here to take you home. Here are the author's words. The day when martyr Wang Wei died was April 1st. If you are lucky enough to read this book, and if you happen to have some free time that day, I sincerely hope that you can be like the author and no longer celebrate April Fool's Day. Instead, I found a post commemorating the martyr Wang Wei. I absolutely believe that there will be many commemorative posts on that day, and left a sentence at the bottom. 81192, please return. We are here to take you home. We may not be able to do much, but heroes should not be forgotten. Here is the text. As the special car continues to move forward, one touching photo after another was captured by the camera and entered the sight of countless people. The two hosts told touching stories that moved countless people to tears. Chuzhou City. In an ordinary family of ordinary people, a white-haired old man with many scars on his face was watching the live broadcast on TV, tears streaming down his face. This old man is a veteran who suffered dozens of injuries of varying degrees on the battlefield. Therefore, this old man is usually very serious and not easily moved. But today, he was the one who cried the loudest. Seeing him crying so hard, the 3-year-old granddaughter beside him could not help but ask in a baby voice, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" The old man just touched his granddaughter's head, then said with tears in his eyes, "Xiao Huahua, go get the photos from the wooden box over there. Grandpa wants to take another look at those people." Liuzhou City. On top of a sky bridge, a man in his 30s was holding his daughter's hand and staring intently at the big screen in the square below. "Dad, why are you crying?" the young and inexperienced daughter asked in a daze. Just now, some sand blew in. The adult's words were clearly tinged with tears. Then, he picked up his little daughter and said very seriously, "Chen Chen, you must always remember those people in those photos." Aha. The daughter nodded heavily. "Dad, I will blow the sand away for you." "Hey, Dad, why are you still crying?" YZ City. In a second-grade classroom, the live broadcast of Yixian's awarding ceremony was being played on a projection screen. In the past, the head teacher would play extracurricular videos in the classroom every time. The students are always excited and noisy. But this time, even though the head teacher had already walked out of the classroom, turned his back, and quietly wiped away his tears at the door. But the children were surprisingly quiet. In such a large classroom, there was only the sound of sobbing that never stopped. Even the few people sitting in the last row, who usually couldn't help chattering during class, were now staring at the big screen. Not only did he not say a word, he didn't even move his eyes. And wait until the head teacher returned to the classroom. The children immediately asked impatiently, "Teacher Yu, when will Uncle Wang Wei come back? Teacher Yu, don't we have aircraft carriers? Can you tell that Grandpa Lu watching that we don't have to stand on tiptoe to see other people's aircraft carriers? Teacher Yu, that Uncle Chiu." Similar things have happened countless times in every corner of China. The stories of those deceased heroes have made countless people silent, shed tears, and even burst into tears. Wait until the story of the last photo is finished. The live camera finally fell on Yixian. This moment, the two hosts began to tell Yixian's story with the strongest emotions. His name is Yixian. Although many people have heard about Yixian's deeds countless times in the news, but no one felt impatient. It seems that even if I listen to it 10,000 times, I will never get tired of it. Just ask, how can heroic stories ever become outdated? The comments in the live broadcast rooms also began to refresh like a raging sea. Remember a few years ago, when our academician Guanda passed away, many of our media didn't even report it. Instead, the divorce farce of that celebrity Li XX dominated the hot searches for a whole half-month. What the hell is this world? Without the sacrifices of these national treasures, we would have no hope of achieving peace in this world. Is it true that Academician Yixian will never be able to walk like a normal person again? Think about what happened a few days ago. We really feel so ashamed of Academician Yixian. Cry for me. 81192, this is the Liaoning, hull number 16. The deck has been cleared, the airspace has been cleared, calling 81192 to return, calling 81192 to return. 81192, please return. We miss you. These people, like Academician Yixian, will be immortalized. Academician Yixian is our true national male god. That's all. Around 10:20 a.m. The special car that Yixian was in finally drove through the 10-mile-long street with the highest courtesy and drove steadily into Tiananmen Square. This moment, the cannons fired with a loud bang. Boom. Boom. Every shot was powerful and loud, shaking the hearts of countless people. Academician Yixian, it's worth it. This is the glory that our countrymen should enjoy. I am in tears. Salute to Academician Yixian. Salute to all the unsung heroes. Peace and prosperity for the country and the people are hard won. I have a national hero, unrivaled in the world. He is the most dazzling star of this era. Amid the excited comments of countless audiences, the special car that Yixian was in finally stopped steadily in the center of Tiananmen Square. There stands a huge stone monument that seems to have lasted for thousands of years. It is the Human Min Heroes Monument. Right now, on the reviewing stand below the monument, one by one, the important Chinese officials looked at the special car with respect in their eyes, including the old man next to Secretary Qin. Anyone can see that the old man's eyes are already wet. Finally, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of people, the door of the special car slowly opened. A wheelchair gradually emerged from it. The person sitting in the wheelchair was Yixian. Under the golden sunlight, Yixian still looked a little weak, especially his right knee, which was wrapped with thick layers of bandages. It made countless people feel heartbroken. Salute. With Yixian's arrival, an order was instantly transmitted throughout the entire Tian'an Square. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone in the huge Tian'an Square raised their hands and saluted towards Yixian. This scene. Those keyboard warriors from Sakura country were completely stunned. You know. That's Tian'an Square. Tian'an Square covers an area of 440,000 square meters and can accommodate 1 million people. Such a huge square. At the same time, everyone stood up and saluted the same person. What a spectacular scene it was. Just ask. Who can see this and not be shocked to the point of taking their breath away? Those keyboard warriors from Sakura country who had originally planned to laugh at Yixian were now completely stunned. My mind is completely blank. But after a brief moment of stunned silence, these Sakura Kingdom keyboard warriors still had to bite the bullet, violated their conscience, and sent out taunting barrages. Haha. If we in Sakura country want to do it, we can make it even grander than this. In terms of contribution, our Professor Ito Minami can equal 10 Yixian. We are the most powerful country in Asia. China is nothing. When those Chinese companies finish signing contracts with us later, we must go over and ridicule them. I'll go too, I'll go too. When the time comes, the faces of those Chinese people will look very good. There is no doubt about it. The earth-shattering scenes at Yixian's investiture ceremony have deeply stimulated these sensitive and fragile Sakura Kingdom keyboard warriors. But jealousy is jealousy. But the vast majority of them still firmly believe that their Sakura country is the real winner today. What does it matter if the awarding ceremony is grand? In an office at Kyoto University in the Sakura country, Ito Minami watched the live broadcast with jealousy and muttered. Once the news of Chinese companies signing contracts with us comes out, this grand ceremony will be doomed to become a joke. Obviously. Professor Ito, who believed that he was destined to become the first person in the history of the Nobel Prize, was completely unaware that his solid-state aluminum battery technology will soon be thrown into the dustbin of history. Tiananmen Square. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of millions of people, many Chinese dignitaries, the three armed forces, the honor guards, spectators from all walks of life, and hundreds of thousands of others in Tian'an Square were still saluting Yixian. Even after 10 seconds, no one put down their right hand. Everyone was silently gazing at Yixian in the wheelchair with deep affection. Even though Yixian was unable to stand for the time being. But in people's hearts, he is a truly towering giant. With his own strength, he supported an era. Such a patriot deserves all the courtesy. Call out. Call out. At the same time, above the sky, there were waves of fighter planes whizzing past, making thunderous sounds. Swish, swish, swish. Countless people looked up at the sky, and the broadcast camera also moved towards the sky at the same moment. In the blue sky dotted with a few white clouds, there were China's 6th-generation stealth fighters flying over like eagles in the sky. These hundreds of fighter planes, emitting diamond-shaped tail flames, together formed 9 five-pointed stars. Come into people's sight in the most shocking posture. It's our Soryu fighter. Am I seeing things? We actually have so many Tsunglongs. Didn't the foreign media report with confidence some time ago that China only has 10 6th-generation stealth fighters at most? If I'm not mistaken, that's the Mach Ring, right? So beautiful. Surprisingly, they dispatched hundreds of Tsunglong fighter planes to support Academician Yixian's award ceremony. This is the honor a patriot deserves. Academician Yixian, it's worth it. Just when countless Chinese people were completely excited about the arrival of the Soryu fighter, the two hosts spoke affectionately. At this moment, flying in the sky is the Tsunglong fighter designed by Academician Yixian himself. The Soryu fighter has the world's most advanced 3.1 thrust-to-weight ratio engine, so its tail flame is a series of diamond-shaped Mach loops. And the shape formed by the Tsunglong fighter group represents that Academician Yixian is the only 9-star academician in the history of our country. As the two hosts told the story, countless Chinese people are gradually becoming excited. The Tsunglong, which has always been hailed as China's top secret, has been displayed in front of everyone hundreds of times. Just for Yixian. What an honor this is. Hua, are all the Chinese crazy? In the land of Sakura, Kyoto University, Ito Minami felt numb all over at this moment. I was so dumbfounded that my mind almost went blank. That's not all. When he learned that hundreds of Tsanglong fighter jets, with their iconic Mach loops, appeared at Yixian's medal awarding ceremony. All the top media outlets around the world were instantly in an uproar. After all, in many people's minds, the number of China's Sorya fighter jets will not exceed 10. Even, it is still unknown whether the Sorya's engine can achieve the legendary 3.1 thrust-to-weight ratio. Whoosh! 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 With beautiful Mach loops, one after another Sorya fighter planes quickly cut through the sky and disappeared from people's sight. Although it only appeared in the camera for less than 10 seconds. But there is no doubt that the shocking scene just witnessed will be deeply imprinted in the memories of countless people. Never forget. In many people's minds, this is the supreme honor that a patriot should enjoy. And after the Tsanglong fighter jets flew across the sky, 8 people on the reviewing stand, including President Zhou Hong of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, President Wu Wenzhong of the Chinese Medical Association, looked at each other. Then, the 8 people walked to Yixian in unison, and under the witness of countless people, they bent down together and lifted Yixian's wheelchair. And then, with full respect in their hearts, they carried Yixian step by step and walked up to the reviewing stand. This scene. So many people watched it that they almost forgot to breathe. No way. The status of these 8 people in China is really too high. But at this moment, they were still willing, like the most ordinary volunteers, to carry Yixian's wheelchair and walk up to the reviewing stand. Just ask. Who can not be shocked when seeing this? Oh my God. 8 big guys of this level are carrying a wheelchair together. This kind of thing has never happened in the history of our country. Supreme glory. This is the supreme glory of our China. I just want to say one thing, Academician Yixian deserves all this. All of us are willing to carry a chair for Academician Yixian. God bless China to have such a great man. Next, we will formally confer the medal on Academician Yixian. This is the privilege that our countrymen should enjoy. The barrage of comments in the major live broadcast rooms rolled in like an overwhelming tidal wave. The next moment after Yixian said, "This prosperous era will be as you wish." Countless Chinese people could no longer suppress their inner emotions and posted comments on various platforms. The mountains and rivers are still there, the country is peaceful and the people are safe. Prime Minister Zhou, this prosperous era is just as you wish. Academician Yixian's words really touched my heart. If Premier Zhou's heroic spirit is still alive, seeing hundreds of Tsanglong fighter planes flying over Tiananmen Square just now, he would definitely be very pleased, right? Premier Zhou, did you see this? Our planes no longer have to fly twice. Our motherland has become really strong. You must be very proud, right? The country is peaceful and the people are safe, the streets are long and the prosperity is still there. This time, I really cried. I have no regrets about coming to China in this life. I'm a grown man, but I can't cry anymore today. I sent you along the 10-mile-long street back then, and today I accompany you to see the 10-mile prosperity. Prime Minister Zhou, this prosperous era is just as you wish. Endless comments and barrages are frantically flooding every corner of the internet. The phrase, "this prosperous age is as you wish," also rushed to the top 3 of the hot search list in a short period of time. Countless Chinese people have begun to consciously say in their hearts, "This prosperous age is just as you wish." In this way, we commemorate the great people who have worked tirelessly for China. In Tiananmen Square, the old heroes who came to watch the ceremony were already in tears. Because this prosperous era is just as they wished. The lion has awakened and revival is imminent. They want to witness this day with their own eyes. At the same time, in Sakura's major live broadcast rooms, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the rectangular object emitting light blue light in Yixian's hand. The reason is simple. They couldn't understand what Yixian was saying and could only pay attention to some other details. What is this? Does anyone know? I guess it's just a glowing toy. Anyway, I've never seen one. Toys. Are you kidding me? He is a 9-star academician of China. Do you think he would take out a toy on purpose in such a grand occasion? That's hard to say. Maybe, this Yixian has become stupid. Whatever it is. Anyway, no matter how grand this award ceremony is, it will eventually become the biggest joke. Countless barrages of comments flooded one live broadcast room after another. You can say that. Not even a single Sakura countryman could tell what the light blue rectangular object in Yixian's hand was. Including Ito Minami, who has always felt very good about himself and thought that there is no possibility that this year's Nobel Prize will go to anyone else. And there is no doubt about it. The rectangular object with light blue light in Yixian's hand was exactly the world's first tritium battery that he had just developed. The tritium battery is enough to change the course of human history and go down in human history. How could a mere Ito Minami recognize such epoch-making technology at a glance with his knowledge and imagination? What's the point of showing such a thing for no reason? Ito Nan, who was watching the live broadcast, didn't care much about Yixian's behavior, but his brows were still slightly furrowed and he fell into deep thought. China. Countless Chinese people also noticed the tritium battery in Yixian's hand. What's this? Everyone, including Dean Zhou Hong of the Academy of Sciences, felt extremely unfamiliar with the tritium battery in Yixian's hand. However, everyone felt that the light blue light emitted by the tritium battery was extremely beautiful. It's so beautiful. Attracted everyone's attention. Feeling the confusion of countless people, Yixian did not explain anything, but immediately embedded the tritium battery in his hand into a groove in the center of the reviewing stand. This was something Yixian had arranged in advance. That groove can be regarded as an energy releaser, connecting all the lights in Tiananmen Square and even the entire 10-mile Chang'an Avenue. And the tritium battery in Yixian's hand was firmly embedded in the energy releaser. In an instant. Witnessed by countless people around the world. In Tiananmen Square, countless searchlight beams shot into the sky at an instant. And the golden sunshine, shining together. At the same time. One by one, the bright lights are lit together with thousands of colored lights, lotus lanterns, outline lights, floodlights, ground lights, all around. Indescribably brilliant. That's not all. Along the 10-mile Chang'an Avenue, all the street lights are shining with the most brilliant light. Even though it is daytime and the sun is shining brightly, they are still dazzling. It's so shocking that it takes your breath away. This is a tritium battery. Just one is enough to light up the 10-mile Chang'an Avenue and Tiananmen Square. What? In the land of the stars and stripes, a professor of energy who had nothing to do and was watching a live broadcast out of boredom jumped up from his leather office chair instantly after seeing what had just happened. There was a look of the strongest disbelief in his eyes. Breathing became extremely rapid. My heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest at any moment. The reason is simple. This professor from the Star-Spangled Banner Nation knew very well how terrifying the energy was needed to make such a large number of lights shine simultaneously. And what happened just now? All Yixian did was just embed a small rectangular object in the energy releaser. This is beyond the professor's cognitive limits. All this can be achieved with just such a small rectangular object. Just ask. How could this senior professor of energy not realize what this means? At the same time, the keyboard warriors of Sakura country who were watching the medal awarding ceremony in various live broadcast rooms were about to jump out of their seats with their eyes wide open. They had never seen such an incredible scene before. Various comments rolled down like a waterfall. Perform magic. Can anyone tell me what Yixian just did? How did Yixian do it? Just such a small thing can light up 10 miles of Chang'an Avenue. Are you kidding? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be my eyes playing tricks on me. Cheating. It must have been cheating. When the keyboard warriors in Sakura country were completely confused about what had just happened, Ito Nan, who was crossing his legs and preparing to laugh at Yixian's joke, was dumbfounded. His face was instantly filled with fear. No, you can't play like this. Ito Nan's body began to tremble unconsciously. The eyes of countless Chinese people are focused on it. Dean Zhou, this is really inappropriate. Yi Xian seemed particularly surprised and tried to dissuade him. After all, any one of these 8 people can be regarded as the top celebrity in China. His status is so high that it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even there are some number 1 people in some countries, and it is very difficult to meet them. So, when 8 such people, like little volunteers, personally come to carry the wheelchair for you, Yi Xian really felt flattered. Academician Yi Xian, please don't say that. The 8 people's eyes were filled with determination. It is our great honor to carry you to the reviewing stand to be awarded the medal. This can be clearly seen from the 8 people's willing and even determined expressions. The 8 of them indeed regarded being able to carry the chair for Yi Xian as the greatest honor of their lives. And there is no doubt about it. In the entire Tiananmen Square, countless people watching the ceremony were so moved that their eyes turned red at the scene before them. Especially, those old heroes like Mr. Yuan. There were many more, and they were already crying uncontrollably. It seemed that they had waited too long for such a day. It is also beyond doubt. This scene of 8 people lifting Yi Xian's wheelchair together will be remembered forever in history. In the endless years to come, whenever someone mentions Yi Xian's awarding ceremony, this will be one of the most classic moments. And it is very likely that it will be included in textbooks as illustrations. That's all. Under the attention of countless Chinese people, Yi Xian was slowly carried onto the reviewing stand by Minister Yang Rongsheng and 8 other people. The place where Yi Xian was awarded the medal. Awarded honors under the Human.Min Heroes Memorial Monument. There has never been any precedent for such a thing in China's history. It is enough to say that Yi Xian's awarding of honor this time is so unusual and unprecedented. Certainly. In the eyes of almost all Chinese people, Yi Xian completely deserves such honor. Even if it is made more grand and magnificent. With Yi Xian's achievements and spirit, he deserves it. All in all, in the minds of countless people, there is now a common understanding. A national hero like Yi Xian should enjoy such a privilege of the highest standard. Only in this way can it be the true etiquette of a patriot. Swish. 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 Just after Yi Xian arrived at the reviewing stand, in less than a few seconds, the sensors on all 4 sides of the reviewing stand suddenly shot beams of light into the sky. All these light spots came together and soon formed a 3D projection in the air that was so huge that it was indescribable. What was displayed on the 3D projection were the precious images of Yi Xian devoting himself to his country countless times over the past few years, risking his life. For example, a year ago, Yi Xian wanted China to be the first to master the world's most advanced room temperature superconducting technology. He stayed by the neutrino pulse machine without sleep for 67 hours. Final. At the moment the experiment was completed, Yi Xian's lips were completely cracked due to severe dehydration, and he collapsed in the research center completely exhausted. For example, 7 months ago, Yi Xian was given the task at a critical moment and fought alone for 28 days in the underground base that never saw the sun all year round. Finally, the prototype of the tokamak device was perfectly repaired, thus avoiding major losses to the country. Only, by the time he finished work, Yi Xian had already been devastated by the magnetic field and suffered countless diseases in his body. Many muscles and bones are necrotic. Even rot. Anyone who saw Yi Xian's painful expression in the video could easily tell that the torture Yi Xian suffered at that time was simply not something an ordinary person could endure. Scenes of video footage were continuously played over Tiananmen Square. It was also seen clearly by countless Chinese people through live broadcast. Even though the 2 hosts did not say a word during this period. But these images still made countless spectators in Tiananmen Square feel extremely sad. I feel extremely heartbroken. People like Academician Wang Zhe, who had witnessed one of the scenes with their own eyes, could no longer control their emotions. Tears falling like rain. Without a doubt. After these video materials were played, no one dared to question Yi Xian's achievements at any level. No one dares to claim that Yi Xian is not worthy of the highest medal of the Republic. Boom. After the last scene is played, on the huge 3D projection screen, a line of golden characters suddenly appeared. Unparalleled Patriot. The 4 golden characters sparkled brightly under the sunlight. It seemed as if it penetrated the hearts of countless people at the scene. It's so exciting. And in the minds of countless Chinese people, these 4 words may be the best evaluation of Yi Xian's life. At this moment, a microphone came to Yi Xian's hand. Before accepting the formal award, obviously, according to convention, Yi Xian had to give a acceptance speech. In an instant, the entire Tiananmen Square fell completely silent. The countless people in front of the live broadcast screen also fell silent. Everyone was eagerly waiting to hear what their national hero would say next. Under the attention of hundreds of millions of people, Yi Xian picked up the microphone and spoke a little weakly. I haven't prepared a speech yet, and I'm not very good at speaking. So, please allow me to organize my words. Everyone at the scene was still staring at Yi Xian quietly. The look in his eyes hasn't changed at all. It seems that even if they have to wait for a long time, even a day and a night, they are willing to do so. And after lowering his head and thinking for a moment, Yi Xian took a deep breath and said with tears in his eyes, I think no one will forget our founding ceremony decades ago. At that time, we had fewer planes, and the few we had were not enough to form an air echelon. I still remember that at that time, Premier Zhou Enlai could only tell the staff with sadness and helplessness, let's just fly twice. And at this moment, if the spirit of Prime Minister Zhou is still here, I want to say to him our planes no longer have to fly twice. You don't have to worry about us every day. The 10-mile-long street I gave you now is now a prosperous 10-mile street. The mountains and rivers are still there, and the country is peaceful and the people are safe. Speaking of this, Yi Xian reached out and slowly took out a light blue rectangular object from his arms, then said solemnly, this prosperous age should be just as you wish. Right now. In Tiananmen Square, on the reviewing stand under the monument to the heroes of the People's Republic of China, Yi Xian's medal awarding ceremony, which was destined to go down in history, was still going on. It is very different from before. This grand ceremony has now attracted global attention. Countless people are looking forward to it. Waiting for Yi Xian to speak out, what exactly was that super technological object that just emitted a light blue light? For a while, there was no other sound in the entire Tiananmen Square. Everyone was staring at Yi Xian silently, and their eyes were filled with heat. There's no way he could have succeeded in just 3 days. It must be fake, it must be fake. Staring at the live broadcast screen, Ito Minami, who was about to completely collapse, began to pray frantically. Pray that Yi Xian has not developed technology that surpasses solid-state aluminum batteries. I pray that everything that just happened was just an illusion. But obviously, Ito Nan's current thoughts are very naive. It's just a dream. Only to be seen under the focus of countless cameras. Yi Xian slowly raised his hand, pointed at the light blue light, and then spoke very calmly. This one is a tritium battery that we designed, developed, and produced completely independently in China, and we have a 100% absolute patent. The reason why we want to develop such a technology is that solid-state aluminum battery technology still has a lot of defects. Let me give you an example. The electrolyte of the solid-state aluminum battery is formed by layering and compression through sputtering, so the adhesion between its adjacent layers is insufficient, which will increase the interface resistance. At the same time, due to the movement of ions in the electrode-active material during the charge and discharge process, repeated stress will be generated between the layers. If the adhesion between the adjacent layers is insufficient, sufficient interface strength cannot be obtained, and it is even possible that the layers will detach, which will ultimately greatly shorten the capacity and life of the battery. Of course, these defects are not difficult to solve. We just need to optimize the design structure. When I have time, I can write a paper specifically explaining how to optimize solid-state aluminum batteries. And what I want to say now is that no matter how it is optimized, solid-state aluminum batteries are just solid-state aluminum batteries. Even if it is optimized to the limit, it is still 3 orders of magnitude behind the tritium battery that we independently designed, developed, and produced in China. In other words, the gap between the two is almost 180 times. I believe that within 5 years, tritium batteries will become one of the most common electronic products in our world. Yi Xian's speech was very brief. All in all, I only spoke for 2 minutes and 7 seconds. However, the sensational effect caused by this passage was comparable to a tsunami. It's so terrifying that there are no words to describe it. In China, the entire internet exploded instantly. It's actually a tritium battery that has always been praised as the most ideal and perfect form of battery that could possibly be born in the human world. Academician Qin, he succeeded. Did he really develop the legendary tritium battery? 3 days. Just 3 days. Academician Qin actually developed the tritium battery for our country. I can't imagine any words that can describe the greatness of Academician Qin. Is there anyone who can tell me what a tritium battery is? By do it yourself, don't bother us with everything. I just want to say that Academician Qin is really awesome. In just 3 days, he turned the 10 years of research of those guys from Sakura country into ashes in a second. You can say that. The Chinese people have now gotten rid of the haze and are completely excited. Anyone can easily see the feeling of excitement. You know. In the past few days, news spread into the country that the price had been raised 50 times. I don't know how depressed many people feel inside. But what about now? Qin publicly demonstrated the power of tritium batteries in front of the whole world. They completely swept away all the frustration in their hearts. All that's left is pride. Be proud of the strength of our country. We are even more proud to have a patriot like Qin. Cherry Blossom Country. In an office. Ito Minami was sitting in a daze on his office chair, looking as if he had just been struck by lightning. What no one knew was how devastated Ito Minami was at this moment. You know. Solid-state aluminum battery technology has always been his proudest scientific research achievement. Over the past decade, he has spent hundreds of billions of dollars provided by the Sakura country before he was lucky enough to succeed in the research and development this year. He has always been extremely confident in this technology. He believed that even if he produced a finished product, no one in the world would be able to imitate it in a short period of time. But what just happened? In front of countless people around the world, Qin pointed out several major defects of solid-state aluminum batteries one by one. And Ito Nen knows very well that every one of those defects does exist. That is to say, Qin has a thorough understanding of the solid-state aluminum battery technology, which he regards as the pride of his life. That's nothing. The most terrifying thing is that Qin just said that he knows how to optimize those defects. If I have time, I will write a paper to talk about this specifically. This really made Ito Minami's scalp tingle. The reason is simple. He pondered for a long time about how to optimize those defects, but couldn't find any clue. But Qin showed absolute casualness. It seemed that as long as Qin was willing, he could give the optimal solution in minutes. Realize here. Just ask. How could Ito Minami not collapse? That's nakedly being crushed by IQ. Bang. It seemed that Qin had stimulated him too much. Ito Nan's eyes went dark and he fainted on the spot. The sight of him foaming at the mouth was simply horrible. In the land of Sakura, in a world-renowned 5-star hotel. After listening to Qin's speech through the live broadcast, the representatives of Chinese companies stood up without any hesitation and prepared to return home immediately. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. The Chinese enterprise representatives were about to leave. The person in charge of the contract with Sakura country, who had been so arrogant, immediately became anxious and hurried forward to persuade them. Everyone, I just discussed with the headquarters and decided to reduce the contract price to 20 times the standard price. What do you think? Hearing this, several Chinese business representatives looked at each other and almost laughed out loud. Looking at the look in the eyes of the person in charge of the contract with the Sakura country, it was as if they were watching a monkey with angry eyes and red face performing. But when they saw the Chinese representatives, there was no reaction at all. The person in charge of the contract with Sakura country became even more anxious and said repeatedly, 10 times. What do you think? Without a doubt. Ito Nan has already realized that Qin has just embedded the rectangular substance emitting light blue light into the energy releaser. It is a technological product unprecedented in the human world. And even a fool can see that it completely crushes solid-state aluminum batteries. You know. That instantly lit up the entire Tiananmen Square and all the lights along the 10-mile Chang'an Avenue. It's just a small piece, but it can release such amazing energy. Compared with it, solid-state aluminum batteries are really several orders of magnitude behind. To put it more bluntly, that is, it can easily explode the solid-state aluminum battery so badly that even your mother won't recognize it. So, at this moment, Ito Nen was completely dumbfounded. In my heart, I fell directly to the brink of collapse and despair. No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Staring blankly at the live broadcast, the huge Tiananmen Square was still shining with countless bright lights, and Ito Minami seemed to be in a daze. The expression on his face completely disappeared, and he just kept muttering, "It must be fake, yes, it must be fake. It's only been 3 days. Even if Yixian is a god, there's no way he can really develop a technology that surpasses my solid-state aluminum battery by several orders of magnitude. The Chinese must be cheating." Just as Ito Nen was stunned, countless Chinese people were also completely stunned by what had just happened. Is there any big guy who can explain to me what Academician Yixian just did? What on earth is that little thing? It can actually light up the rainbow lights of Chang'an Avenue for 10 miles in an instant. Isn't this too scary? Do you think it's possible that Academician Yixian's research was successful? I haven't read any books, so I can only say, whatever it is, it's awesome. I am a PhD student majoring in polymers at Shuemu University. In my opinion, what Academician Yixian just embedded is definitely a super battery. A super battery that is 10 times more powerful than a solid aluminum battery. Ahem, I'm a chemistry researcher at the China University of Science and Technology. I think what the above person said is very inaccurate. To instantly light up such a large number of rainbow lights in Tiananmen Square and Chang'an Avenue, the energy output is at least 100 times that of a solid-state aluminum battery. All platforms on the entire internet began to discuss crazily the light blue object that Yixian had just held in his hand. After all, what just happened was so shocking. The endless rainbow lights along the 10-mile Chang'an Avenue were instantly lit up by Yixian. With the golden sunshine, it shines brightly. Such a scene will undoubtedly leave an eternal memory in the hearts of countless people. Soon, people's attention returned to the live broadcast screen. At this moment, countless Chinese people were eagerly waiting for Yixian to introduce to them what kind of super technological product the light blue gadget was. Surprisingly, it is possible to achieve such terrifying and explosive energy output. It's like a miracle. What no one knows is, at this moment, the top leaders of countless countries in the world opened the live broadcast room of Yixian's awarding ceremony as soon as they heard the news. Then, he stared at Yixian with his eyes fixed, breathing rapidly, waiting for Yixian to give the final explanation. The country where the sun never sets. A middle-aged man with messy blonde hair, wearing a neat suit, was sitting in the office, looking at the chief scientist who had just rushed in to give an urgent report with a confused look on his face. "Harriet, what's going on?" The blonde man asked blankly. "Sir, this is a video that just came from China." The chief scientist of the British Empire named Harriet took a deep breath and said very seriously, "If I'm not mistaken, then China should have mastered a technology that is at least dozens of times more advanced than Sakura country's solid-state aluminum battery." Hearing this, the blonde man couldn't help but gasp. Because he knew very well the value and significance of the solid-state aluminum battery technology that Sakura country had just successfully developed. With this technology, the Sakura country is almost strangling the global energy industry. In the future, you can easily reap endless profits even if you just lie down. And Professor Minami Ito was able to break the record for the fastest Nobel Prize winner with his solid-state aluminum battery technology. So, when the blonde man heard that China had mastered technology that was at least dozens of times more advanced than solid-state aluminum batteries, he instantly realized what this meant. "Quick!" the blonde man immediately said, "Contact our embassy in China immediately and confirm the authenticity of the matter at all costs." Goryeo Kingdom. Yixian used tritium batteries to instantly light up the entire Tiananmen Square and the 10-mile Chang'an Avenue. Global sensation. The president of Goryeo, who was particularly aware of the current situation, immediately convened an emergency meeting of all senior officials. At the meeting, the high-ranking officials of the Goryeo state had a particularly intense discussion. Do you think it's possible that Yixian has the bloodline of our Goryeo country? Very likely. Immediately switch to the live broadcast of Yixian's awarding ceremony. The Star-Spangled Nation. An old man with white hair, who looked at least 70 years old, was enjoying red wine while signing various important documents. But at this moment, very suddenly, a beautiful blonde assistant walked directly into the old man's office and announced the cancellation of all his schedules and interviews for the day. What's wrong? The white-haired old man's brows furrowed slightly. Mr. President. The beautiful assistant directly handed over a confidential document and video material that had just been sent. What? After reading it, the white-haired old man asked with an incredible look, has China already mastered the technology that surpasses solid-state aluminum batteries? What are those agents doing? Such important information, surprisingly, we didn't know it until China made it public. The beautiful assistant who was being scolded could only lower her head and replied helplessly. Mr. President, it's not that our intelligence is lagging behind, it's that Academician Yixian. It's too incredible. 3 days, just 3 days. That Academician Yixian completely crushed the research results that Sakura country had worked hard on for more than a decade. No surprises at all. After Yixian demonstrated in public, in the presence of countless people, the magic of tritium batteries that far surpassed solid-state aluminum batteries, the world was in an uproar. It is also entirely imaginable that what will happen next is when Yixian and Huaguo make everything public. What a shocking earthquake the entire human world will face. As soon as these words came out, the Chinese business representatives all tried to suppress their laughter and looked at each other. Their expressions seemed to be saying, "This idiot, is he still living in a dream?" Then, one of the company representatives said to the translator beside him, "Tell this idiot that the technology of Sakura country's solid-state aluminum batteries is too backward, and they won't accept it even if they pay us." The words fell. All the business representatives present walked out the door with their heads held high. Just ignore the person in charge of contracting with Sakura country. And there is no doubt about it. Every one of them couldn't express how happy they were in their hearts. I can't even express how proud I am. You know. These days, they have been subjected to all kinds of humiliation during the negotiations with the Sakura country. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. Even if it was a contract with a 50-fold premium, most of them were ready to swallow it with gritted teeth. One can imagine how frustrated they were during this period. And now, things will change over time. Once the tritium battery came out, solid-state aluminum battery technology was destined to be thrown directly into the dustbin of history. No one would even want to take a second look at it. For the foreseeable future, they no longer have to ask any country for patent authorization and technical support. On the contrary, other countries, especially the Sakura country, are desperately begging China. When I think of this, just ask, how could these business representatives not be excited? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. With patriots like Yixian, who dares to bully China for being poor. Don't leave. We can still discuss this further. Seeing that all the Chinese business representatives left without looking back, the person in charge changed his words again in a hurry. 5 times should be okay, right? If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate for 3 times the amount. Walk slowly, wait. No premium, we will sign a normal contract. In addition, the free license period can be extended by 6 months. How about this, we give you a 20% discount, is that okay? 50% off. Threefold. The person in charge of the contract with Sakura country chased all the way out of the hotel. He no longer had the arrogant attitude of a few days ago. Instead, he expressed his goodwill to the Chinese corporate representatives in various ways and began to cut prices like crazy. However, no matter how hard it is, the other party has already called out a 10% discount. But the Chinese corporate representatives remained unmoved. She didn't even look at him once. Just treat him as a buzzing fly. Certainly. in the process of moving forward. Several Chinese business representatives, of course, happily began to communicate with each other. At this time, he still wants to trick us into signing a contract. I don't know what's in his mind. I guarantee that the faces of those people in Sakura country must be very interesting right now. Besides, it is inevitable that someone has already vomited blood and has been hospitalized. How much investment do you think Sakura country has made in researching this solid-state aluminum battery technology? I guess the loss is just a few $100 billion, ha ha ha. Just as these Chinese business representatives thought. When Yixian announced in front of the world that China had successfully mastered tritium battery technology, the technological community of Sakura country was instantly plunged into a state of wailing and misery. Especially the research and development team of Kyoto University headed by Ito Minami, everyone was about to completely collapse. I even wanted to commit suicide by cutting open my stomach on the spot. After all, the Sakura country has invested hundreds of billions of dollars in solid-state aluminum battery technology. It also cost countless manpower, material resources, and other countless resources. And now, it is obvious that all these investments will be wasted due to the emergence of tritium battery technology. Just ask. How could they never despair? My heart is bleeding. Tiananmen Square. Yixian's world-renowned century-level awarding ceremony is still going on. Right now. The 3 military honor guard, accompanied by stirring music, presented the highest medal of the Republic that belonged to Yixian alone to the hands of the old man standing in front of Secretary Qin. It was the old man who wrote, "We are ashamed of our country," in his own handwriting. There is no need to say more about who this old man is. Swish, swish, swish. For a while, in the entire Tiananmen Square, all eyes were focused on the old man. The old man took the medal that was shining with golden light very solemnly, and then came in front of Yixian under the records of countless cameras and the witnesses of countless Chinese people. Under the attention of hundreds of millions of people. The old man slowly lowered his body and kept himself at the same height as Yixian, who was in the wheelchair. Then, the old man, with tears in his eyes and full of respect, personally put on this medal, which is unique in history, for Yixian. The Supreme Order of the Republic. The supreme glory of China. Hiss. At this moment, countless people couldn't help but take a deep breath. I can't even describe how shocked I was inside. The old man bent down and put it on himself. What an honor this is. And as the camera zooms in, countless people who were watching the live broadcast saw that the old man did not choose to stand up, but instead held Yixian's hand and said with some apology, "It is you and those heroes who support the backbone of our country. It is you and those heroes who have created today's prosperous world. You deserve all the glory of our Chinese nation. And we are so ashamed of you. A few days ago, I actually let you suffer such injustice." The old man's expression became more and more serious. Finally, he said word by word with great solemnity, "I promise that from now on, things like heroes shedding blood and tears will never happen again on this land of our China." The moment the words fell, suddenly, a picture appeared on the huge 3D holographic projection screen in the air. On China's first aircraft carrier, thousands of officers and soldiers, including the captain, stood lined up on the deck in full gear, facing the fierce sea breeze. Then, under the camera, the captain shouted loudly like a huge bell, "Salute to Academician Yixian." Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, all the officers and soldiers on the aircraft carrier saluted the camera together. Call out. The scene changed. This time, what appeared on the projection screen was the interior of China's Tiangong space station, 450 kilometers above the ground. Now, all astronauts have used various methods to stabilize their bodies in the weightless state of space. Then, they raised their hands and saluted in unison towards the camera, just like all the officers and soldiers on the aircraft carrier just now. Call out. The lens changes again. This time, what appeared on the projection screen was Kunlun Station, which is the closest to the South Pole among all the scientific research stations in China. In the picture, 28 members of the team, who were tasked with carrying out a major scientific expedition, stood on the endless ice and snow and shouted in unison, "Salute to our hero, Academician Qin. At the same time, each member of the scientific expedition team saluted towards the camera in unison. Everyone's eyes are filled with respect for a hero of the times and an unparalleled national hero. Call out. The screen changes again. This time, what appeared on the screen was a group of soldiers stationed on an island reef in the NC. Years of exposure to the sun have left these soldiers' skin with obvious cracks. It looks like half of the skin has been peeled off. Plus, this place is almost isolated from the outside world, and all you can see is the vast ocean. It's entirely imaginable how difficult it is to be stationed on such islands and reefs. Most people probably can't even hold on for half a day. But these soldiers never complained. There is absolute determination in everyone's eyes. It seems that even if they stay here for their whole lives to guard the sea borders for the motherland, they have no regrets. At this moment, they were holding a banner in front of the barracks. On the banner, 4 eye-catching characters were written. Unparalleled Patriot. Salute to Academician Qin. Following such a shout, the soldiers stationed on the island immediately straightened their bodies, raised their heads, and saluted the camera. Whoosh! 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 In Tiananmen Square, the huge holographic projection screen was playing one scene after another paying tribute to Qin. From nuclear submarines deep in the sea to Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world. From the picturesque water towns in the south of the Yangtze River to the grasslands where cattle and sheep can be seen in the wind-blowing grass. You can say that the entire Chinese nation is expressing their highest respect to Qin and heroes like Qin. This scene follows another scene. I don't know how many people watching the ceremony shed tears several times. The handkerchief used to wipe the tears was completely wet. Then, everyone watching the ceremony stood up unconsciously and saluted towards the reviewing stand where Qin was. Salute to every hero like Wang Wei. Salute to the patriots like Mr. Deng, Mr. Qin, and Qin. Follow closely. On the 10-mile Chang'an Avenue, countless people and the soldiers who stood still as a mountain also looked towards the reviewing stand, and then made the same move in unison. Salute. At this moment, in Yanjing City, countless children who were watching the live broadcast in the classroom stood up spontaneously. Then, facing the Qin in the picture, who was wearing the highest medal of the Republic and sitting weakly in a wheelchair, he saluted as a young pioneer. Never let go for a long time. Same. Many citizens of Yanjing also gazed at the moving broadcast images, and then chose to stand up and salute. Or, silently pay the highest respect to Qin in your heart. It seems to be very contagious. Across the country, countless people did the same thing. In front of the TV, computer, mobile phone. Countless audiences could no longer suppress the emotion and passion in their hearts. They posted messages, posted comments, and almost paralyzed the servers of all major platforms on the internet. This is the star we really want to chase. A peerless national hero. Prime Minister, do you see this? This is the prosperity of today. You must be proud of us, right? I cried so hard today. Let me cry my heart out for once. I have no regrets about coming to China in this life. I just want to say that Academician Qin is really fucking awesome. From now on, we must protect Academician Qin. We must not let Academician Qin suffer any injustice again. If anyone dares to say something bad about Academician Qin, I will spray him to death. Endless barrages and comments swept across all online platforms like a raging storm. As for the keyboard warriors of Sakura country who were also paying attention to this century-level medal awarding ceremony, they seemed to have disappeared one by one. Even if there were a few people who still dared to speak, they had completely lost the high spirits they had at the beginning. This is all made up, isn't it? Can anyone tell me how this Qin, he, is so strong? In just 3 days, he surpassed our research of more than 10 years. And surpassed it by hundreds of times. I'd like to ask, will Professor Ito still win the Nobel Prize this year? From these words, it is obvious that the keyboard warriors in Sakura country can no longer find any reason to continue to be stubborn. Originally, I was thinking about coming to see Qin make fun of himself. But they didn't expect that in the end, they themselves became a joke. Just ask. How can they not collapse? Boom. 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 Just as Yixian's medal awarding ceremony was about to come to a successful conclusion, suddenly, fireworks burst into the sky from all directions of Tiananmen Square. Follow closely. This extremely gorgeous rain of fireworks, like mercury pouring on the ground, began to roll in all directions. It only took less than half a minute. The entire city of Yanjing was filled with the sound of fireworks exploding. At this moment, countless people looked up to the sky with red eyes. Because they all knew that this endless rain of fireworks was the best testimony to Yixian's awarding of the medal. Fireworks all over the city. Just for one person. This is the national hero. This awarding ceremony is destined to be remembered in history. The curtain finally fell. After the awarding ceremony, the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced immediately. Academician Yixian holds the world's only patent for tritium batteries. We welcome relevant professionals from all over the world to verify the authenticity, reliability, etc. of tritium batteries. As for the hot search charts on major platforms such as Douyin and Weibo, they have reached their historical peak without any suspense. Right now, the top 10 hot searches on Weibo are: replay of the ceremony for awarding honors to Academician Yixian. Unparalleled patriot. This prosperous age should be as you wish. Tritium battery. Salute to Academician Yixian. How much is the Supreme Order of the Republic worth? Academician Yixian's injury. I love you, China. 81,192, please return. What kind of woman is worthy of Academician Yixian? You can say that. Although the awarding ceremony has ended, people's enthusiasm for discussion has not diminished in the slightest. Yixian himself was undoubtedly sent back to Xiehe Hospital as soon as possible after the ceremony. What is different from before is, this time, the entire War Dragon army, which has always been hailed as the strongest in China, was transferred here to be specifically responsible for protecting Yixian. The instructions given by the old men were very clear. From today on, no one can harm Yixian in the slightest. Night has fallen. Xiehe Hospital. The nurses station on the first floor of the special medical hospital where Yixian is located. After finishing their work, several female nurses immediately gathered together to communicate. A young nurse with a ponytail couldn't help but speak up first. Do you know? Outside the hospital, the flowers sent by those who came to visit Academician Yixian are almost piled up into a mountain. Next to him, a short-haired female nurse quickly said, I'm going to tell you something in secret. Director who told me this, so don't tell anyone else. Academician Yixian is being protected by an entire army of war dragons 24 hours a day. The words fell. Without any surprise, the nurses present immediately became extremely curious. Sister Wang, what is the Zhanlong army? I know you haven't heard of the War Dragon army. The short-haired nurse did not keep the audience in suspense and gave a direct explanation. Let me tell you this, the War Dragon Corps is the most powerful military corps in our country. Even if we look at the world, it can at least be ranked in the top 5. Remember, it is at least. In addition, I can tell you very responsibly that every soldier of the War Dragon Corps is absolutely at the level of a soldier king. After listening to the introduction of this Sister Wang, all the young nurses present couldn't help but start swallowing saliva frantically and gasping for air. Obviously, they were all so shocked. Being protected day and night by an entire army of war dragons, they simply couldn't imagine what kind of supreme treatment this was. That's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. But when I think about what happened today, they all felt that all this was as it should be. Such a patriot. He deserves any privilege that transcends everything. Look, look. At this time, another tall and thin female nurse joined in. Now all the iconic buildings across China are lighting up the picture of Academician Yixian. After saying, everyone present's eyes were focused on the tall and thin female nurse's circle of friends. As your fingertips slide across the screen one by one, they soon saw China's landmark buildings, such as the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Twin Towers, the Shanghai World Expo, and so on. Everything seemed to have been discussed in advance. Photos of Yixian at work were displayed on the electronic screen on the outer wall. It feels like this is a way of telling all Chinese people. This day belongs only to Yixian. This is too spectacular. Looking at those pictures shining brightly in the night, all the nurses present were completely shocked. They all wanted to go out immediately and witness with their own eyes the scene where countless tall buildings were lit up at the same time for Yixian. After being shocked for a while with my eyes full of stars, a nurse who looked the youngest asked with some sadness, "Have you asked the directors? Academician Yixian, can his right knee be healed?" As soon as these words came out, the nurses, who were originally excited, fell silent. Without a doubt, they all know some inside information, more or less. Knowing how pessimistic the condition of Yixian's right knee injury is, I'm afraid, in all likelihood, you won't be able to walk normally in the future. When I think of this, just ask, who present here would not feel sad for Yixian? And at the same time, Yixian just woke up from a coma. At this moment, Yixian had intravenous drips in both hands, and his body was full of various telepathic receivers. Some of the most authoritative expert doctors in the country are on duty here. It seems that this time, no matter what the reason, they will never allow Yixian to be discharged easily. Unless Yixian truly recovers. Looking over, Yixian's complexion was obviously much better than during the awarding ceremony in the morning. But, he still looked a little weak. At least Yixian's face still looked so pale. His right knee still felt bursts of pain all the time, forcing Yixian to grit his teeth and endure it silently. The mission has been refreshed. Suddenly, a voice came into Yixian's mind, which was obviously from his "I am everywhere and omnipotent" system. Immediately afterwards, a line of golden words appeared before his eyes. Task 2, solve any one of the world's top 10 scientific problems within 1 month. The world's top 10 scientific problems. Yixian frowned slightly. Because he knew very well that each of the top 10 scientific problems in the world today is as difficult as climbing to the sky. They are, in no particular order: perfect gene editing, controlled nuclear fusion, room temperature superconductor, conquer cancer, quantum mechanics, unified field theory, wormhole research. The solution to any of these 10 major scientific problems will bring unprecedented changes to the human world. It is more influential than the birth of tritium batteries. Only. Even though Yixian now has a brain development far beyond that of ordinary people, he also has a pair of strange eyes that can grasp countless information in an instant. But in just 1 month, it is still extremely difficult to conquer any one of them. According to Yixian's judgment, he had at most a 10% chance of success. Which of the 10 major scientific problems should I choose? Yixian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It has to be said that Yixian knew very clearly in his heart what kind of changes would happen to him once he really completed this task. The degree of development of his brain will undoubtedly continue to improve. At least, it's 30%. It is possible to directly increase it to 35% or even 40%. And this is actually something that Yixian is very, very worried about in his heart. The reason is simple. After his brain development increased to 25%, Yixian felt that his metabolic rate was obviously much faster than before. This means that Yixian's cell division speed is accelerating rapidly. It also means that Yixian's lifespan is sharply decreasing as his brain development increases. The original Yixian's body had been badly damaged. If the situation continues to develop like this, it will be a huge question whether he can survive until he is 50 years old. As his brain development increased to 25% a few days ago, he had a clearer understanding. Given the speed at which his cells divide, it is unlikely that he will live past 40. So, Yixian could easily figure out that if he truly completed the new task, the degree of development of his brain would indeed experience another surge. It is even more likely that he will master some even more powerful, magical abilities. Only. His lifespan will also be sharply reduced again. China's first nuclear submarine successfully completed various water trial missions. Everyone is cheering and rejoicing about this. As the chief designer and chief engineer, Lv Xinghua had the eyes that only a great craftsman can have, as if he could see through the stars and the sea, and instantly a line of the happiest tears flowed out of his eyes. Then it seemed as if Lu Xinghua could no longer hold on, and he suddenly fell unconscious in the command center. After being sent to the hospital for treatment. Only then did his colleagues know that. Turn out to be. As early as 3 years ago, Lu Xinghua was diagnosed with advanced liver cancer. But in order not to delay the development of nuclear submarines, for the sake of our motherland, we should realize the dream of nuclear submarines as soon as possible. Lu Xinghua never revealed this matter to anyone and always stayed at his post, even though he was suffering from illness almost every moment. That kind of pain made him unable to sleep peacefully for 3 years. However, Lu Xinghua managed to endure all this suffering by relying on his passion. Until China's first nuclear submarine successfully completed all water testing missions. He finally fell. Although Minister Yang Rongsheng and others issued the order to rescue at all costs, after learning about this incident. But in the end, it was too late. According to the doctor, the cancer cells in Lu Xinghua's body have now spread throughout his body. Even gods can't save you. At most, it can only last another 2 or 3 months. This is almost the current limit of Lu Xinghua's life. Learn this result. Just ask. How could Yang Rongsheng and others accept this? You know. They originally planned to announce Lu Xinghua's indescribable achievements over the years immediately after the first nuclear submarine was tested. This tells everyone that Lu Xinghua, who has not returned home for decades and is regarded as an unfilial son by countless fellow villagers, is a true unsung hero. His life is like a submarine in the deep sea. Silent, but with infinite power. At the same time, they also plan to arrange for Lu Xinghua to return home immediately to meet his elderly mother for the first time in more than 40 years. However, all these beautiful arrangements seem to be completely shattered with Lu Xinghua's illness. Who can accept that such a great hero, who has been loyal to the country for decades, has to hide his identity, live alone on a deserted island, and endure countless insults? Unexpectedly, I can't even enjoy one good day. Even accompanying my old mother to complete her last journey seems to be a luxury. When Yang Rongsheng and others told Yixian this story, they were obviously crying. You can imagine how heartbroken they are at this moment. In their 20s, they are in the prime of their life. Lu Xinghua lowered his head silently, willing to be a silent pillar for the country. In that impoverished era, he ignored the criticism he received and devoted himself to forging a national weapon. Ask the blue waves of the ocean, what does it mean to dedicate one's life to one's country? The black hair has turned into white hair, but I am still riding on the iron horse across the icy river. People like Lu Xinghua should be recorded in history forever and enjoy supreme glory. The scenery is endless. But the reality is so regrettable. Who wouldn't feel sad and cry? Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? After listening to the whole story, Yixian was silent. Everyone in the ward was silent. Especially the doctors and soldiers of the Zhanlong army, their eyes were slightly red and tears were shining. I can't even describe how depressed I feel inside. And after a long silence, Minister Yang, as if he had made a decision, Yixian took a deep breath and then said very seriously, "Give me a month, and I will make Academician Lu Xinghua's illness disappear completely." Without a doubt, Yixian has made his choice. The second system task is to solve one of the world's top 10 scientific problems, conquering cancer. Not for anything else, just to save Lu Xinghua. And there is no doubt about it. As soon as these words came out, everyone present had their eyes wide open. A look of disbelief. Things to know. They all knew very well that Lu Xinghua was suffering from the most advanced stage of cancer, a disease that even gods could not cure. Those endless cancer cells have spread throughout the body. Even the world's top medical institutions are helpless in this regard. At most, I can only maintain my life for a few more months. Academician Yixian, you are kidding, right? Academician Lu Xinghua was diagnosed with the most advanced cancer. Feeling Yixian's extremely determined eyes, Yang Rongsheng was so shocked in his heart that he couldn't express it in words. All this was still too unbelievable for Yang Rongsheng and others. It is really hard for them to imagine how cancer can be conquered in just 1 month. Even if Yixian has created a miracle by breaking through tritium battery technology in just 3 days. No way. Almost everyone knows how terrible and untreatable cancer is. When it reaches the most advanced stage, it becomes a terminal illness among terminal illnesses. Conquering cancer has been listed as one of the world's top 10 scientific problems. The overall difficulty is at least an order of magnitude higher than developing a tritium battery. Conquer cancer in just 1 month. Yang Rongsheng and others really couldn't think of any possibility. Of course I can. On the hospital bed, Yixian clenched his fists, his eyes slightly red. Our Chinese heroes should not pass away quietly like this. The next day, when the first ray of morning light descends upon the land of China, a bombshell piece of news swept the entire internet. That is, the tritium battery independently designed, developed and manufactured by China has been verified by professionals sent from all over the world. Not only is it safe and reliable, but its performance in all aspects is hundreds of times better than that of solid-state aluminum batteries. In an instant. Global shock. Countless world-renowned media outlets, in a rare move, published various articles praising China on their front pages. Malian society, the era of cold fusion is coming. Lou Reuters, the incredible 9-star academician of China. Wall Street Daily, magical China, magical tritium battery. Lianhe Morning Post, Yixian, a genius beyond Tesla. This situation did not surprise many people. After all, once the tritium battery comes out, it means that China will be the dominant player in the world's energy industry for many, many years to come. Even a country as powerful as the Stars and Stripes would not want its countless energy companies to fall into complete backwardness. Then you have to come over and sign a patent licensing agreement with China. As for the contract price, of course, China has the final say. So, they must change their past practice of smearing China and come over to flatter us. Even though I know that this is bound to happen. But Yixian still decided to do his best to complete this second system task. This can be clearly seen from Yixian's determined eyes. His thoughts will never change because of anything. Even if he really is bound to die young, he doesn't care. Because, in the last moment, scenes of the deeds of deceased heroes emerged in his mind. For example, Mr. Qian back then. No one knows how much suffering he went through during his 5 years of imprisonment in the Star-Spangled Country. After returning home after going through numerous hardships, he took a very meager salary and went to the Gobi Desert alone, without any regrets. Another example is Academician Lin Juanda. He devoted his entire life to the country. Since he started working undercover in his 20s, he has never enjoyed even a day of leisurely life. When he was in the late stage of cancer, he refused all chemotherapy and worked until the last moment of his life with extraordinary willpower. Our ancestors were willing to sacrifice their lives to serve their country. So, as Yixian's descendant, how could he have any hesitation? Which problem should we choose? Although his body was still very weak and his right knee was still painful to the point of unbearable pain, Yixian still began to seriously think about his next plan as soon as he accepted the task. Unconsciously, the night darkened a little more. At this moment, it is 22:58. Countless Chinese people have fallen asleep peacefully. Certainly. More Chinese people are active on various platforms, replying to comments and posting comments. Everyone, come and watch our Hanyang city. All the office buildings on the 3 streets in the city center are lit up for Academician Yixian. It's so spectacular. Have you heard? Our country's strongest war dragon army has been ordered to protect Academician Yixian. Some people actually think that this is a bit too exaggerated. Haha, he probably doesn't know that people like Academician Yixian are destined to be regarded by external forces as core attack targets that must be killed at all costs, right? Therefore, even if more forces are sent to protect Academician Yixian, it is worth it. Have you climbed over the firewall to check the internet? The whole world is talking about the tritium battery developed by our Academician Yixian. I have some hot news here. The Nobel Prize Committee has called Ito Minami from the land of Sakura and told him to refund his flight to Sweden first. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. Now I am waiting for the day when Sakura country begs us to buy tritium battery technology. Didn't they say they would sell us 50 times as much before? This time, we should sell them at least 100 times as much, right? Tooth for tooth, this is our fine style. Without a doubt. The century-level awarding ceremony that took place in the morning has left an eternal memory and shock in the hearts of countless people. I am afraid that this will be a hot topic of discussion for a long time in the future. And just when people were discussing it enthusiastically, several figures walked into Yixian's ward. It was during the awarding ceremony that Minister Yang Rongsheng, President Zhou Hong and others carried Yixian's wheelchair. Academician Yixian, are you feeling better? Academician Yixian, please don't get up. Just lie down, just lie down. Academician Yixian, if you need anything, just tell us. No matter what it is, we will do it for you. After arriving at the ward, several people surrounded Yixian, saying words of comfort with great concern. Looking at Yixian's still haggard appearance, they all seemed to remember something. They couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats several times and almost burst into tears. But Yixian keenly discovered at this moment that their expressions were obviously more depressed and sad than usual. So, out of curiosity, Yixian couldn't help but ask. Minister Yang, Dean Zhou, did something bad happen? After looking at each other, Yang Rongsheng took a deep breath, and then said with great sorrow, Academician Yixian, this is what happened. As Yang Rongsheng slowly told the story, Yixian finally understood why there were such sorrowful expressions on the faces of those people. Turn out to be. That is a secret that very few people know. Many years ago, China began research on nuclear submarines. After all, for a country that is hostile to the Star-Spangled Banner, it is crucial to have a strategic nuclear submarine deterrence. It goes without saying how difficult nuclear submarine technology is. That is an order of magnitude more difficult than researching and manufacturing nuclear weapons. To this day, there are only 5.5 countries that have mastered nuclear submarine technology. In those days when we were extremely poor, if China said it wanted to research nuclear submarine technology, it would undoubtedly be laughed at by countless people, who would say that the Chinese were overestimating their capabilities. But even so, there are still people who devote themselves to this cause which can only be described as great at all costs. He is Liu Xinghua. This name couldn't be more common. And Liu Xinghua's life can only be described as obscure. Since he was in his 20s, Liu Xinghua was secretly sent to a deserted island where the conditions were so harsh that they could only be described as terrible, and began a research life completely isolated from the world. No way. The research on nuclear submarine technology is top secret. In order to ensure that it will not be discovered or even destroyed by other countries, the researchers can only hide their identities and live alone on a deserted island. All that. Liu Xinghua did it all. From the age of 27 to exactly 71. 44 years in total. He has never had even a single word of contact with his family. Not to mention meeting. It was as if the world had disappeared. To this end, people from the same village often came to Liu Xinghua's home and said to his old mother, "You really raised an unfilial son. He didn't even come back to look at you after work." In short, in the village, Liu Xinghua is a complete, rebellious son. Many parents often say this when educating their children. When you grow up, don't be like Xinghua from Auntie's family. We have been supporting him in vain. This is Liu Xinghua's famous yet unknown life. God knows how much misunderstanding and bitterness he has suffered over the years. When the night is quiet and I miss my hometown and my loved ones, how many tears I shed. But in order to ensure the nuclear submarine industry of our motherland, there must be no accidents. Liu Xinghua just kept enduring it and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his research. But China's first nuclear submarine was finally successfully launched not long ago. Liu Xinghua's life achievements can finally be made public. He could finally return to his home and take care of his mother. An accident happened. And there is no doubt about it. As this sensational news came out, there was a cry of grief in the land of Sakura. Can someone tell me, did we lose hundreds of billions this time? What's going on? Wasn't it said a while ago that Professor Ito's chance of winning the Nobel Prize this year was 99.99%? How come it has dropped to 0% so quickly? Hey, now the business representatives from all over the world have evacuated Kyoto and headed directly to Yanjing, China. We have lost miserably this time. This is not the scariest thing. Do you know that the Chinese side has said that if we want to buy their tritium battery patent, we have to pay at least a 3-digit multiple? At least several hundred times, it all depends on their mood. Three digits. Are we going to be allowed to survive? Without a doubt. The advent of tritium batteries under Yi Xian's leadership not only caused heavy losses to the Sakura country. Conservative estimates put the number at hundreds of billions of dollars. This does not include the huge amount of manpower and material resources invested. It also completely ended the Sakura country's dream of energy hegemony. From then on, I am afraid that the Sakura country will no longer dare to engage in any open hostility or confrontation with China. Because if that happens, it means that countless companies in Sakura country will go bankrupt in a minute. In China, the entire internet was undoubtedly boiling with excitement. SX people sent congratulatory messages. Have you heard? Dozens of companies from Sakura country have sent representatives here. Why don't we discuss and decide what price is appropriate for them? What the hell are we talking about? Just tell them to either sign a contract with a 1,000 times premium or get out of here. This is really hilarious. There's a professor from Goryeo who published a paper, mainly proving that our academician Yi Xian is actually from Goryeo. Ha 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 ha, everyone, come and have a look. There's a portal below. I saw that news too. It was so damn funny. The universe kingdom always brings us joy. I am only concerned about how Academician Yi Xian is recovering now. Me too. I'm looking forward to Academician Yi Xian finding time to live stream for us after he recovers. In such a situation where the whole network is celebrating. Countless people are looking forward to getting more news about Yi Xian. Especially Yi Xian's injury. That has touched the hearts of countless people. So, people have expressed their opinions online, hoping that Yi Xian would be able to make a public appearance after he recovers. For example, start a live broadcast. For example, last time there was a program similar to Let's Talk. For example, go back to Yanqing University and give a speech. In short, countless people are eager to see Yi Xian again, this famous Chinese hero who has been awarded the highest medal of the Republic. However, this confuses countless people. It was as if Yi Xian had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Countless media outlets, including Yangsher, tried every possible means to contact him but were unable to do so. Even the Nobel Prize Committee called Yi Xian specifically to receive the award, but no one answered the call. For a while, where Yi Xian went became a hot news topic. Countless people have heatedly discussed this. The vast majority of them expressed concern about Yi Xian's recent condition and hoped that Yi Xian could recover soon. But, the forest is big, there are always all kinds of birds. There are always some people who, for various reasons, will recklessly make some extremely vicious comments in some unknown dark corners. I heard that Ego is no longer alive, so why hasn't he shown up yet? This kind of person deserves it. He caused my phone to be banned, and it's not too much to die 100 times. People in the group, please don't take screenshots. There are so many people out there who have been brainwashed. We still have to be careful with what we say. Isn't it just that he invented tritium battery technology? He makes it seem like it's so great. How is our Qiao Qiao worse than him? Everyone, believe me. As long as we work together, Xiaomo will definitely be able to make a comeback. As for that Yi Xian, he should die soon. I feel upset just by seeing him. There are actually a lot of people online saying that Yi Xian is very handsome. I'm really sick of it. Didn't you see that our Fengfeng's skin is several times whiter than his? Sisters, I'm already applying for a Korean passport. The men in our country are just like that, I'd better go find my oppas. Obviously. These crazy fans of celebrities and internet celebrities and female boxers did not realize their mistakes at all. Instead, they hated Yi Xian even more. although they now don't dare to say bad things about Yixian in public. But, there is no doubt about it. Once they find the opportunity, they will spare no effort to severely criticize Yixian. What made these people happy was, after about 3 days, they found a perfect opportunity. That morning, a piece of news shocked the entire internet. That is, under Yixian's strong suggestion, the country decided to spend 1.3 trillion to build a super-large particle collider. Time, 15 days. As soon as this news came out, the whole country was in uproar. Oh no, it's a global uproar. After all, 1.3 trillion, this is really a shocking number. The most terrifying thing is that the super-large particle collider must be built within just 15 days. This completely dumbfounded countless foreign scientific and technological workers, who exclaimed that this was simply impossible. You know, the Large Hadron Collider currently located in Geneva involved 7,000 scientists and engineers from about 80 countries, but it took 14 years to be finally built. And now, a super-large astronomical collider had to be built within 15 days. This simply exceeds the cognitive limits of countless people. As the whole world was in shock over this news, the eyes of those crazy fans of celebrities and internet celebrities, including the celebrities and internet celebrities themselves, and female boxers hiding in the dark corners all lit up. Because they feel that the opportunity they have been waiting for has finally come. So, they rush to major live broadcast rooms, forums, BBS, communication groups, etc. Then, under the pretext of discussion, they used various obscure methods to make statements that defamed Yixian. I think Academician Yixian is wasting the country's resources. 1.3 trillion, what would cost so much money? Just wait and see. Half of this 1.3 trillion will probably go into Yixian's pocket. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is a waste of money and time. It would be better to take it out and divide it among us equally. Haha, the construction schedule is so tight, Yixian is pushing those workers to death. I have to say, these stirring remarks did indeed have the effect of discrediting Yixian invisibly. Many stupid people who are ignorant of the world will be brainwashed in minutes when they see these remarks. Then, these stupid people are very self-righteous and express their opinions on the internet. Some even write long articles on platforms such as WeChat Moments and Tushio, specifically arguing that Yixian's suggestion is absolutely a huge historical mistake. By the way, show how different and thoughtful you are. Is it worth spending 1.3 trillion to do this? I just want to ask why. Academician Yixian said that we must obey him unconditionally. I dare say this is definitely not a good sign. Can a recipient of the highest order of the Republic be so willful? Haha, why don't you use this 1.3 trillion to give us subsidies? I see many other countries give us money every month. In less than a few hours. Articles like this one after another appeared in people's sight. These articles undoubtedly make the vast majority of Chinese people angry. Even more chilling. Then, countless Chinese people spontaneously organized themselves and launched actions to protect Yixian. Whenever they see any posts or articles that are sarcastic and slanderous towards Yixian, they would rush over and scold the other party until he is completely destroyed and starts to question his life. Because they would never allow a national hero like Yixian to be questioned, slandered, or wronged in the slightest. And those stars and internet celebrities who were banned seemed to see hope for a comeback, and they immediately created a communication group. In the group, these people were extremely excited. Throughout the day, the news almost never stopped. Oh wow! There seemed to be more and more articles questioning ego. Everyone, work harder, call on more fanatical fans, and write more articles. Unite, victory is just around the corner. I really hope that Yigo's plan to build a super-large particle collider will fail sooner rather than later, and end up with a broken drum that everyone is beating on. I really didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. As long as Yigo doesn't die this time, I'll take his last name. As long as Yigo fails this time, he will be cursed for the rest of his life. 1.3 trillion will be wasted. I wonder who will be able to forgive him then. Anyway, once Yigo fails, we will unite and donate 100 million to the mountainous area. Oh no, 500 million. What a great idea. Once the news of our joint donation is released, we will definitely receive countless praises. And then, lifting the ban and making a comeback will be a piece of cake. Without a doubt. Suddenly, so many sarcastic articles criticizing Yixian appeared on all major platforms like mushrooms after a rain. Behind the scenes, these celebrities and internet celebrities are indispensable in fueling the flames. Each of them hoped that Yixian's super-large particle collider project would end in a tragic failure. Worst-case scenario, some major safety accidents would occur along the way, resulting in dozens of deaths. In this way, Yixian, whom they hate the most, will definitely fall from the altar and suffer countless abuses. And they have great hope to make a comeback and continue to make a lot of money and sleep with fans. When the entire Chinese internet was abuzz with the plan to build a super-large particle collider. Abroad, there are all kinds of mocking voices. Asian country. A live political commentary TV show. The host was asking a famous expert and scholar in their country a question with a teasing smile on his face. Professor Dyerhan, I wonder what you think about China's plan to build a super-large particle collider within 15 days. After a series of laughter from the audience, Professor Asen, who was wearing a suit and tie and had slightly curly hair, shook his head and chuckled disdainfully. I would rather believe that our holy river will flow backwards starting tomorrow than believe that the Chinese can do it. 15 days, ha 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 ha, just 15 days, and they actually dream of building a super-large particle collider. What's the difference between this and writing a fairy tale book? I advise that Chinese 9-star academician Yixian not to think that he has developed tritium battery technology by chance, lest he become the biggest joke in the scientific community this year. Goryeo Kingdom. A similar TV political talk show. More than a dozen guests from different countries are discussing China's plan to build a super-large particle collider within 15 days and what the final result will be. Everyone, please raise your signs. A female host who had obviously had plastic surgery read out loud. The next moment, the guests at the scene raised the wooden signs in their hands one by one to show their ideas and answers. I saw the following words written on each wooden sign. It's just a dream, /laughing expression /laughing expression. If you can build it well, I'll eat shit live. Only a fool would believe that. The Chinese are really stupid and have a lot of money. You can say that. All the guests present, without exception, did not believe that it was possible for China to build a super-large particle collider in just 15 days. Even the female host also publicly mocked it. Don't even mention 15 days. I feel that even if we give them 15 years, there is no hope for China at all. They don't even think about the fact that the only large particle collider in the world today took thousands of scientists from dozens of countries 14 years to build. And what China is planning to build this time is a super-large particle collider with even more amazing energy. With China's limited technological capabilities, it would be a miracle if it could be built. Similar situations occur in programs in countless countries around the world. It is obvious that the news that China is going to build a super-large particle collider in just 15 days has caused a huge uproar around the world. That was simply a huge earthquake in the entire scientific community. It is also completely conceivable. At this moment, countless people are waiting to see Yixian make a fool of himself and the entire Chinese nation. What not many people know is, now, an old academician of the Academy of Sciences who had just been discharged from the hospital was preparing to set off in a hurry to rush to the construction site of the China super-large particle collider. Give Yixian a helping hand. But at this time, a young female reporter from a well-known domestic media, in order to get first-hand information, directly stopped in front of the academician. Academician Zhong, there are some rumors outside that the 1.3 trillion yuan invested by the state will almost certainly go down the drain. Moreover, a lot of the money will eventually end up in Academician Yixian's own pocket. The female reporter asked directly. I don't know, what do you think about this? Hearing this, that Academician Zhong immediately became furious and shouted angrily. Nonsense. I really don't know what some people are thinking about every day. How can we allow those villains to make random comments about a great scholar like Academician Yixian? Do you know how much effort Academician Yixian has put in for our country over the years? Do you know how valuable the tritium battery patent developed by Academician Qin alone is? Let me tell you this, whoever has this patent can make a net profit of at least 2 trillion every year. Remember, at least. And this patent originally belonged to Academician Qin alone. But Academician Qin didn't even think twice and directly gave this invaluable patent to our motherland. Now, let me ask you, is it possible that Academician Qin would do what you just said? I'm going to tell you bluntly that even if the 1.3 trillion yuan is all wasted, Academician Qin has done a worthy service to the country. On the contrary, we owe Academician Qin too much. After saying, Academician Zhong turned around and left. Only the female reporter was left standing there, completely dazed. After a long time, the female reporter finally came to her senses and began swallowing frantically. Which patent for tritium batteries belongs exclusively to Academician Qin? The female reporter began to talk to herself blankly, her expression full of shock. In other words, Academician Qin could have become the world's richest man with this patent. But Academician Qin chose to give such a patent to our motherland. What kind of feeling is this? My, I actually believed those rumors on the internet a little bit. Obviously. This female reporter has deeply realized how outrageous those speculations on the internet are. I have recorded everything that Academician Zhong said just now. Taking a deep breath to calm down the extremely shocked emotions in her heart, the female reporter said with an extremely moved look. I must make all this public. This day. At noon, the sun is at its zenith. The entire land of China is almost completely clear. Just when the entire internet was hotly discussing the super-large atomic collider project. Yixian's Douyin, which has the largest number of fans on the entire network, suddenly updated a short video. The content of the short video is very simple. Recruiting a large number of manpower, urgently seeking a large number of engineering equipment, and urgently purchasing a large number of industrial materials. Although Yixian himself did not appear in this short video. Even whether it was sent by Yixian himself is a big question. But, as expected, as soon as this short video was released, it immediately caused an unimaginable huge wave on the entire internet. It only takes less than 3 minutes. The number of likes is close to 5 million. The number of comments and reposts almost broke the record of the Douyin platform. Douyin official stated at the first time that it will give the greatest traffic support to this short video. There is also a special topic entrance directly on the main interface. All major online platforms have also followed suit, devoting all their resources to making the content of the video public to all their users. All major mainstream media, including television and radio, are also making every effort to publicize this matter. For example, during the Yang TV channel's lunchtime news, a very, very rare emergency interruption was made specifically for this matter. For example, 9 major official media outlets simultaneously reposted Yixian's short video. Under such unprecedented publicity. No surprises at all. In just half an hour, Yixian's short video spread throughout the land of China like mercury. It may not be known to everyone, but at least it can be guaranteed that most people have heard of it. For a while. The whole country is shocked. Countless people are eager to help Academician Qin and do their part for the country. In SD province, in a very ordinary farmyard. I say, why are you packing clothes for nothing? A farmer's aunt, who was drying corn in the yard, was looking at her husband in confusion. A man who looks very ordinary but very energetic. Didn't you see the video that Academician Qin personally sent and forwarded in the group? The big man replied seriously, I'm going to work for Academician Qin. I've been working on construction sites for nearly 30 years, and I can drive an excavator, so I'm sure I can help. Hearing this, the lady frowned immediately. The doctor has told you several times that you have high blood pressure and are no longer suitable for heavy work. Can't you just stop worrying? I'm going. Normally, he is a henpecked uncle, but this time he showed an attitude that no room for negotiation. Hurry up, prepare some dry food for me, I will set off in the afternoon. HN Province. A small-scale machinery production plant. Come on. Load all the stuff in our factory onto the truck. Transport it to the place Academician Qin mentioned. The factory owner, who looked fat and strong with a briefcase under his arm, announced his latest demands to his employees as soon as he entered the door. Upon hearing this, the boss lady who worked part-time as the financial officer immediately rushed over and said with a complaining look on her face, "I say, Lao Li, are you sane? The equipment we are producing now has been ordered by foreign customers. If we can't deliver on time, we will lose hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. Compensation is up to you." "I don't care, just load everything up," the factory owner said nonchalantly. "Academician Qin is in need of people like us. If we can help the country, losing a few dollars is nothing." Similar things have happened countless times in China. You can say that. As Xian's short video came out, countless people put down everything they were doing and rushed towards the same destination, regardless of everything. And at the same time, many retired veterans received a text message with the same content. The content of the message is very simple. The construction of the Super Large Particle Collider is in need of a large number of manpower. If you are willing, please report to XX location in X district, X city, X province as soon as possible. CD city. A 5-star hotel, kitchen. Tell the general manager that I need to take at least half a month off. After seeing the content of the text message, the strong middle-aged man who was the head chef made a decision without thinking. Even if there is a high possibility that he will lose his current job because of this decision. But he didn't care. He took off his chef's hat and rushed out of the hotel. It seems that he is afraid that he is one step late. The reason is simple. He remembered the oath he took when he retired from the army. "If there is a war, I will return when called." LS City. An ordinary taxi driver who was looking for work originally planned to stop his car and buy a bowl of instant noodles on the street for lunch. But the next second, he saw the text message that had just been sent from the National Defense Department. The construction of the Super Large Scale Particle Collider is in need of a large number of manpower. If you are willing, please report to XX location in X district, X city, X province as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, this extremely ordinary middle-aged taxi driver directly chose to shut down all online taxi hailing apps such as Didi Dash and pressed the "suspend service" sign. Then, he looked at his phone with a determined look and sent a WeChat voice message. "Wife, you don't have to wait for me to come home tonight. The country needs me now, I must go back and report." With voice sent successfully, the middle-aged taxi driver turned the steering wheel and rushed towards the place where countless people were heading. YZ City. There was an old man who looked very strong, but had some disabilities in his legs and feet. He was setting up a stall on the street to repair bicycles. Thinking back to the past, this old man is a model soldier in the army and has made many military achievements. Unfortunately, during a battle, the old man's left leg was unfortunately hit by a bullet. After recovery, he became severely lame and ultimately had no choice but to retire early. Beep, beep. Under the warm sunshine, just as the old man was concentrating on repairing his bicycle, his mobile phone not far away suddenly rang with a text message. The old man looked away. It turned out that the sender of this text message was none other than their local Veterans Affairs office. Regardless of the black oil on his hands, the old man opened the text message immediately. The next moment, the content of the text message caught the old man's eye. The construction of the Super Large Scale Particle Collider is in need of a large number of manpower. If you are willing, please report to the location of XX in X district, X city, X province as soon as possible, National Defense Department. Saw a text message like this. The old man's thoughts immediately flew back to the scenes when he was discharged from the army due to injury and left the military camp. At that time, with tears in his eyes, he swore to his old squad leader and the bright military flag. "As long as the motherland needs me, I am always ready. If there is a war, I will return when called." Then, without even a second thought, the old man didn't even bother to wipe the black oil off his hands. He just stood up and said to the bicycle owner with great pride, "I'm sorry, you have to find someone else to fix this car. I have to go back and report." After saying, the old man didn't even close his stall. He ran home and called his son. Jianjun, hurry up and buy me a train ticket. Similar things have happened countless times simultaneously in the vast land of China. It's totally conceivable. On this day, how many people were rushing to the place that Yixian mentioned? Just less than half an hour. All direct flights to that place are sold out. High-speed rail tickets are sold out. Ordinary train tickets are sold out. The bus is sold out. Even the major airlines, the Ministry of Railways and highway passenger transport groups have made every effort and added countless flights. The final result was that it was sold out in minutes. As for the expressways and major national highways leading to that place, not surprisingly, they were all packed. If you go to any highway intersection, you will see long queues of large trucks transporting supplies, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Looking down from a high altitude, the scene is so spectacular and shocking. All of this naturally set off the entire network without any suspense. I just went to our local industrial raw materials market and prepared to buy some to ship to Academician Qin. Guess what? Half of them have been sold out, and the boss of the remaining half didn't sell them at all, so he drove his car to deliver them himself. Is there anyone in the SZ region who wants to contribute to Academician Qin and national construction? I have a delivery truck. It's a bit broken, but it can carry 7 or 8 people. I just saw the footage of the YH Expressway queue that someone took with a drone, and it moved me to tears. This is the true power of China. I will never regret joining China. Please help. My grandma has been stopping my grandpa, who is over 90 years old today, saying that he is too old and won't let him go out. But my grandpa, who has never said a word all his life, was actually angry at my grandma today, and said that he must report to the police no matter what I say. Now our whole family can't stop Grandpa. Do you have any good ideas? At upstairs, the same goes for my old man. There's no way to stop him. I've already taken him with me. My old man can't do heavy work, but he can cook and boil water. I suddenly remembered a line from the lyrics of the song, "The Great Wall will never fall, break through the bloody road, wave your hands. The whole country is a soldier here." Well said. The Great Wall will never fall, and the whole country is a soldier here. If there is a war, I will return when called. All the country is a soldier here. This is a country full of soldiers. You can say that. Countless Chinese people, regardless of gender, age or status, are feeling their blood boiling over the events that happened today. And the group of banned celebrities and internet celebrities hiding in the dark corners are very unhappy about all this at this moment. This rhythm seems a little wrong. Yes. If things continue like this, the momentum we have worked so hard to build up will be overwhelmed. We have to find more water soldiers, no matter how high the price is. Now is the most critical period. We must do everything we can to make Ego lose his reputation. Otherwise, we will never be able to make a comeback in this lifetime. Brother Lei is right. We would be stupid if we missed this great opportunity given by God. Then it's settled. Next we'll hire more internet trolls to write articles, and then have our fans comment on them. Screw Ego. This Dogecoin has caused me to have no money to make and no female fans to sleep with during this period. After a heated group chat, all these banned celebrities and internet celebrities have taken action. Either hire some internet trolls to write articles, or call on more die-hard fans to discredit Yixian. In short, their ultimate goal is only one, to make Yixian lose his reputation and be cursed by all people. Only in this way they have a chance to make a comeback. So, about half an hour later, articles commenting on Yixian in a sarcastic manner have sprung up on all major online platforms like mushrooms after a rain. The language in these articles is obviously much more vicious than the previous wave. Each article tried its best to hint to people that the 1.3 trillion yuan of funds would be wasted by Yixian. And there will also be a large portion, ranging from 100 billion to 500 billion, which will be embezzled by Yixian in various ways and put into his own pocket. The most important thing. Under all the articles, those banned celebrities and internet celebrities hiding in dark corners have arranged a large number of water armies to post various comments to lead the rhythm. One of my uncles is one of the supervisors of this big project. When he came to my house for dinner last night, he told me in person that Academician Xian's eating manners were indeed a bit ugly this time. Let me tell you a secret. I have several graduate school friends at Yen University who say that Academician Xian has a very bad character. So I'm not surprised at all that he could do such a thing. I seem to remember it. Last March, I saw Academician Xian at the Lamborghini Auto Show. At that time, Academician Xian was sitting in a luxury car for a test drive. I never thought that Academician Xian would be such a person. I strongly urged that the Super Collider project be stopped immediately. That's 1.3 trillion. So much of the people's hard-earned money. I have to say. The combat effectiveness of these Navy troops, who have received huge sums of money, is indeed extraordinary. They are like cockroaches, laying eggs everywhere and making all kinds of disgusting remarks. Despite these remarks, most people do not believe them at all, and will even strongly refute and criticize them. But, there are always a small number of people who are easily brainwashed and are led by the rhythm. So, it is obvious to the naked eye that countless Chinese people have seen more and more similar remarks on the internet. Under large-scale misinformation, the hearts of some people began to waver. They all felt that perhaps, this was really possible and was the truth of the matter. Just when the public opinion on the internet became increasingly unfavorable to Yixian, the most confidential place in China, an old man, with his hands behind his back, was leaning against the window in his office, gazing at the towering red sun in the sky. Maybe it's because of the warm sun. Or maybe, it was because I was touched by something. At this moment, his eyes were slightly red. There was a hint of anger in his eyes that he rarely saw in normal times. And after looking at the sky in silence for a long time, he finally spoke. The old man who had personally awarded Yixian the highest medal of the Republic at the medal awarding ceremony said only 2 words to Secretary Qin beside him. Thorough investigation. On this day, around 1600 hours in the afternoon, the female reporter who interviewed Academician Zhong finally made the recording of her interview public in the form of a short video. There were no surprises. This short video immediately became popular on the entire internet. In less than half an hour, the number of likes exceeded 2 million. The number of comments and reposts is also astonishingly high. It directly rushed to Douyin's hot search list. Even other major platforms are reposting it crazily. And when people heard Academician Zhong's angry rebuke of Yixian, and heard him say that Yixian had already given the inestimable tritium battery patent to the motherland, countless Chinese people couldn't help but have red eyes in an instant, just like that old man. Academician Yixian even donated an exclusive patent worth tens of trillions of dollars without a second thought. Those bastards actually suspected that Academician Yixian was the kind of person who only cared about money. Let me just say this, with Academician Yixian's contribution, even if the 1.3 trillion yuan is really wasted, I will accept it. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. There are still people who spread rumors about such a great man. Don't you feel guilty? I suggest that all those black people be dragged to the crematorium. Haha, do we, the 9-star academicians and recipients of the highest medal of the Republic, have to cater to the ideas of those narrow-minded fools and live a poor life forever? I suddenly remembered something. Our most beloved Academician Yuan can only get a stipend of 15,000 per quarter. But what about some popular stars? They can earn millions just by appearing on a variety show. What kind of world is this? What kind of fairness is this? Where are those bastards who wrote the article before? Come out and apologize. No wonder Academician Zhong was so angry when he was interviewed. If it were me, I would definitely curse him. Our Academician Yixian has dedicated everything for the motherland. But there are always some bad apples who do chilling things. I really feel sorry for Academician Yixian. In the comment section of that short video, countless people left their indignant words from the bottom of their hearts. Countless people are feeling sad and disappointed for Yixian. I feel it's not worth it for Yixian, and I also feel wronged for Yixian. See this situation. Those band stars and internet celebrities will naturally become desperate and can only think of launching a larger-scale public opinion offensive. Suppress this wave. For example. Then mobilize those internet trolls to say that the contents in the interview recording are all fictitious. What? Yixian donated the patent for tritium batteries. That's not true. And just when these guys hiding in the dark corners were about to take action, 9 major official media simultaneously published a commentary article. Incorruptible and Peerless Patriot. The article clearly points out that in recent years, Yixian has achieved as many as 209 major scientific research breakthroughs for China through his own efforts. These scientific breakthroughs have resulted in a total of 115 global first-class patents, including tritium battery technology, nerve repair serum, mountain poor soil rice cultivation technology, and so on. They can bring more than 10 trillion yuan in revenue to China every year. In fact, all of these global top-grade patents fundamentally belong to Yixian alone, as long as Yixian himself is willing. However, Yixian would hand over the patent directly to the motherland every time. At the end of the article, the following evaluation is given. No matter at any time, our academician Yixian deserves the 8 words, clean hands and unparalleled patriot. At the same time, in the far suburbs of XX district, XX city, XX province, at the foot of a big mountain. Normally, this place is basically deserted. But today, this place is almost packed. Countless large trucks came from all directions like a tide. From a distance, you can't see the end at all. At the same time, moreover, retired veterans came one after another from different places. Zhang Anyang, a veteran who retired in 2003, requests to return to the team. Xiao Ba, a veteran who retired in 1998, requests to return to the team. Su Yao, a veteran who retired in 1986, requests to return to the army. These cries of request to return to the team seem to have infinite penetrating power, echoing over a radius of dozens of kilometers. Endlessly. It makes people feel excited. It also shocked the hearts of countless people at the scene. And at this moment, if someone stood on the mountain and looked down, he would be so shocked by the scene before him that he would be unable to breathe. Countless vehicles, countless people, countless supplies, are rolling in from all directions. It stretches for who knows how many kilometers. Even if you stand on a mountain 1,000 meters high, you can't see the end. I participated in the flood relief work in XX. Please give me priority in assigning tasks. I participated in the earthquake relief work in XX. Please give me priority in assigning tasks. I'm a JX college student, please give me priority in assigning tasks. My grandpa is a veteran of KZ, please give me priority in assigning tasks. At the construction site, everyone was vying for tasks to be assigned. It feels as if not being able to rush to the front line would be a great shame. Even some white-haired elderly people who looked to be at least 80 years old were desperately trying to find ways to help within their abilities. All of this was recorded by several official live broadcast media using aerial cameras. Then, very quickly, record articles, photos, and videos from the construction site began to spread all over the internet. For example, in an extremely clear photo, one can clearly see a strong and muscular-looking man who cried out in public out of anxiety because he couldn't get a suitable task for a long time. For example, an article wrote that there was a college student who had been spoiled since childhood. He secretly ran to the construction site without telling his parents and did the most tiring job of carrying earth. For example, in a video that accumulated millions of likes in just half an hour after being posted, an elderly man in his 90s with difficulty walking took out all his life savings, wanting to buy some equipment or raw materials and transport them to the Daxingshan construction site. But even though he ran all over the largest industrial market in the area, he still couldn't buy any of them. No way. Those equipment and raw materials were all bought out at the first opportunity. But when I think about the fact that I can't help the country this time, this old man who has loved his country all his life could only squat at the entrance of the market with a whole plastic bag of money in his hand, crying silently. There is no suspense. Countless Chinese people were moved to their core by these articles, photos, and videos. I'm so moved that my blood boils. I was so moved that I couldn't help but cry several times. I just want to say one thing: I love you, my motherland. It brought tears to my eyes. This time, we did not let Academician Yixian down. This is a battle. Salute to all the heroes on the front line. We can do it, we can. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. After crying for the entire afternoon, I now believe 100% that we can do it this time. No one can stop the revival of our country. Academician Qin will definitely be pleased to see all this, right? This prosperous age should be what all great men wish for. The overwhelming comments and barrage of comments set the entire network on fire. You can say that. All of this. It has inspired countless Chinese people. I can't wait to go to the Daxing construction site and fight with those pioneers. The 9 major official media outlets have even launched aerial live broadcasts for this purpose. Let all Chinese people be able to see the shocking construction site at the foot of Daxing Mountain at any time. Although these live broadcast rooms only have aerial views, without any sound or commentary. Many details are not very clear. However, within less than half an hour of the broadcast, more than 10 million viewers had already flocked to the show. And this number is still increasing at an alarming rate. The barrage of comments was like a violent storm, constantly refreshing. Because they all wanted to witness it with their own eyes, to witness the birth of a miracle. A miracle that can only happen in China. On the Daxing Mountain. Minister Yang Rongsheng, deputy commander-in-chief of this project, looked at the construction site below, which was so hot that it could not be described. His eyes immediately became moist. It seemed that he had been waiting for such a day for too long. Aside. Dean Zhouhong, who was also the deputy commander-in-chief, couldn't help but wipe away tears. Then, he said with great emotion, "Old Yang, I feel that we can definitely complete it within 15 days. Yang Rongsheng nodded very confidently, and then asked with great concern, "Academician Qin, how is he now?" Academician Qin has been working so hard these days. With a sigh, Dean Zhouhong couldn't help but frown and replied with a worried look on his face. In order to finish the engineering plan and the design drawings of the super-large particle collider, Academician Qin has not slept for 2 consecutive nights. You know, Academician Qin's health was not good to begin with, and his right knee was severely injured. Honestly, old Yang, I'm really afraid that one day Academician Qin will not be able to endure any longer. It is late at night. The construction site at Daxing is brightly lit, as if it were daytime. Far more than 10,000 large-scale equipment are running at full capacity, spread across every corner, carrying out various construction projects. That scene made countless people who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel excited. I can't help but feel proud of my motherland. It was also on this night that countless people were so excited that they could not fall asleep. All major functional departments of China launched a capture operation that was as shocking as a storm. In just less than 10 minutes. Hundreds of celebrities and internet celebrities hiding in dark corners were all taken down. When they were caught, some of them were doing shameful and dirty things in luxury hotels. Some of them are in nightclubs, playing with a bunch of prostitutes. Some were also enjoying red wine that cost tens of thousands of dollars a bottle at a dinner party. But, needless to say, none of them could escape. Even if they have a strong backer, it's useless. And this time, what awaits them obviously cannot be a simple online ban. The only result will be severe sentence. As for those ignorant and brainless fans who were instigated and the online trolls who were bought off, without exception, they all suffered the most severe punishment from the authorities. The 9 major official media outlets jointly published the same article at the first opportunity. Those who slander the country's heroes will be punished even if they are far away. The article begins with the most brutal tone. The actions of hundreds of banned celebrities and internet celebrities who have maliciously slandered Qin online in recent days by inciting fans, bribing internet trolls, etc. have all been made public. Then, the author of the article, with some sadness, wrote, "Since ancient times, many actors have brought disaster to the country, and heroes have rarely been comforted. Many people say that we now live in an era of entertainment to death. Celebrities and internet celebrities can easily attract the attention and comfort of millions or even tens of millions of people if they just get a little scratch on their bodies. But our scientists, our border guards, our anti-drug police, they have worked diligently all their lives, and even sacrificed their lives, but they can't even get a sentence of, 'Thank you for your hard work.' Even An academician just touched a luxury car, and the trolls started to curse, "You are a scientist, why do you spend money like water?" How sad. Have you ever thought about this? When more and more young people believe that hard work is not as effective as being cute, knowledge is not as valuable as traffic, and down-to-earth struggle is not as good as becoming famous overnight. Can we afford such an outcome? No one asks about the general's grave, but the actor's misfortunes are known to the whole world. In such a world, wouldn't those heroes feel disheartened? A great national figure was repeatedly slandered without reason. How long shall we tolerate such heartbreaking things? Comrades, don't wait until the sun sets and night falls. We are beginning to miss the warmth when heroes provided us with a safe place to live. After 9 major official media outlets published it simultaneously. Almost all mainstream media in China, including various conscientious big verses, have begun to reprint the article, "Whoever slanders the country's heroes will be punished even if they are far away." Television stations large and small also urgently broadcast news during prime time to report the content of the article to everyone. The same thing happened to all the major internet platforms, which pushed this article in various ways and made special recommendations. For a while, countless Chinese people have heard or seen this article in various forms. The entire internet was in an uproar. Countless comments and comments continued until late at night without any pause. It turns out that all those weird comments these past few days were made up by these bastards. "You are slandering our countrymen, right? All of you should be dragged out and fed to the dogs." Honestly, if I were Academician Qin, my heart would have been broken after seeing the comments online these days. I actually believed the rumors spread by these bastards a few days ago. I am slapping myself in the face now. Damn it. Can you please stop disappointing our hero? This wave must be eradicated completely. Every one of them must be severely sentenced. Academician Qin has given everything for us and our country. Who would have the heart to let him suffer even the slightest injustice? No matter if he is a celebrity or internet celebrity, or a billionaire, if he dares to bully Academician Qin, he must be severely punished. I just came over from the live broadcast of the Daxing construction. I want to say that we really owe Academician Qin too much. That night, the crowd was excited. I don't know how many people have no mood to sleep anymore. Many people read the article over and over again with red eyes. His eyes were moistened again as he replayed the live broadcast of Qian's medal awarding ceremony over and over again. At last, coming to the live broadcast room of the Daxing construction site, I silently sent a barrage, "Come on, my motherland." In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. It's not dawn yet. A few remaining stars still dot the sky. Daxing construction site. Right now, there are still countless mechanical sounds here, rumbling and reaching the sky. It didn't stop for a moment all night. And everywhere outside the construction site, there are still countless support vehicles, lined up for dozens of kilometers. Anyone who sees this scene will be filled with tears and feel proud. Just as the first ray of dawn is about to descend upon the land of China, reporters from several major official media outlets took moving photos of the scene. On an open grassland outside the construction site, hundreds of Renmin soldiers, with their bodies covered in mud and their hands swollen, fell into a deep sleep. They are so tired. That night, they worked against the clock without taking a moment's rest. Certainly, during the time they were sleeping, more people had already taken over. There are too many similar photos. The reporters who were interviewing the scene and taking pictures couldn't stop their eyes from sparkling with tears. No surprises at all. When these photos were released one by one through several major official media, they immediately set off an explosion on the entire internet. I still want to say that there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is clear that someone is carrying the burden for us. Excuse me, does anyone have the phone number of the breakfast shop nearby? I want to buy all their breakfasts for these most lovely people, just to show my appreciation. At upstairs, forget about that. If I had it, I would have bought it long ago. You don't have to worry about breakfast. I heard that at least 100 hotel chefs have gone there. Alas, as I get older, it's easy for sand to get into my eyes. I am now extremely confident that we can complete it in 15 days. Yes. Let the whole world see what Chinese speed is. This is the heroic China, the country that can always create miracles. And with these photos taken on the scene, countless Chinese people were moved to tears. Asian country. A well-known morning show invited the head of the physics department of their best university, the Indian Institute of Technology, to be interviewed on the spot. Professor Gulland, I heard that China just started building a super large particle collider yesterday. The female host smiled and asked, I would like to ask, do you think China can achieve their goals within 15 days? 15 days. Professor Gulland immediately laughed out loud. Give them 15 months, oh no, 15 years, and they have no hope of building it. Let me give you some basic knowledge. A super-large particle collider must be built about 100 meters underground, and a circular tunnel of dozens of kilometers must be dug underground. This is still the most basic condition. That is to say, China must dig at least hundreds of underground wells. In 15 days, the Chinese can probably only open a well passage 100 meters deep. Just as Professor Gulland was sneering. The female host heard the director just reporting the news through her earphones. Then, the female host said with embarrassment, Professor Gulland, the latest photos from China show that they have already started operations 100 meters underground. The moment the female host finished speaking, on the big screen in the studio, a high-definition photo instantly appeared of a dozen Chinese engineers conducting exploration work in an underground passage about 100 meters above the ground. After seeing such a photo with my own eyes, Professor Gulland, who was originally talking, suddenly had a smile on his face. He also felt a faint burning pain on both sides of his cheeks. It was as if someone had just pressed him into the corner and slapped him hard. The entire live broadcast scene, which was originally filled with laughter, fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Every Indian present was too shy to speak. Finally, after about 10 seconds of collective silence, which almost caused a live broadcast accident, Professor Gulland quickly came up with a solution, straightened his expression, and then said seriously, well, theoretically speaking, it is indeed possible to successfully open a tunnel in the underground well within 1 day. But it still doesn't make sense. I just said that if we want to complete the construction of the super large-scale particle collider, we have to open up at least hundreds of underground wells like this. So, what I said is not wrong. It will take China at least 15 years to complete it. Just as this stubborn Professor Gulland was once again sharing his views with countless Indian audiences using what he considered to be the most professional insights. A middle school student who had been browsing on his phone raised his right hand. Oh. You want to ask Professor Gulland a question, right? The female host immediately signaled to the on-site staff and handed the microphone to the middle school student. For a while, everyone in the audience looked at this middle school student. After taking the microphone, the middle school student did not choose to ask questions. Instead, he picked up his mobile phone and showed it to everyone present. Follow. He said seriously, Professor Gulland, this is a news report from Yangshe News, an official Chinese media account with over 100 million followers. The news said that the planned 276 100-meter underground well passages were all opened at 8:58 a.m. Yenjing time. Below, there are several sets of photos taken on the spot. It's impossible to be fake. Here, I'll turn them over one by one and show them to you. As pictures of the Daxingshan construction site were displayed in front of everyone in the studio, the corners of Professor Gulland's mouth began to twitch wildly and uncontrollably. His whole old face turned completely red. It feels like Professor Gulland may foam at the mouth at any time and then faint on the spot. And there is no doubt about it. It is completely impossible to continue recording this episode of Asengua's program. If I continue recording, I'm afraid someone might die. I have to say, today is an age of big information. This incident, which happened far away in India, was edited and spread wildly by various media in China within half an hour. Before you know it, it has made it to the hot search list on major platforms. Countless Chinese people cast their eyes in attention. Ha 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 ha. Professor Asenguo has really made me laugh all year long. It seems like Professor Gulland's face has been swollen from our beatings. Funny expression. To be honest, this professor has an extremely tough mouth. I'm dying of laughter, 233,333. They have no idea about the power of the infrastructure maniac. I just like to see these foreigners who have never seen the world. I really want to tell Professor Gilland the story of sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Do you think that Professor Gilland will have any psychological trauma in the future? After seeing those videos, countless Chinese people couldn't help but like and comment crazily amidst laughter. Even some people with nothing to do even made emoticons and various animated graphics based on Professor Gilland's performance in the live interview. This attracted countless netizens, who rushed to share it in the group. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, the Daxingshan construction site truly showed the world what China speed is. You know. During these 7 days, it took China less than 20 hours to successfully open 276 underground wells with a depth of 100 meters. It took another 98 hours to complete the construction of the 87-kilometer underground circular tunnel. It took another 22 hours to dig out 65 underground sinkholes. In the last 28 hours, the overall concrete lining and reinforcement of the underground tunnel was completed. You can say that every hour of these 7 days, China is creating miracles. A miracle that belongs only to China. The whole world was shocked. Countless foreign media outlets were dumbfounded and frantically forwarded and reported on this matter. Maple Leaf Country. A well-known news program. A host with a style similar to that of a talk show host said in a humorous tone, "Did you hear that, guys? China completed the preliminary construction of a super-large particle collider in just 7 days. 7 days. If we were to build this, we would probably still be discussing where to build it after 70 days. Samba Country. In a well-known street interview program. A blonde, blue-eyed, hot female reporter was interviewing passers-by on the street one after another. "Beautiful lady, can I show you a video and then tell you what you think?" Half a minute later. "Oh, my God. This can't be true. In 7 days, such a huge project can be completed. In my neighborhood, they couldn't even install an air conditioner in my house in 7 days." Another half-minute later. "Is there anything the Chinese can't do? I think they can even build a moon on Earth." Another half-minute later. "Unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. Is this the speed that only God can have?" Another half-minute later. "I've been to China, and I can speak Chinese. I just want to say that Chinese people are really awesome." Just as the whole world was amazed at the progress of the construction of China's super-large particle collider. The Star-Spangled Banner, the White House. An old man with white hair, who looked at least 70 years old, was holding a high-level secret meeting with his subordinates. In China, the main construction work has already been completed. The old man angrily yelled at all his subordinates present. "But what about you? You've sent out so many agents, but you still don't even know why China wants to build this super-large particle collider." After being scolded for a long time. Finally, there was a white man in a suit in the conference room, who said calmly, "Mr. President, this is just the initial stage of the main project. There is nothing to worry about. All the core data about particle colliders in the world are in our hands. As long as we don't provide them with this information, they won't be able to figure it out within 10 years. Hearing this, the white old man's anger finally subsided a lot. If that's the case. After calming down and thinking for a while, the white old man took a sip of the red wine at hand with great satisfaction, and then slowly said, "We must immediately spread this news in various forms. We must let the Chinese know that all the core information is in our hands. In this way, we can take the absolute initiative. No matter what the Chinese purpose is, if they want to build a super-large particle collider in 15 days, they will have to come to us for help. By that time, no matter what conditions we put forward, they will probably agree to them." As the white old man finished speaking, the subordinates present all nodded in agreement. "Mr. President, your opinion is really wise. Why don't we discuss first what conditions we can propose if China comes to us for help? First, we must ask China to grant us the patent for tritium batteries for free for 20 years. Oh no, 100 years. And rare earths. We can ask China to increase its rare earth exports to us tenfold in the next 10 years. We also need them to share the engine technology of the Zhonglong fighter with us. Just when these people were having the most beautiful fantasies. China. The area below the Daxing Mountains has completely changed. 7 days ago, this place was overgrown with weeds and was an absolute wasteland. But what about now? Several large computing centers and cooling centers have been built on the surface here. And 100 meters below the surface. The main preliminary project of the super large-scale particle collider, namely the underground circular passage that is tens of kilometers long, has been completed. I have to say, this is absolutely a miracle. A miracle that only China can create. A miracle that shocked the whole world and amazed countless people. Just like many people said, China's speed has always been synonymous with miracle. And the construction workers who created these miracles. Nowadays, most of them have quietly left here after working hard for 7 days. But no one will forget everything they paid in this battle. Their achievements are destined to be remembered forever by the world and recorded in history. Even a director with a strong sense of patriotism has publicly announced on Weibo that he is prepared to pay out of his own pocket to make a documentary about everything that happened at the Daxing construction site during these 7 days. Every participant is a leading actor. On the same day, the 9 major official media outlets simultaneously published a blockbuster article that was listed as the front page headline. Title: The Chinese Who Created Miracles. The article vividly describes one touching story after another that happened on the construction site. For example, an 80-year-old veteran suffering from Alzheimer's disease saw the news about Daxing on TV. I couldn't sleep the whole night, and kept muttering, "My motherland needs me, I want to go back." Then, early the next morning, the old man, who had long forgotten almost everything in his life, insisted on setting off and rushed to Daxing Mountain immediately. At the old man's strong insistence, his family members eventually accompanied him to the Daxing construction site and joined the battle. And at the end of the article, the author wrote affectionately, "Behind these miracles, what we see. There are countless hands covered with mud and countless shoulders soaked in sweat. There are countless clear and determined eyes, and countless kind and brave hearts. They don't have bodies of steel, but they are extremely strong. They don't make big promises, but they work hard. There is no infrastructure maniac here. Only the power of China." Such an article undoubtedly touched the hearts of countless Chinese people. People left their comments on various platforms. "Such a motherland is worthy of my lifelong pride. Pure love, only for my motherland." Well said. There has never been any infrastructure maniac, only a group of ordinary people who create miracles. This is the invincible power of China. When I am old, I can proudly tell my grandchildren that I, your grandfather, participated in the construction of the Daxing mountain. Although I didn't go, I've been watching the live broadcast every day these days. You may not believe it, but every time I watch the live broadcast, my blood boils. Just when countless Chinese people were feeling proud of the completion of the initial main construction of the Super Large Hadron Collider, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the world. That is, the Star-Spangled Banner announced that within 10 years, all major organizations around the world, including well-known universities in various countries, must block all papers and research materials on particle collider technology. No one may view it without authorization from the Star-Spangled Nation. At the same time, all scientific researchers related to particle collider technology are prohibited from having any form of contact with China. We will never allow any of them to enter China or work for any Chinese organization. In addition, anyone related to China is prohibited from entering the world's only Large Hadron Collider. Not to mention scientific research investigations, even the most basic visits are not allowed. Such a series of bans were issued. Anyone who is not mentally ill can see that the Star-Spangled Banner Nation is clearly targeting China. In other words, the Star-Spangled Banner Nation is forcing China to bow to them. So, in a short period of time, global public opinion was in an uproar. There shouldn't be a miracle this time, right? As far as I know, China does not have any research data on particle colliders. All the core research data is in the hands of the Star-Spangled Country. Under such a ban, if China does not bow to the Star-Spangled Banner Nation, then China will probably have no choice but to abandon the half-finished project. The Star-Spangled Banner Nation has taken action. China has no chance of success. Everyone, come and discuss this. How much concession will China make to the Star-Spangled Banner Nation this time? At a time when all kinds of remarks that look down on China are rampant. Countless Chinese people and media are also worried about this. At the strong request of hundreds of millions of people, Yangsher News finally decided to invite Yi Xian, the general commander of the Super Large-Scale Particle Collider Construction Project, to conduct a live interview. Let all those who pay attention to this matter be able to hear the opinions of the only 9-star academician in China's history on the series of bans imposed by the Star-Spangled Banner Country. As soon as the news came out, the whole country was shocked. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole network is boiling. Does anyone know what time Yangsher will broadcast the interview with Academician Yi Xian today? Please provide a portal, please provide a portal, please provide a portal. 5,000 yuan is ready, just waiting for the live broadcast to start. I'll give it first as a token of my respect. Confirmed. Tonight at 8 o'clock. Yangsher News will exclusively interview Academician Yi Xian. You can click and watch directly through all the major Yangsher News accounts on the internet. I had originally planned to go to the movies with a cute girl tonight. Since Academician Yi Xian is broadcasting live tonight, I can only say sorry to that girl. At upstairs, will you die if you don't brag for a day? If you have the guts, send me that girl's WeChat ID. Yangsher News Weibo is collecting questions to be asked to Academician Yi Xian tonight. Everyone, go and vote. There were no surprises. As more and more people learned that Yangsher News Weibo was collecting questions from the entire network for tonight's interview with Academician Yi Xian, countless Chinese people rushed over at the first opportunity, vying to vote and comment. As a result, Weibo's server was paralyzed. For a full half hour, users were unable to browse the content normally. In the end, Weibo officials had to urgently deploy several new servers to barely support the huge influx of traffic. The voting ranking, multiple choices, on what questions to ask Academician Yi Xian tonight also opened up a clear gap after about an hour. 1. If he were to find a girlfriend, what type would Academician Yi Xian choose? Voters, 921258898. 2. Why do we need to build a super large particle collider? Voters, 754127886. 3. Under the ban, can China break the technological blockade? Voters, 698765545. 4. Can Academician Yi Xian sing? If so, can you sing a song for us? Voters, 684121113. 5. Half of the 15 days have passed. What are our chances of completing the construction on schedule? Voters, 6773872. 6. How is Academician Yi Xian's right knee injury recovering? Will he be unable to walk normally in the future as rumored online? Voters, 6543975. 7. How much is Academician Yi Xian's monthly salary? Are there any celebrities who earn more in a day? Voters, 623349597. 8. Does Academician Yi Xian like sweet tofu pudding or salty tofu pudding? Voters, 5952485. Just 1 hour. The vote initiated by Yangsher News and the total number of reposts of the comments below broke the record in the history of Weibo. No one could have imagined that around 8 o'clock in the evening, this record will be broken to such an astonishing degree. It's not unprecedented, but it's definitely enough to go down in history. Many self-media couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the real top star." Finally. With hundreds of millions of people eagerly looking forward to it. The time finally came to 1930 on that day. All Yangsher channels and Yangsher News live broadcast rooms on major platforms are all ready to start receiving the same signal and broadcast the same picture. Yi Xian's first live interview thus began. At this moment, the heartbeats of the audience watching in front of the TV began to accelerate. At this moment, more young people poured into the major live broadcast rooms like a river pouring down from the sky. Fortunately, All major platforms have already made full preparations and increased the server's load capacity to the extreme. Otherwise, there are probably countless live broadcast rooms tonight that will be overwhelmed. A moment later, as a beautiful and pleasant melody sounded. Dear viewers, welcome to this episode of the Interview with Great People. A dignified, elegant, generous, intellectual female host with short hair walked into everyone's sight with light steps. I am now in the time corridor of our Chinese Academy of Engineering. The hostess said affectionately in her warm voice. In half an hour, I will enter the research room at the end of the time corridor and conduct an exclusive interview with our beloved Academician Qin. Academician Qin, I'm sure everyone is familiar with him. He is the only 9-star academician in our country so far. A few days ago, Academician Qin was awarded the highest medal of the Republic. After introducing Qin's brilliant past that cannot be described in words, the hostess said, "Now, I will lead everyone to recall the road of our rise as a great nation through the photos hanging in the corridor of time." The words fell. The live camera was aimed at an ordinary old photo hanging in the corridor of time. Appearing in the photo is a group of scientific researchers, waiting to eat from the big pot. One of the scientific researchers in the photo only has his back shown. But he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Because he was wearing a very old white vest. A vest with at least 20 holes in it. Anyone who sees this will feel a little sad. The female host also said affectionately at this time. This is a scene of researchers having lunch during the critical moment of the development of our J-10 fighter jet. When we were developing the J-10 fighter jet, funding was very tight. Even once, our J-10 fighter jet research project made a big breakthrough, and the food in the whole factory improved. The cafeteria only gave each researcher a very small chicken drumstick. After a slight pause of a few seconds, the female host calmed down her sad emotions, and then continued to explain with red eyes. Today is the 23rd anniversary of the successful first flight of our J-10 fighter jet. In those days when we were extremely poor, our scientific researchers worked hard and toiled for countless years. Only then can we hold our heads high and announce to the world that China's aerospace industry will no longer lag behind others. To this day, I still remember what the test pilot of the J-10 prototype said before the flight. He said, "General Song, chief designer of the J-10, if we encounter a problem that none of us want to encounter, as long as the plane doesn't explode immediately or crash, I will find a way to make it crash on the runway." Today, I want to say to Mr. Song, who passed away a few years ago, your child is 23 years old now. He is still a young man with a bright future. And now, the J-10 is no longer the only lonely figure in the blue sky of our motherland. Our Kyushu is the world leader, and our Tsunglong is the envy of all countries in the world. This prosperous age is just as you wish. Author's words, I wrote this chapter because, today is indeed the 23rd anniversary of the successful first flight of the J-10 fighter jet. The next moment the female host said, this prosperous age is as you wish. The elderly people in front of the TV couldn't help but lift up their sleeves and wipe away their tears silently. It seemed as if the exciting scene of 23 years ago was happening before their eyes again. Countless Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast on various major platforms also had red eyes and were indescribably moved. The comments were like a torrential rain, washing over the live broadcast room. I heard that after the test flight was successful, Mr. Song changed his birthday to March 23rd. Now I want to say, Mr. Song, I wish you a happy birthday. Mr. Song, I wish your soul in heaven a happy birthday. Salute to all the blue sky guardians in our country. Why are there always tears in my eyes? Because I love this land so deeply. I love you, my motherland. From the moment our J-10 took to the skies, no one could stop us from moving forward. This prosperous age is just as you wish. If Mr. Song could see our Tsunglong take off, how proud he would be. And the female host, under the camera, took a few steps forward with red eyes. Final. Her footsteps stopped in front of another old photo. The person appearing in this photo is an old leader. He was standing on an aircraft carrier of the star-spangled country, standing on tiptoe, his eyes staring straight ahead. Just to be able to see more design details of the equipment and instruments not far away more clearly. It was obvious that his eyes were filled with desire. The desire revealed by those children standing in front of the toy display window is countless times stronger. Take a deep breath. The female host worked very hard to calm down the overwhelming emotions in her heart, and then spoke affectionately. He is our beloved Chief Lu Hua of the Qing dynasty, the father of the modern navy, and the father of the aircraft carrier of our country. More than 40 years ago, our commander-in-chief Lu Hua of the Qing dynasty finally got the opportunity to visit the aircraft carrier of the Star-Spangled Banner. However, the Stars and Stripes nation at that time did not allow us to touch any instruments on the grounds of confidentiality. In order to see more clearly, Chief Lu Hua Qing stood on tiptoes and leaned forward just like the scene in the photo. The look in his eyes was filled with endless desire and expectation. Lu Huaqing once said, "If the motherland does not have an aircraft carrier, I will die with regret." Regrettably, Chief Lu Huaqing passed away 10 years ago. He didn't live to see our own aircraft carrier. At this moment, I especially want to say something to Chief Lu Huaqing. Dear Grandpa Lu, did you see it? Our own domestically produced aircraft carrier has officially been put into service. Not one, but two. At the same time, we also have countless ace warships such as strategic nuclear submarines, destroyers, frigates, dock landing ships, etc. On the sparkling sea, our Chinese Navy is arrayed in majestic array, with great momentum. I can reach for the moon in the sky, and catch turtles in the 5 oceans, and return home with a triumphant song. Is China today what you wish for? The female host finished telling the whole story with tears in her eyes. The comments in the live broadcast rooms of major platforms suddenly came like an avalanche. Grandpa Lu, do you know? We no longer have to stand on tiptoe to watch other people's aircraft carriers. Grandpa Lu, do you know? We no longer have to stand on tiptoe to watch other people's aircraft carriers. Grandpa Lu, do you know? We no longer have to stand on tiptoe to watch other people's aircraft carriers. We should strive to be strong to comfort the spirits of our ancestors in heaven. I pay my highest respects to the old leader. Don't worry, our country's navy will only become stronger and stronger. You know what? We no longer have to stand on tiptoe to watch other people's aircraft carriers. That's all. Walking along the corridor of time, the female host affectionately told the stories of the great craftsmen behind the old photos. Countless Chinese people had tears in their eyes after hearing this. Even tears streaming down my face. The mood is even more difficult to describe. Finally, half an hour later, at 2000 hours, the live camera finally followed the footsteps of the female host and arrived at the end of the corridor of time. In an instant, all the live broadcast rooms on the entire network were in a state of excitement. Countless barrages and gifts, like huge waves in the sea, keep coming. Because everyone knew that next, as long as the female host pushed open the door, they would be able to see the real protagonist of the day, Yi Xian, the only 9-star academician in the history of China. Just like the predecessors in the photos, he is a true, great craftsman. You may not believe this, but I am even more nervous now than I was during the college entrance examination a few years ago. Please, big guys, please stop giving me gifts, okay? My broken phone is freezing and about to explode. At upstairs, I'm very sorry, I'm not stuck at all, everyone just keep swiping. My male god is finally coming out. I almost cried my eyes out just now, let me wipe my tears first. I don't know why, but when I think about the fact that we have Academician Yi Xian, I feel inexplicably relieved. Under the strong expectations of countless Chinese people, the female host slowly pushed open the door in front of her. This is a research room with very simple furnishings. The windows are bright and clean, and the sunlight is warm. Look around. The first thing that caught my eye was a simple desk and piles of white papers on it. At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting alone in a wheelchair, concentrating on writing something. His writing moves continuously, as if he has already devoted his whole heart to it. Therefore, for a moment, no one noticed the arrival of the female host. Soon, countless Chinese people discovered through the live broadcast that there were 2 unopened lunch boxes on the small table next to Yi Xian's wheelchair. Academician Yi Xian is the recipient of the highest medal of our republic, and he is still seriously injured and has to eat boxed lunches. Alas, Academician Qin should have been lying in the ward and recuperating. In order to build the super large-scale particle collider, he had to work with such a serious injury. I feel so sorry for Academician Qin. I think we should arrange a state banquet for Academician Qin every day. At upstairs, stop making trouble. The state banquet is not tasty. Come to my place, I will treat Academician Qin to the most authentic Sichuan cuisine every meal. At upstairs, as far as I know, Academician Qin is from Jiangzhou City, and people there don't eat spicy food at all. Those 2 lunch boxes are Academician Qin's lunch and dinner today. This means that Academician Qin was probably so busy that he didn't have time to eat. In the barrage areas of major live broadcast rooms, countless Chinese people feel unspeakable heartache at this moment. At the same time, countless organizations around the world are closely watching Qin's live interview. The country where the sun never sets. At the University of Cambridge, a leading university in physics, top professors with world-renowned reputations are sitting together and watching the live broadcast. This young man from China thought that he could get involved in the field of colliders, which are several levels more complicated, just because he had developed tritium batteries by chance. It's simply unrealistic. Just wait and see. In a few days, he will prove to the whole world that his idea is nothing but a huge joke. Hee hee. He probably doesn't even know how much effort thousands of our scientists put in to finally build the Large Hadron Collider. Does he think that he alone can match the wisdom of so many of us? The most important thing is that this Chinese kid is dreaming of building a super-large particle collider. He probably doesn't even know what a super-large particle collider is. He is so stupid, but he was actually rated as a 9-star academician by China. It seems that there is no hope for the scientific community in China. The famous professors from the British Empire present here were watching the live broadcast and chatting non-stop. And there was obvious disdain in their eyes. Without a doubt. No one present believed that Qin and Huaguo could produce any research results in a short period of time. The Super-Large Particle Collider project, which has already completed the preliminary main construction, is destined to fail. Cherry Blossom Country. In a well-known hospital, Professor Minami Ito of Kyoto University, who was very successful a while ago and almost reached the peak of his life. At this moment, he was lying on the hospital bed, his eyes were wide open and full of blood. It looks particularly creepy. It was as if he had seen the enemy who murdered his father. That's right. With the advent of Qin's tritium battery a few days ago, Professor Minami Ito, who was almost going to become the first person to win the Nobel Prize, had some mental problems. Then, he was transferred to this famous mental hospital for intensive observation. The reason why Ito Minami's face looks so ferocious at this moment. That was because several colleagues who came to visit him were using a tablet computer to show him Qin's live interview. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Seeing Qin appear in the camera, how could Ito Nan, who already had mental problems, remain calm? I hope that after seeing Qin's new project end in failure, Professor Ito's condition will improve. Seeing Ito Nan's strong reaction, the professors present couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Without a doubt. They were counting on Qin to publicly admit during the live broadcast that his super-large particle collider project was no longer sustainable. This will help resolve the inner demon that troubled Ito Nan to a certain extent. The Star-Spangled Nation. White Palace. The chief secretary of the white-haired old man gathered a large group of senior staff from the science department, who were also watching Qin's live interview. Have all the allies been notified? The blonde, blue-eyed, very capable-looking chief secretary asked in a deep voice. Yes, Ms. Moss. An old black man immediately replied, I can assure you that they will never get any research data about particle colliders. Very good. The secretary named Moss chuckled and nodded. Then, Academician Qin, who holds the highest status in China, will soon publicly announce that their super-large particle collider project will be suspended indefinitely. At this moment, all the senior officials of the Star-Spangled Banner Country's science department present there unconsciously raised a smug smile on their faces. It seemed as if they had all determined that Academician Qin would not have any chance of success. Then, China can only watch helplessly as their 1.3 trillion yuan is completely wasted. Chinese Academy of Engineering. I wonder how many people's attention has been attracted to that extremely simple laboratory at this moment. And as the female host slowly approached, Yi Xian, who had been concentrating on his research, finally came to his senses and realized that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The interview time agreed with the media has arrived. I'm sorry, host. I just didn't notice any noise outside the door. Putting down the research materials in his hand, Yi Xian said politely with some apology. The words fell. The very intellectual female host immediately replied. No, Academician Yi Xian, please don't say that. I still feel that we are the ones who disturbed you. Anyone can hear it. This female host, who has interviewed countless important figures at home and abroad, is a little nervous at this moment. Such a close conversation with the only 9-star academician in China so far. Who wouldn't have their heart beating faster? Fortunately, this female host has extremely high professional qualities. If it were an ordinary person, my mind would probably go blank at this moment. For a moment, I couldn't even speak. So, shall we start now? Although he was still a little weak and the pain in his right knee never stopped, Yi Xian still tried very hard to raise a smile while speaking. Good. The female host immediately nodded heavily, then found a chair nearby and sat opposite Yi Xian. Academician Yi Xian. After calming down her extremely excited emotions, the female host immediately asked with great concern, before we officially start the interview, can I ask you a small question first? Have you been so busy today that you haven't had time to eat? While speaking, the female host's eyes deliberately shifted to the 2 lunch boxes on the small table. Like countless other netizens, she was able to guess it. These 2 lunch boxes are clearly Yi Xian's lunch and dinner today. After a brief recollection, Yi Xian finally nodded, acknowledging the fact. At this moment, there was only heartache in the eyes of the female host. My whole nose feels sour. It seemed as if he sensed the female host's mood, which might make her burst into tears at any time. It also seemed that Yi Xian was indeed hungry. It seemed that Yi Xian knew very well that countless people were deeply worried about his health. A smile appeared on Yi Xian's face again. I should be fine if I eat some now, right? Sure. Without even thinking about it, the female host nodded heavily. In fact, deep in her heart, she really wanted to say to Yi Xian, Academician Yi Xian, please take your time eating. We are willing to wait for as long as it takes. That's all. To give peace of mind to all those who care about me. In front of the camera, Yi Xian opened the already cold lunchbox and immediately began to devour it. This moment. In front of the live broadcast, countless Chinese people couldn't help but smile with tears in their eyes. I don't know whether it's laughter with tears or tears with laughter. In conclusion, everyone was watching Yi Xian eat in great silence. It is said that this is a restless era. But, at this moment, no one felt impatient. Even countless people hope that this moment can last longer. Certainly. During the time that Yi Xian was eating, countless people clicked on Send Gift in the live broadcast room. The number of gifts was simply staggering. There was no pause at all. So many people's mobile phones were stuck directly. Endless comments were pouring down like a river from heaven, washing over all the live broadcast rooms. You are worthy of being my idol. You are so handsome even when eating. I really want to heat up the food for Academician Yi Xian. I'm a Meituan rider. To be honest, I want to deliver the most delicious takeaway meal to Academician Yi Xian right now. Why can our countrymen only eat such a simple box lunch? 10,000 people signed a petition in blood asking Academician Yi Xian to eat more. 1 million people signed a petition in blood begging Academician Yi Xian to order another cup of milk tea. A certain anchor live broadcasts his meal and earns millions a month. At upstairs, 1 million per second is about right. This is the most dazzling star of our time. Douyu has reached 1 billion views. After the barrage of comments kept rolling for a while, Yi Xian's late dinner finally ended. Putting down the lunchbox, Yi Xian said again with some apology, I was indeed a little hungry just now, and it took me a while to eat. Well, shall we start now? Okay. After adjusting her state, the female host quickly asked straight to the point with full respect. Academician Qin, I'm sure you are aware of the recent ban by the Star-Spangled Banner Nation. Now many people are very curious to know whether our super-large particle collider project can be completed on schedule under the ban. As the female host finished speaking, countless Chinese people feel extremely nervous at this moment. My heartbeat suddenly quickened. Even the female host is no exception. Before coming, the female host did a lot of preliminary preparation. So she knew very well what the ban from the Star-Spangled Country meant. This means that the construction of this super-large particle collider project will not receive any reference or experience from foreign countries. You can only start from scratch. This is equivalent to China completing in just a few days what took thousands of scientists in Western countries more than 10 years to complete. The most important thing. The particle collider built by China this time is still a super-large one that is several orders of magnitude more difficult than the one in Europe. In the perception of many people, to complete such an unprecedented project in just 15 days seems almost like a fantasy. In this way, just ask yourself, who wouldn't feel nervous? But after hearing this question, Qin seemed very calm. There was no change in his expression. When it comes to the ban, I actually don't quite understand it. Shrugging his shoulders, Qin replied casually. With such sewer-level technology, why did the United States of America issue a ban with such fanfare? It's as if we really want it. To be honest, even if they gave it to us for free, we wouldn't be interested in taking it. As soon as these words came out, in front of the live camera, countless people were stunned on the spot. My whole head is confused. Including the female host, everyone was dumbfounded. I even seriously suspected that I was hallucinating. What the Star-Spangled Nation specifically banned from us is sewer-level technology. We don't even want it for free. How is this possible? There were no surprises. About a few seconds after Qin finished speaking, the senior officials of the Star-Spangled Banner's science department, including Secretary Moss, turned their incredulous gazes to the translator beside them. In their eyes, it was clear that, do you have a level 10 Mandarin certificate? This must be a wrong translation, right? The translator could only reply innocently. Secretary Moss, I really didn't translate it wrong. Just now, Qin evaluated our technology with the word sewer level. Moreover, he made it very clear that they wouldn't want it even if it was given to them for free. At the same moment, Cherry Blossom Country, in the ward where Ito Minami is. When a translator repeated what Qin had just said to everyone in Sakura language, Ito Minami, who was already a little confused, seemed to have been stimulated even more than before. A pair of eyes were obviously wider than before. The whole body began to tremble violently. All of Ito Minami's colleagues present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That expression seemed to be saying, why does this rhythm look so familiar? Yanjing, China. The Academy of Engineering, a research room where hundreds of millions of Chinese people focus their attention. Shortly after Qin finished speaking, the female host finally came to her senses and asked with a shocked heart, Academician Qin, you are not joking, right? No. While speaking, Qin pointed to a trash can next to the hostess's seat and said, in there, I threw about a dozen low-performance particle collider design drawings. If I'm not mistaken, one of the last few in that pile is the particle collider technology that the Star-Spangled Nation currently regards as a core secret. Wait until Qin finished speaking. The female host was completely stunned, as if she had just been struck by lightning. And countless viewers were completely stunned at this moment. The comments in the live broadcast rooms were instantly in an uproar. I feel like I'm hallucinating. Can someone follow the internet cable and slap me in the face? The technology that the Stars and Stripes Nation banned from us was thrown into the trash by Academician Qin. Moreover, it is the most damn trash. I just want to ask, is Academician Qin still a human being? If all this is true, I would rather not have a wife in my life. The Star-Spangled Banner, the White House, in an oval conference room. The translator, who claimed to have a level 10 Mandarin certificate, repeated Yi Xian's words in English truthfully. All the senior officials of the Ministry of Science and Technology present jumped up from their seats at this moment. This is impossible. He must be lying. Particle collider technology involves dozens of disciplines and is several orders of magnitude more complex than a nuclear submarine. There is no way China can achieve a breakthrough in such a short period of time. I don't believe it. He is just deceiving the public. Don't think you can fool us with this trick. You can say that. All the senior officials of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Star-Spangled Banner country would never believe that Yi Xian had really thoroughly studied the particle collider technology. In their perception. If this is true, then the technology is bound to be regarded as the most top secret by China. There is absolutely no possibility that it would be thrown directly into the trash can, as Yi Xian said. Same. Countless people around the world who were watching the live broadcast shared the same views as these senior officials from the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Star-Spangled Banner. I think Yi Xian is just bluffing and putting on a show. It is absolutely impossible to conduct any in-depth research on particle collider technology. Not to mention, there are more than a dozen research results. I remember there is a saying in China, blow up your own trumpet loudly. With his arms folded across his chest, he leaned back on a sofa. The chief scientist of the British Empire was commenting on Yi Xian's remarks to his group of doctoral students with great disdain. I'm talking about people like Yi Xian. What 9-star academician? He just relied on luck to develop the tritium battery. What's the big deal? If he really has research results on more than a dozen particle colliders, I, your teacher, will eat all the stuff in the WC. No one knew how much time had passed after Yi Xian's words caused an uproar in the global scientific community. The female host, who finally recovered from her boundless shock, asked blankly, Academician Yi Xian, what you just said, is it true? Certainly. Yi Xian nodded casually. Anyway, they are all some of the most basic technologies that we don't need at all. You can just pick them out of the trash can and show them one by one. I believe those who doubt us will shut up soon. After getting Yi Xian's suggestion, the female host immediately did as she was told, picking out the design drawings from the trash can and showing them one by one in front of the camera. And about a few minutes later, one of the drawings came into the sight of countless people during the live broadcast. The chief scientist of the British Empire, who had just mocked Yi Xian and claimed that he wanted to eat shit, suddenly jumped up from the sofa in shock. Then, his eyes widened as if he had seen the most terrifying scene in his life. As for the doctoral students not far away, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but start whispering. Those drawings just now seem to me to be real. Right. Otherwise, the professor wouldn't have reacted like this. Will the professor fulfill what he just said? The Star-Spangled Nation. In the Oval Office, senior officials from the Ministry of Science and Technology also revealed the most incredible expressions at this moment. It is countless times more exaggerated than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. What happened to you all? Secretary Moss asked in great surprise. Secretary Moss, the blueprint we just saw is basically consistent with the particle collider prototype we have. An old white man swallowed his saliva and replied, moreover, there are several design details that are clearly several orders of magnitude more advanced than ours. Wait until the white old man finished speaking. Secretary Moss seemed to collapse instantly, and roared. Is this the top-notch technology that you said China would never be able to develop in decades? Open your eyes and look at me carefully. People have developed dozens of similar technologies, but they just threw them all away like garbage. We actually issued a ban to all our allies just for this unwanted technology. This is simply a shame for our great America. God knows how much we will be ridiculed by the international community from today on. Cherry Blossom Country. As the design drawings that Yi Xian threw away as garbage were seen one by Ito Nan, who was lying on the hospital bed. Ito Nan seemed to have seen a demon, and his whole body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. At the same time, he kept screaming, ah, ah, ah. Obviously. The colleagues who arranged the live broadcast for Ito Nan did not help him regain his sanity. On the contrary, it seemed as if he had received a more serious stimulus, and his condition had obviously worsened by several levels. I estimate that it will be impossible for him to be discharged from the hospital within a few years. Oh, what a group of kind-hearted colleagues. You can say that. In a short period of time, there was an earthquake-level sensation in the global scientific community. Countless world-renowned scientists were shocked by the drawings they saw on the live broadcast. Then, they posted on Twitter, Moments, Facebook, etc. to express their shock. Oh my God! Was Yi Xian sent by God? He is so incredible. Although Yi Xian is only in his 20s, I dare say that his future achievements will far exceed those of Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell. In the ancient country far away in the East, a scientific genius was born who could crush the entire era. He is no longer a human being, he is God. Hurry up and establish the best possible relationship with China. With Yi Xian's presence, it will be extremely difficult for China not to surpass the star-spangled nation and become the world's #1 in the next few decades. As for the Chinese people in the live broadcast room, they were completely in a state of excitement. Academician Yi Xian is awesome. 66666666666. Great. Academician Yi Xian is awesome. Great. My country is awesome. Damn it, I just want to ask, who on earth can stop Academician Yi Xian? Too strong. Live broadcast. After all the dozen or so drawings have been displayed, the female host, feeling extremely proud, continued to ask. Academician Yi Xian, I dare say that there are many people like me who believe that our super large particle collider will be completed on schedule. Of course I can. It's just that everyone is very curious, why are we in such a hurry to complete such a large project? Academician Yi Xian, can you tell us about it? Hear this question. Yi Xian, who was in the wheelchair, lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then he clenched his fists and asked with some emotion. Before I tell you the reason, I want to tell you a few stories first, okay? The female host nodded immediately. Academician Yi Xian, please tell us your story. No matter how long it is, we are willing to listen to it. Yi Xian still looked very weak. The pain from his right knee injury was always tormenting his nerves. But at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten all the pain. He quickly straightened his expression and began to speak. A few years ago, our country successfully completed a major scientific and technological infrastructure construction project, the 500-meter aperture spherical radio telescope, FAST, project. That is the Sky Eye project that shocked the world. When it comes to the Sky Eye project, we have to mention one person. His name is Nan Rindong. A persistent old man who turned a simple idea into a national treasure. You know, the construction of the Sky Eye project has been very, very difficult since its inception. Previous radio telescopes used steel structures, and an aperture of 100 meters was the engineering limit. If you want to build a larger 500-meter caliber, you have to choose a large, round pit and use its terrain to achieve it. In order to find such a place, Mr. Nen took hundreds of remote sensing maps and went deep into the mountains of Guizhou. He leaned on a bamboo pole, climbed over mountains and began to search for all the depressions deep in the mountains. And this time I was gone for a full 12 years. 12 years. Finally one day, Mr. Nan found a place called Datang. It is a remote place with no radio interference, so it is a perfect place to build the Sky Eye. When they first arrived at Datang, Mr. Nan and his group of young engineers drank the natural muddy water and ate the cold dry food they brought with them. In winter, because the cold is unbearable, we often have to chop down a tree, light a bonfire, and hug each other to get through the long cold nights. During those 10 years, it can be said that Mr. Nen devoted all his efforts to the Sky Eye project. In order to overcome some engineering difficulties, Mr. Nen often had no time to take care of his health. I don't know how many lunches he just ate some biscuits and instant noodles. In this way, year after year, Nan Lao's loud voice became hoarse, and his legs, which had once run all over the mountains, were no longer strong. He once said, "If this thing, Sky Eye, has even a little flaw, I will let down the country and all the people of Guizhou." Everyone on the construction site knew that Mr. Nan, who was already in his 70s at the time, was happiest when he ran on the ring beam of the Sky Eye like a child. But unfortunately, before the completion and opening of the Tianyan Eye, Mr. Nan was diagnosed with lung cancer. Today, our world's largest single-aperture radio telescope has opened its eyes to the vast universe. But the man who had turned his black hair into white hair for it closed his eyes forever due to the sudden deterioration of lung cancer. As Yi Xian finished telling the whole story, in front of the live broadcast, countless Chinese people already had red eyes. Many of them even shed tears. The sadness and depression in my heart are simply hard to describe. Just ask. Who would like to see a great craftsman like Mr. Nan leave us in the pain of illness? The comments in the major live broadcast rooms have already been overwhelming. In memory of Mr. Nan. Old Nan simply transformed into a star, and will always be with the eye of the sky. From today on, I will no longer chase after celebrities, I will only respect heroes. Salute to our Father of the Sky Eye. As for the believer, he is unparalleled in the country. This is how you chase stars. Guochang is no clown. Well said. This is how you should be a fan. Guochang is no clown. This is how you chase stars. Guochang is no clown. This is how you chase stars. Guochang is no clown. Inside the research room that has attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of people, the female host quietly raised her right hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and after a long silence, he began to tell the second story. Decades ago, our motherland was in ruins and it was difficult to just fill our stomachs. And outside, we are surrounded by powerful enemies who are eyeing us covetously. The Star-Spangled Banner Nation, in particular, has been threatening and blackmailing us with nuclear weapons from time to time, attempting to defeat us spiritually. Without sufficient, hard nuclear weapons in hand, our motherland will probably end up being bullied and humiliated by others. Under such harsh conditions, there was a man who returned with a sincere heart to serve his motherland. He is our two bomb heroes, Deng Jiaxian. You know, at that time, the Star-Spangled Banner country provided Mr. Deng with extremely generous scientific research and living conditions. A man who will go down in history as one of the top 10 physicists in history once said this about Deng: if Deng had stayed in the land of the stars and stripes, he would have continued his research in atomic physics. Then, it is very likely that Mr. Deng will win the Nobel Prize. But Mr. Deng never regretted this in his life. There is a book called Brighter Than 1,000 Suns. And the cause that Mr. Deng devoted his life to, in my opinion, shines brighter than 1,000 suns. I started when I received the order at the age of 34 to develop the country's first atomic bomb. Mr. Deng said goodbye to his wife and two young children and went into the Gobi Desert under an assumed name. In the following 22 years, neither he nor his colleagues had any space in newspapers. They buried their names and their love for the motherland and the people in the most desolate and remote places in the motherland. During those 22 years, Deng participated in almost every nuclear test. Because he was often on the front line, the strong radiation seriously damaged his body. As a result, Mr. Deng developed severe rectal cancer and often suffered from extensive bleeding in his body. The pain was unimaginable. His wife was so distressed that she burst into tears. But Mr. Deng always insisted on returning to the nuclear test base. Many times, when he had difficulty walking, Mr. Deng even insisted on installing the detonators himself, and used his authority as the dean to order the people around him, "You are still young, you can't go." Later, while Deng was in the hospital for treatment, the man who would go down in history as one of the top 10 physicists in history, who was also his close friend, came to visit him. Seeing that Mr. Deng's mouth and nose were bleeding continuously, the man asked with great concern, "Jiaxian, how much money did the country give you? Is it worth risking your life?" Mr. Deng smiled and replied, 10 yuan for an atomic bomb and 10 yuan for a hydrogen bomb. Trying to hold back the unspeakable grief in my heart. Yi Xian was silent for a while, then continued. In the summer of 1986, after suffering from illness for a year, Mr. Deng closed his eyes forever in his wife's arms. Even at the last moment of his life, Mr. Deng still said, "Don't let others leave us too far behind." That year, Mr. Deng was only 62 years old. Finally, Yi Xian finished telling the story with tears in his eyes. Countless Chinese people were completely moved to tears. Many people simply couldn't breathe. I feel inexpressibly sad for Mr. Deng and all the heroes who hid their identities in the uninhabited Gobi Desert back then. Although Yi Xian did not describe it in too much detail. However, everyone can imagine how difficult life was for Deng Lao and others at that time. 3 meals a day only consisted of a big steamed bun and a bowl of vegetable soup, and I couldn't eat any meat for a long time. I don't know how many scientific researchers have starved to the point of edema, or even suffered from severe malnutrition to the point of night blindness. But even so, they still had no regrets and held on until that reputation bomb came out. Just as Yi Xian said at the end, it is their generation that has suffered the hardships of several generations and has led to the happy life they have today. It is also they who, with their passion and boundless pride, have supported the backbone of our great nation. Xiehe Hospital, a special sanatorium area. Yuan Lao and others who had once lived in hiding in the desert with Deng Lao and his companions, could not stop the tears from rolling down their eyes at this moment. The handkerchief was already soaked. Mr. Deng. Old Yuan burst into tears, and countless past memories quickly emerged in his mind, sobbing continuously. How wonderful it would be if you could see the prosperity of China today. Beside Mr. Yuan, the nurses and his son were all silent at this moment. Only my heart is filled with waves of pain. The corners of my eyes started to become wet without me noticing when. In the research room that attracted hundreds of millions of attention, the female host, who originally came from a heroic family, once again wiped away the tears that flowed from her eyes. Then she cried, with a voice that was almost filled with grief and indignation, and said affectionately, "Academician Lin Juanda, the desert general who held out in Lop Nur for 52 years, might never have been remembered for his greatness if he had not been filled with dozens of tubes and charged towards death before his death. Nan Rindong, the father of our Sky Eye, lived a life without fame or gain, but he made everyone who heard his story understand what it meant to say, 'I love this land deeply.' But if the Sky Eye project had not been successfully completed, he might have remained unknown for the rest of his life. There are too many people like this. But we know so little. Many heroes have paid the price of their lives so that we can meet you and me. What can we do? Too many of us like to see this big star cheating, that fresh-faced boy making his debut, and pay more attention to this internet celebrity's beauty and sweet voice, and whether that artist can make the headlines today. The great man is hidden in a lonely grave. The tiny people are enjoying the carnival. A nobleman deserves only an epitaph. A vulgar person can be so high up. It's really outrageous." When the female host uttered the last sentence, how unreasonable. Her eyes, which had been clear and bright, were now red. Tears flowed out even more violently. At the same time, the bullet screen sections of the major live broadcast rooms were completely blown up. No one cares about the general's lonely grave, but everyone knows the actor's family affairs. This is really absurd. Some people come to the world with a mission. Salute to every hero. There has never been a peaceful and tranquil life, but there are heroes who have provided us with a warm sky. He's only 62 years old. Mr. Deng has devoted his entire life to the motherland. Why can't he even have a day of warm and leisurely life in his later years? On the anniversary of Mr. Deng's death, is there anyone who would like to go with me to sweep Mr. Deng's grave? I really want to tell Mr. Deng that now, our motherland is strong, and no one dares to bully us anymore." The next moment, the emotions of countless Chinese people were completely ignited. Yi Xian raised his head slightly and then told the last story with great solemnity. There was a man whose family worked hard to support him through college, but after graduation, he never returned home even once. He didn't even show up on the day my father died. 30 years, no news. People in the same village all regarded him as a rebellious son. My brothers and sisters at home also have many complaints about him. Yi Xian was halfway through telling this story. The comments in each live broadcast room were almost all disgusting towards that person. I raised this son in vain. In those days, it was harder than climbing to heaven to turn over a university student. This guy, on the other hand, refused to go home for decades. How could he be worthy of his parents? It would be better not to have a son like this. If this were my son, I would definitely break his legs. This guy is such an unfilial son. Although no one knew why, Yi Xian suddenly brought up the story of an unfilial son. But there is no doubt that the matter of this unfilial son made almost everyone hate him. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly changed the subject. This man is the father of our Chinese nuclear submarine. His name is Lu Xinghua. After graduating from university, he was sent to a deserted island and began arduous research. The superior told him that once you come into work, you can never leave again. You have to keep your identity secret for the rest of your life. For the sake of our motherland, to be able to hold an important weapon, Lu Xinghua agreed without a second thought. Even though he knew very well how much criticism and grievance he would receive for doing so. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be achieved at the same time, but Lu Xinghua said, loyalty to the country is the greatest filial piety to parents. Just like that, after Lu Xinghua and other unknown heroes forged swords in the deep sea for 44 years, our nuclear submarine finally came into being. But at this moment. Final. With tears in his eyes, Yi Xian told everyone how Lu Xinghua had advanced liver cancer and was seriously ill and difficult to treat, so that he had no time to return home to see his elderly mother. Hear this. Everyone in front of the live broadcast was silent. Deep down in my heart, there is only unspeakable shock and sorrow. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said in a deep voice. I know that many people are curious about why I am in such a hurry to build a super-large particle collider in just a dozen days and at a cost of trillions of dollars. Because I don't want to see any more heroes like Elder Deng, Elder Nan, and Elder Lu being tortured to death by illness. With this large particle collider, we can allow Academician Lu Xinghua to fulfill his filial duty while he is still alive. Instead of regretting it for the rest of your life. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the most incredible look instantly flashed in the eyes of the female host. Even more dangerous, I was shocked out of my seat. Shock. At this moment, there was only unprecedented shock in her eyes. The degree of shock even exceeded that when Yi Xian lit up the entire Tian'an Square with tritium batteries at the medal awarding ceremony. After all, that's liver cancer. In the medical community, this is recognized as an incurable disease. Once it develops to the final stage. Not to mention curing the disease, even slightly prolonging the patient's life is almost a luxury. So, when the female host heard what Yi Xian had just said, one can imagine the shock and excitement in her heart. And there were no surprises. At this moment, countless Chinese people in the major live broadcast rooms were completely excited. I finally understand why Academician Yi Xian strongly recommended that the project be completed within 15 days. It's just because Chief Designer Lu doesn't have much time. Brothers, forgive me for not having read a book. All I can say now is. Did I hear correctly just now? Academician Yi Xian said that he wanted to cure Chief Designer Lu's advanced liver cancer. Okay, that seems to be the meaning. Oh my god, what Academician Yi Xian is going to do is too invincible. So that's it. Academician Yi Xian did all this just to conquer cancer. If we can really do it, let alone 1.3 trillion, it will be worth it no matter how much it costs. I believe in Academician Yi Xian, he can definitely do it. I believe it too. If Academician Yi Xian is short of funds, I am willing to donate 10,000. I am willing to donate all the private money I have hidden over the years. I'd like to ask, if Academician Yi Xian's research is successful, does it mean there will be no more cancer in our human world? Chinese Medical Association. Right now. All the senior staff who were watching the live broadcast stood up involuntarily. There was a bright light in his eyes. Indescribably hot. Because everyone present knew very well what it would mean if Yi Xian's words just now could come true. This means that human medical history will directly enter a new era. That's about conquering cancer. One of the top 10 scientific problems of mankind. The entire medical community has long reached a consensus. Whoever can conquer cancer will be able to have the highest voice in global medicine. It can also directly control the fate of countless people. This is definitely not a joke. Look globally. Which countries' people don't become afraid of cancer? For many years, cancer has been like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping countless lives. Just ask. How many people are not afraid of death? Ask again. Which country in the world doesn't hope that someone can invent a cure for cancer? And once there is a cure for cancer, how could those who suffer from cancer not give their all? You're welcome. At this moment, if anyone had a pill that could guarantee a cure for cancer, then, this pill will be sold at a sky-high price in a matter of minutes. It is even possible that a war might be directly triggered. So, at this moment, the senior members of the medical association could not help but feel their hearts pounding wildly. Almost, it's about to jump out of my chest. Old Lou, slap me. I seem to have heard something wrong just now. A general director of the association said blankly. Bang. A moment later, a tall and thin director slapped him in the face. Then, the tall and thin director was so excited that his voice trembled as he said, "It's true. We didn't hear it wrong. Perhaps it won't be long before China will have the most advanced technology to cure cancer. If everything Academician Qin said is true." Swallowing his saliva, a vice president clenched his fists and said with rapid breathing, "Then, China will be able to have the ultimate say in the global medical community. The most important thing is that our chief designer Lu and the unknown heroes who are suffering from illness can survive. Live to be 100 years old, live to enjoy a peaceful old age, live to see our country of China reach its peak of prosperity." At the same time, the sun never sets in the country, the Prime Minister's residence. What did you say? Qin, a 9-star academician from China, publicly stated in a live broadcast that he built the super-large particle collider in order to conquer cancer. After hearing the urgent report from a subordinate in the medical department, the disheveled-haired Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Sun Never Sets could no longer sit still. He paced back and forth in the office. Anyone with a discerning eye could sense his anxiety. Although he didn't quite believe it, Qin could really conquer cancer. But he really didn't dare to gamble. After all, he still remembers the tritium battery lesson a few days ago. And he knew it all too well. Once cancer is truly conquered, China will instantly replace Western countries and become the #1 force in the global medical community. No one can shake it. When I think about the seriousness of the problem, the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets, with disheveled hair, immediately gave the order. Quick, contact the President of the United States of Stars and Stripes immediately. No matter what the cost, we must stop Qin from continuing his research. This guy is so scary. I even suspect that he is an alien. Sakura country. In that special ward of Minami Ito. Because several doctors had just joined forces to hold him down on the bed and injected him with a powerful sedative specially designed for mental patients. At this moment, Ito Minami seemed to be sluggish, silent and slumped on the bed. Like a dead dog. Beside the hospital bed, one of his colleagues looked at his current state and felt guilty in their hearts. This time, it was us who harmed Ito-kun. A colleague said, but it's okay. A few days later, Qin announced that he had failed to defeat cancer and was ridiculed and reviled by countless people around the world. Let's tell Ito-kun the good news again. By then, Ito-kun's condition will definitely be much better. The words fell. All the colleagues present echoed. Yes, yes, yes. I haven't heard that Qin has done any in-depth research in cytology, oncology, and life genetics. There is no way he can conquer cancer. I totally agree with your opinion, Saito-kun. Qin definitely thinks that conquering cancer is too easy. He was just lucky and managed to develop tritium battery technology. How could he understand how difficult the world's top 10 scientific problems are? Inside the research room where the world is focused. Feeling the passion and endless expectation in the hostess's eyes, Qin's heart was deeply touched. Because he knew deeply that at this moment, countless Chinese people, like this female host, were looking forward to his research plan being successful as soon as possible. Truly, conquer cancer. That is a desire that is extremely strong. After all, once Qin's research is successful, that means that chief designer Lu Xinghua, who has brought tears to the eyes of countless Chinese people, will have the opportunity to live out his life instead of bearing a lifetime of infamy and regret. It also means that countless cancer patients now have hope of survival. What an achievement this is. In any era, it is enough to make him a god. It is no exaggeration to say that it subverts the whole world. In this case, just ask. Which Chinese person would not feel endless anticipation for this? But in fact, the reason why Yixian was so eager to complete the Super Large Particle Collider project within 15 days. Apart from the reasons he just mentioned in the interview, there is another extremely important reason. That is, he really doesn't have much time left. Because of the crazy increase in brain development, his cell division and metabolism rates are now many times faster than those of ordinary people. At his discretion, even if everything remained the same, it would be difficult for him to live past 40. And once he conquers cancer, he will complete the second system mission. The degree of development of his brain will further increase. By that time, he couldn't even imagine how fast his cells would divide. How much of my life is left? So, he really doesn't have much time to waste. Academician Yixian, there is a netizen nicknamed Playful Little Fish who wants me to ask you, do you have a girlfriend now? If not, would you mind telling me what type you like? Academician Yixian, a netizen named Fo Shan.Wu Yen.Zu wants to ask you, what was your score in the college entrance examination? Have you been a top student since childhood? Academician Yixian, there is another netizen named Where is the Rich Woman? I don't want to work hard anymore. He is very curious whether you like to eat durian. If you like it, he specializes in selling durian and wants to bring a truckload to you. After causing countless people to cry, Yixian's first live interview ended in laughter. As the interview ended, the female host was reluctant to leave. But still with great respect, he said goodbye to Yixian and left the laboratory immediately. Because she knew that Yixian still had a lot of research work to do. How dare she disturb Yixian, the recipient of the highest medal of the Republic, and continue to fight for the country? But there is no doubt about it. After this live interview, the entire Chinese internet was in a state of complete excitement. Brothers, let's come together to wish President Liu a happy new life. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be achieved at the same time. Mr. Liu has really sacrificed too much for us. Boss Liu, you deserve the words, dedicate your life to the country. When I thought about how Mr. Deng only received a mere 20 yuan in bonus and lived to be only 62 years old, I almost couldn't hold back my tears. Mr. Deng and his people are the real backbone of China. Everyone, come and discuss this. Can Academician Yixian really use the super large-scale particle collider to conquer cancer? As far as I know, particle colliders don't seem to have much to do with cancer. However, I believe that Academician Yixian would never speak without a purpose. How can mortals like us understand Academician Yixian's thoughts? If Academician Yixian really conquers cancer, then wouldn't our China be invincible? Other countries would probably have to kneel down and beg us for help in curing their diseases. I am a die-hard fan of Academician Yixian. I want to say that Academician Yixian is awesome. He will definitely succeed. Talented netizens from all walks of life had an extremely heated discussion about this live interview. It lasted the entire night and showed no sign of stopping. That's all. It was early the next morning. The hot search lists on major platforms have become: first, the full playback of the live interview video of Academician Yixian. Second, heavy news, Academician Yixian plans to conquer cancer. Third, Liu Xinghua, who remained anonymous for 44 years. Fourth, 10 yuan for an atomic bomb and 10 yuan for a hydrogen bomb. Fifth, the father of the sky eye, Nan Rindong. 6. Discussion, how can the super large-scale particle collider help to conquer cancer? 7th, Academician Yixian confessed the type of girls he likes. 8. Activity, treat Academician Yixian to a feast. 9. Live broadcast of the Daxingshan project plus a review of touching stories. This morning, while countless Chinese people were still discussing yesterday's live interview of Yixian with great interest, a piece of news suddenly exploded the world. The whole world was shocked. Shocking. That is, the 7 countries, namely, the land of the stars and stripes, the land on which the sun never sets, the land of cherry blossoms, India, Korea, the European Communist Party, and Australia, jointly issued a major statement. In a joint statement, the The 7 countries cited a fabricated photo that was staged in an unknown way as evidence, claiming that the super-large particle collider currently being built by China is not intended to conquer cancer at all. Instead, they are researching a special weapon against humanity. At the same time, they even slandered him by saying that in the process of researching the anti-human weapon, they had caused the deaths of thousands of surrounding civilians. To defend the ridiculous human rights mentioned by the 7 countries, they jointly requested that China immediately stop the construction of the super-large atomic collider and allow the 7 countries to send professional personnel to enter the Daxing Mountains for investigation. Otherwise, China will be subject to joint sanctions from the 7 countries. Such a statement undoubtedly caused an uproar in the international community. Media around the world immediately turned their attention to China. Everyone wants to know how China will respond under the joint pressure of the 7 countries. So, the scene at the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs regular press conference on that day was so heated that it was hard to describe. The entire venue was packed with foreign journalists. What do you think China will choose this time? 7 countries jointly impose sanctions. This is no joke. No matter what, I think China must carefully consider the consequences this time. Have you heard? BCI, the Better Cotton Initiative, is ready to announce sanctions against China at any time. The world's 4 largest grain traders, ABCD, have also stated that as long as China continues to build a super-large particle collider, they will also take action to sanction it. Oh my God, China is in real trouble this time. Finally, as usual, I rolled around in the snow and ice for 360 degrees to ask for monthly tickets and rewards. Finally. Amid the expectations of countless Chinese people and the attention of countless foreign media, a dignified and graceful female director of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs slowly walked to the podium and opened today's regular press conference. And there is no suspense at all. All the reporters' questions were about the 7-nation joint statement that shocked the world this morning. Excuse me, Director Liu, how does China explain the photo published in the joint statement of the 7 countries? Director Liu, will China immediately stop the construction of the super-large-scale particle collider in accordance with the requirements of the 7-nation joint statement? Excuse me, Director Liu, why has your country's human rights issue not been resolved for many years? Director Liu, there is evidence that you forced thousands of workers to perform high-intensity work in the Dahangshan construction project. Is this true? Under one provocative question after another. Under the reflection of countless lenses. The female director, who was both friendly and domineering, looked around at the foreign media reporters with disdain in her eyes. Follow closely, she said proudly. Everyone should remember it, right? Back then, the Stars and Stripes and other countries used a bag of laundry detergent and a staged video as evidence to wage war against 2 sovereign nations, XLK and XLY. It caused countless innocent civilian casualties, and countless families were torn apart and displaced. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the XLY crisis. In XLY alone, 350,000 people died in the war and their families were torn apart. Given the crimes they committed in XLY, shouldn't they be punished? There was a slight pause. The female director said passionately. Countless history and facts show that these countries want to be human rights teachers. But, they don't deserve it at all. They are neither saints nor powerful. I hope they understand that China today is not YLK, not LBY, and not XLY. It's definitely not the China of 120 years ago. The days when foreign powers could open China's door by setting up a few cannons are gone forever. The days when a few so-called scholars and media, in collusion with the authorities, could wantonly smear and attack China without any punishment are gone forever. We advise them not to underestimate the Chinese people's firm will to defend national interests and national dignity. It is impolite not to return the favor. They will eventually pay the price for their arrogance and stupidity. After saying, the female director walked straight down from the podium and disappeared from everyone's sight. The foreign journalists present at the scene all looked at each other in confusion. I was totally at a loss and didn't know what to do next. It felt as if they had been completely shocked by the arrogance revealed in the speech just made by the female director. Although the female director's speech was very brief. From beginning to end, it only took 2 minutes. But anyone can hear it from the speech. This time, facing the joint statement of the 7 countries, what kind of attitude does China hold? Ignore. Or rather, ignore it. No matter how strong the rain and wind are, I will remain calm. Sanctions. Hee hee. Come if you dare. There is no suspense at all. This powerful speech by the female director was quickly edited and released to the entire internet. Countless Chinese netizens were excited after watching this. The comments are endless. Well said. If they don't serve as human rights teachers, the China of today will not be the China of 120 years ago. It's reasonable and just, it's the right way in the world. Whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far away he is. The China of today is no longer what it used to be. Stand tall and show the power of our country. Fortunately, I was born in China. If called, I will return and defend my motherland till death. My heart is filled with emotion when I hear this. Our country of China has long stood up. There is no need to fear these tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. Some people even changed their signatures directly. So what if the situation is tense? Has China ever been afraid of jackals? Why should I be ashamed to wear golden armor for 100 battles? Even if I die, I will not let down the Chinese nation. And just half an hour later, this speech spread like mercury throughout China and even the world. The Better Cotton Initiative, BCI, controlled by the United States, immediately organized a conference of global core suppliers, manufacturers, and brand owners. No one knows what details were discussed at this secret meeting. But anyone can guess that it must be about how to impose sanctions on China. As expected by everyone. After this conference is over, there are 8 world-renowned brands that almost everyone is familiar with, such as DM, Fike, ADS, UKU, etc. They successively issued announcements on their official websites, threatening to stop purchasing cotton from China. We also do not support any third-party suppliers to provide them with cotton products related to China. The sanctions from countries such as the Stars and Stripes have begun. When these announcements were reposted crazily one by one and came completely into the public eye, they aroused tremendous anger among countless Chinese people. Renmin Daily was the first to publish a commentary article. Don't dream of eating China's food and smashing China's bowls. As soon as the article came out, the entire internet was shocked. Countless Chinese people liked and forwarded the post. That's all. The news that the 8 major brands acted as thugs for the United States and other countries and took the lead in launching sanctions against China completely detonated the entire internet within half an hour. I don't know how many passionate Chinese people were furious. Haha. You want to put on a show just based on these clowns? I have thrown away all the Fike shoes at home. From today on, I will support domestic products. It's as if we really want to give them our cotton. We don't even have enough for ourselves. Remember what Director Liu said. They will eventually pay the price for their arrogance and stupidity. As the situation escalates. About another hour later. Taobao, Tmall, JD.com, Pinduoduo, and all other Chinese e-commerce platforms have removed all products of the 8 major brands at an unprecedented speed. Don't keep any of them. I can't even find it when searching. As for the stores of the 8 major brands, all of them were banned without exception. There is no unblocking channel. Time limit, permanent. Yanjing. A most confidential place. The old man who personally awarded Yixian the highest medal of the Republic at the awarding ceremony, after reviewing the documents on his desk. He wrote a line of words very solemnly on a piece of white paper. Then he instructed Secretary Qin beside him. Give this to Academician Yixian. Half an hour later. Secretary Qin personally came to the research room at the end of the time corridor and handed the piece of white paper written by the old man to Yixian. Academician Yixian. Seeing that Yixian looked weaker than a few days ago due to overwork, Secretary Qin said with some distress. Before coming here, Mr. X told me to take good care of myself. Even if there are no research results in the end, as long as you are safe and sound, that is our greatest blessing. In our hearts, even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 super-large particle colliders, they are not as good as you. Wait until Secretary Qin finished speaking. Beside Yixian, the soldiers of the War Dragon army who were in charge of the protection work were also deeply moved. These days, they have been staying by Yixian's side and have witnessed with their own eyes how hard this recipient of the Republic's highest medal works. With a weak and seriously injured body. Sleep a maximum of 3 hours a day. The rest of the time was almost entirely spent at his desk, concentrating on drawing one blueprint after another. I was so busy that I hardly had a hot meal. This is also why Yixian is getting weaker day by day. In the eyes of these warriors, Yixian is clearly risking his own life. If we continue like this, sooner or later we will run out of energy. Just ask. How could these soldiers, who were about the same age as Yixian, not feel sad when watching all this every day? The world is ruled by generals, but the generals never enjoy peace. As a passionate man, how could they be willing to see such a situation happen again? Yixian himself replied with a haggard look. I'll keep it in mind. But, ahem. I must ensure that the super large-scale particle collider is completed on schedule. Chief Designer Liu, he can't wait too long. Hearing Yixian's reply, there were faint glimmers of tears in Secretary Qin's eyes. At this moment, Yixian looked down at the piece of white paper in his hand. Look carefully. There were only 8 words written on the white paper. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the heroes have no regrets. Almost at the same time, countless foreign media outlets have reported the news that the 8 world-famous super brands took the lead in boycotting Chinese cotton. So, those who have always looked down on China and even been hostile to China have been making various comments on social platforms such as Twitter and Facebook with great excitement. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of pathetic creatures. They should have been sanctioned long ago. Otherwise, they won't know who is the master of the world. I heard that their Chinese e-commerce platforms have completely removed products from our company, FIKE. It's just the Chinese officials who are putting on an act. Don't worry, they can't do anything. Haha, what's the use of this? Those Chinese people, who wouldn't be proud to wear our FIKE shoes? I specifically checked, and our FIKE made nearly $100 billion in China last year alone. Take it off the shelves. That really makes me laugh. They in China probably don't know what kind of status those 8 major brands have in the world, right? I estimate that as long as our ADS company announces a slight discount on their products, the Chinese will rush over and buy them like crazy. Until everything is out of stock. Just as these trolls were doing their utmost to ridicule and smear China on foreign websites. Chinese people with blood have already launched large-scale campaigns to boycott the 8 major brands. 12:15 noon. The gaming giant, Honor of Kings Company, officially issued a statement on its official website, stating that from now on, it will terminate any form of cooperation with DM Company. All advertisements are removed. All promotional activities are cancelled. All exclusive new hero skins sponsored by DM Company have also been deleted. 12:27 noon. The personal studio of famous movie star Han Wolin posted the following on Weibo. Effective immediately, Han Wolin terminates all cooperation with the FIKE brand. At the same time, solemnly declare. Our company and Ms. Han Wolin firmly resist any remarks and actions that defame China. The dignity of the country must not be violated. We firmly safeguard the interests of the motherland. 12:32 noon. Well-known actor Guan Xiaojiang posted a short video on his Douyin account, publicly announcing. Effective immediately, I will no longer serve as the spokesperson for the ADS brand. Moreover, all ADS shoes and clothes in the house have been destroyed as soon as possible. 12:33 noon. Popular artist Zhang Miao announced through live broadcast. As soon as we learned about those announcements, we terminated all contracts with the UKU brand. He also solemnly promised the public that he would only wear clothes and shoes made of Chinese cotton in the future. Support domestic products to the end. 12:34 noon. 8 stars issued a joint announcement, terminating their contract with FIKE. 12:35 noon. 16 artists released announcements on Weibo and other platforms at the same minute, terminating all business cooperation with ADS. 12:47 noon. In a large commercial center in SH City, A CEO with deep patriotism did not care about the huge amount of liquidated damages he might have to bear. He called a crane and ordered people to take down all the billboards on the building. Passers-by took photos and expressed their deep admiration for the boss. After the video was uploaded to the internet, it attracted cheers from countless Chinese people. 13:01 noon. 13:30 noon. The Chinese Red Hakka Alliance announces its departure. Under the amazing offensive of one capable person after another. Less than half an hour. All official websites of the 8 major brands have collapsed. Anyone, visit those home pages. All they showed was a vast expanse of red and a line of eye-catching Chinese characters. Just relying on you, do you think you can shake the great China? Exactly half an hour later. The Star-Spangled Nation. Fight Group Headquarters. He watched as the homepages of the official websites of all the subsidiaries of his group turned entirely into Chinese red. The mustached Fight chairman was about to collapse at this moment. The corners of his mouth twitched constantly. It was as if he had just been pressed into a corner and slapped several times. The reason is simple. At this time, their Fight official website is filled with the Chinese red and the text, "Do you think you can shake the mighty China?" It was also accompanied by a background sound specially recorded by China's top hackers. "Fike, idiot, fike, idiot, fike, idiot." It is this background sound that will play in a loop as soon as someone opens Fike's official website. It's just like listening to a ghost video, it's so magical. When will it be fixed? In a large conference room, the chairman of Fike, who had been holding back for who knows how long, began to pound the table and roar in a frenzy. It's been half an hour and the official website is still like this. Do you know that we at Fike are about to become a big joke in the entire business community? The heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the entire conference room. It even spread throughout an entire office floor. You can imagine how devastated the Fike chairman was. The chief network engineer of Fike replied innocently, "Chairman, we have tried very hard, but the Chinese hackers are too powerful. We can't stand it. It's not just the Fike group. The other 7 super brand groups that have announced plans to impose sanctions on China are experiencing the same experience as Fike. The official website has completely collapsed. Being laughed at by countless people. Final. In an unspeakable collapse. The chairman of the 8 major groups decided to hold a secret online meeting immediately. How are we going to end this situation? As the online meeting began, the chairman of DM Group couldn't help but ask first. After all, their group was the worst attacked by the Red Hacker Alliance. Not only the official website was destroyed. All the servers of the entire group were paralyzed by the attack. All internal systems collapsed. All important information and data have been deleted. The loss is in the billions. DM Group's employees now only need to turn on their computers. The screen was filled with Waguahong and a shocking text. Just relying on you, do you think you can shake the great China? Certainly. There is also a looping background sound, DM, closed down, DM, closed down, DM, closed down. No matter how the employees restarted their computers or even reinstalled the system, the situation did not change. To the extent that, the entire DM Group's office building is now filled with the sound of, DM, it's going bankrupt. The chairman of the DM Group felt his scalp tingling after hearing this and he was about to explode with anger. I almost couldn't hold it in and was about to vomit blood. We don't think we can deal with China's Red Hacker Alliance anytime soon. An old chairman of ADS said helplessly while tapping his desk with his index finger. I suggest that we all give up repairing the official website for the time being. You know, the most important thing for us right now is to impose sanctions on China. Let all of China's cotton rot in the fields. Moreover, we will monopolize the entire Chinese market step by step. So, I personally think that it is necessary for us to have a large-scale price reduction campaign in China. When the Chinese see that our products are all on sale, they will rush over to buy them. As long as this continues for a while, we will have the final say in the entire market. When the time comes, we can impose whatever sanctions we want. Wait until the old chairman of ADS finishes speaking. The chairman of the other major brands all smiled sinisterly, and it was obvious that they all agreed with this proposal. In this way, the 8 major brands quickly reached a consensus. Notify the China branch to immediately discount all products on sale in all stores and app stores. At the same time, all major platforms in China have become extremely popular. Almost every few minutes, a celebrity would come out and make a statement, announcing that they would sever all forms of cooperation with the 8 major brands. From now on, we will support domestic products. All major domestic sports leagues, including the China Football Super Cup, CBA, China Table Tennis League, China Badminton League and so on. Without exception, all sponsorship contracts with brands such as Fike were terminated. From now on, no non-domestic brand logos will appear on the clothes, pants, and shoes of all Chinese athletes. Countless domestic employees of the 8 major brands, including some store managers, directly announced their resignation. No matter how much the headquarters promised about salary increases and promotions, I just ignored them. Just leave. In the words of one of them, these bastards are eating China's food and want to destroy China's bowl. I'm sorry, I can't serve you anymore. The most touching thing is, even some people who specialize in producing high-quality imitation and knockoff products have quietly announced in their circle of friends. From now on, the logos of the 8 major brands will no longer be printed on the clothes and shoes produced in our workshop. A sentence. From the moment the 8 major groups announced sanctions against China, countless Chinese people have begun to join the campaign of boycotting those 8 major brands. Over time, the number of participants is increasing. Even many old men and women who usually don't go online know about this. So, these extremely sensitive old men and women went home one after another to look for products from those 8 major brands in their homes. If there is, no matter whether it is old or new, throw it into the trash can in minutes. What is strange is that these old men and women, who would feel bad if they used a little more oil and salt when cooking, are not at all hesitant when it comes to using products from the 8 major brands. After throwing them, they would gather together and compare who had thrown more. And the chairmen of the 8 major brands in countries like the Stars and Stripes were apparently unaware of all that was happening in China. At this moment, they are still fantasizing that their price reduction and promotion strategy can win a great victory in the Chinese market. Chinese domestic brands are left completely powerless to fight back. The chairman of DM Group, who had the best idea, even ordered someone to start the live broadcast, wanting to see with his own eyes how hot the sales of his largest store in China were at the moment. Just when those 8 major brands were facing the tragic situation of having to withdraw from the Chinese market at any time and were suffering a severe blow in the stock market. The top leaders of the Star-Spangled Banner Nation, the British Sun Never Sets Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, India, Korea, the European Communist Party and the Australian Kangaroo Nation, as well as some high-level personnel, once again held a video conference. This time, their topic is undoubtedly to summarize the lessons learned from the failures of the 8 major brands, and to jointly implement a new round of more severe sanctions. Until China bowed to them and stopped the construction of the super-large atomic collider. Otherwise, they really can't feel at ease. After all, in their minds, Yi Xian is a scientific genius of the century. When other scientists talk about conquering cancer, they don't even look at it. I might even curse in my heart, which mental hospital did this person escape from? But when Yi Xian said he wanted to conquer cancer, it was really hard for them not to panic. No way. Over the past few days, the impression Yi Xian left on them was so deep. Let alone conquering cancer. Even if Yi Xian said now that he was actually an alien, a large number of these people will choose to believe it without a doubt. And these people know it very well in their hearts. Once Yi Xian really relies on the super large-scale particle collider to conquer cancer, China will instantly become the leader in the global medical community. Possess almost the highest voice. They can't afford such a result anyway. So, now they are like a desperate dog, trying every possible means to stop Huagua and Yi Xian. Why did we fail so miserably in the first round of sanctions? It's not scientific at all. Yeah. When we joined forces to sanction YL last year, wasn't it going very smoothly? Why is it that when we came to China, it was like seeing a ghost? My think tank told me that the 8 major brands will no longer have any market share in China. In this wave, they will lose hundreds of billions of dollars in total. The most important thing is that the prices of all domestic brands in China are rising like crazy. There are long queues in front of their major domestic brand stores. Don't study this anymore, let's think about how to sanction China next. China has imported a huge amount of chips over the years. I suggest that all parties concerned immediately suspend all chip export trade involving China. At the same time, all companies are required to stop any trade with relevant parties in China. After more than an hour of intense discussion. Final. The gray-haired president of the Star-Spangled Banner made his final summary speech in his Oval Office. Then it's decided. Next, we will launch a second round of sanctions against China, focusing on these 7 aspects. About 20 minutes later. A breaking news that shocked the world. It is the G7 alliance that has just issued a new round of sanctions announcement. The announcement stated that from now on, the 7 countries will completely ban the export of chips, food, iron ore, oil, various types of cutting-edge medical equipment and countless other important resources that China urgently needs to China. Chinese students are prohibited from continuing to study abroad. Prohibit. All the above bans are permanent. Unless China promises to immediately stop the construction of the super-large atomic collider and allow the 7 countries to send professional personnel to enter the Daxing Mountains for investigation. When this announcement came out, it caused an uproar around the world and shocked the entire world. Almost all countries urgently interrupted the news to announce this incident at the first opportunity. The entire internet was in an uproar. All major apps are pushing this news frantically. Countless people couldn't help but discuss this matter in various places. After all, this round of sanctions launched by the G7 seems too earth-shattering. It can be called the largest sanctions action in human history. The trade volume figures involved are definitely in the trillions of US dollars. Who wouldn't feel thrilling? And shortly after this news broke the world, there is no suspense. Almost all media and experts and scholars published commentary articles at the first opportunity. BBC, under sanctions, China's economic level may regress 20 years. Associated Press, the Oriental Lion will continue to sleep. Reuters, China is about to sink, this era does not belong to them. Harvard University, in the future, there will not be any Chinese students on our campus. Nobel Prize-winning economist Dr. Hollins, China will quickly enter a recession, at least for 10 years. A YouTube video blogger with millions of followers, China has only one way to go, and that is to bow to the 7-nation alliance. You can say that. At this moment, almost no one is optimistic that China can survive. Especially those so-called experts and scholars, they all unanimously believe that China will inevitably be doomed under the ban. There is only one way out of this dilemma. Agree to all the conditions put forward by the 7-nation alliance. No way. This round of sanctions from the G7 is really terrifying. Compared with the 8 brands sent out in the previous round, it is several levels higher. Who would think that China can withstand such tremendous pressure? And as this news spread into the country, the entire Chinese internet was also in a state of near explosion at the first moment. As long as the 1.4 billion of us are united, there will be no difficulties that we cannot overcome. Haha, no one can stop the rise of China. Isn't it just a chip? At worst I can just use a low-end machine in the future. If someone doesn't betray me, I won't betray him. If someone offends me, I will offend him. Whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far away he is. China does not cause trouble, but it is not afraid of trouble. We must fight back and make them understand that China is not easy to mess with. If we provoke them, we will be difficult to deal with. I wish our motherland prosperity and peace for the people. It can be said that the vast majority of Chinese people have united against the common enemy at this moment. Even if the road ahead is unknown and may even be a bottomless abyss, people are still united and willing to believe in their most beloved Academician Qin and their great motherland. And there were no surprises. Qin, who had been designing the details of the drawings in the laboratory, also learned about this matter at the first time. Academician Qin. An academician of the Academy of Engineering who was Qin's assistant couldn't help but ask, what do you think about this? They are just a bunch of clowns who can't cause any waves. Yi Xian said lightly. There was a hint of obvious contempt in his eyes. As if he had anticipated what would happen next. Swish. A clear live video feed soon appeared before the eyes of the DM chairman. Just as he requested. At this moment, the largest DM store in China located in Yanjing has put up a striking sign that reads, "Discounts and price reductions on all items." However, the scene he imagined, of countless Chinese people flocking to buy goods, did not occur. On the contrary, it was extremely deserted. Oh no, it's no longer enough to describe it as deserted. There was literally no customer except for a few salespeople. This is not scientific. The chairman of DM was completely stunned and even wondered if he was hallucinating. You know. He knew very well how popular this store was in China in the past and how amazing its performance was. Over the years, this store has contributed hundreds of millions of net profits to their DM group every year. Even on the most ordinary days, the fitting rooms are often packed. As for holidays, that goes without saying. But what about now? In a huge store of several hundred square meters. Number of customers, 0. Sales/cashier, the total number is less than the palm of your hand. Moreover, no one was in their normal position, and they were all gathered together chatting. Even the melon seeds were eaten. It seemed that they were discussing finishing the day and leaving immediately after receiving their salary. It was at this time. The DM chairman heard a burst of extremely exciting music. It is the "a man should be self-reliant," which is very familiar to all Chinese people. What's going on? The completely dumbfounded DM chairman looked carefully and soon discovered that a martial arts performance team had arrived at the door of his DM store. More than 30 agile and strong Chinese men are practicing boxing in unison with the background sound of the exciting song, "A Man Should Be Self-Reliant," playing. The aura displayed by each person is extremely powerful. Each movement was powerful and full of energy. It attracted countless passers-by who stopped to watch and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. From the beginning to the end, not even one person was prepared to pass through this martial arts performance team and enter DM's store. To use the words of a passerby who was enjoying the performance, it was, "Who the hell dares to go into DM to buy things? When you come out, I'm afraid you'll be beaten on the head by those people from the martial arts performance team." Just as the chairman of DM was shaking with anger watching the live broadcast, a young man dressed fashionably was walking leisurely towards the store. As if seeing the light of hope, the DM chairman's eyes lit up instantly. I knew that the Chinese people would not be able to hold back. If there is a first, there will be a second. Just as the chairman of DM was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the first customer, the fashionable young man, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, explained with a smile. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to return the goods." As soon as these words came out, the members of the martial arts performance team who were guarding the door finally turned their fierce gazes away from the young man. As for the DM chairman, the smile that had just appeared on his face froze completely. His face was covered in blue and purple. The changes in facial expressions are so wonderful. That look of exasperation and bulging eyes. It felt as if he was about to have a heart attack. Similar scenario. It happened in countless cities and countless corners of China. The 8 major brands have become rats crossing the street. Everyone despises him and everyone wants to kill him. Videos of the 8 major brand stores being extremely deserted, one after another. It was posted online and sparked countless lively discussions. WF people sent congratulatory messages. Wanda in our YW city is really ruthless this time. They found an excuse and directly cut off the power supply to several stores including DM, FIKE and ADS. Even if someone wants to buy, they can't issue an order. In time in RTZ is even better than this. They directly removed all the billboards of those brands. They also put up no entry signs on the left and right sides of those stores, ha 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 ha. You may not believe this, but I squatted in front of the FIKE store on a commercial street in our county for an hour. During this hour, a total of 7 people came into the store, and they were all there to return goods. I almost died of laughter. These bastards actually want to sanction us. Then just tell them to get out. Go to the official website of ADS and take a look. I'll die of laughter if you don't. Our army of hackers is so funny. They make fun of ADS in various ways. UKU wanted to use the App Store for promotion, but guess what happened? China's UnionPay, Alipay, and WeChat all announced that they would no longer support online payments. I originally wanted to go and take a look, but several app stores have already removed their apps. You can say that. Amid the wave of nationwide boycott in China, the 8 major brands have completely lost their place. Don't talk about selling at a reduced price. Even if you give it away for free, there is no guarantee that anyone will want it. Because anyone who dares to wear products from those 8 brands and go out on the street openly will be scolded by some old men and women in minutes and will doubt their life. As for wearing it to school, that will make some classmates dislike you even more. Not sure. The head teacher would also pull me into the office and give me a long and earnest lecture. So, when this night is over, DM Group is calculating the sales revenue in China today. They got a shocking number, negative 147,821,236 yuan. The total sales volume is less than 4 figures. Returns and refunds, nearly 150 million. Upon seeing these numbers, the president of DM's China region suffered a heart attack on the spot and was taken directly to the hospital for emergency treatment. When the chairman of the DM's parent company heard this number, his face turned pale. There is no doubt about it. The situations of the other major brands are exactly the same as that of DM Group. The turnover is all negative. And the numbers are huge. At the same time, in the foreseeable future, their losses will not stop at all. Unless they are willing to cut off their arms in order to survive, close all their stores in China in the short term, and even eventually withdraw from the entire Chinese market in despair and hatred. And the next morning, when the stock market opens in the Star-Spangled Banner country, not surprisingly, the 8 major brands all plummeted due to the unprecedented coldness and boycott they encountered in China. Just less than 30 minutes. Their stock prices all suffered a sharp drop. The smallest one has plummeted by more than 5%, and its market value has evaporated by nearly $30 billion. To this, the friendly and domineering female director gave the following evaluation at today's regular press conference. Obviously, they miscalculated. It also underestimates the pure hearts of every Chinese. Facts have proven time and again that when it comes to patriotism, the Chinese people will never give in. Sanctions on China? Sorry, we Chinese don't buy into that.